Is also shooting the mean green Martin machine. Left or right? Right. Okay, he's gonna bump.
So Keith Trail out of Franklin, West Virginia, who's the owner of Southeastern Archery, 2003 ASA Rookie of the Year. He's got 26 national championship titles. He was part of the USA team in 11 and 12. You know, retired from the military, an absolute stud, 28 and a half years of service in the Army.
Yes, we thank Keith for that.
Absolutely. So, Keith, your number one qualifier.
You know, he's talking about, do you prefer right side or left side? Well, obviously, we see Keith went to the right side.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's maybe not so much about which side you prefer, but you want to move the guy.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Benton was just getting settled in.
Get him off their spot.
So Keith moves him. Just under on his first shot.
And I saw Keith grab a couple clicks on the sight.
Yep. Well, we got a practice range right back here in the back. But, oh, there's Benton's worst shot of the day. You know, nerves are probably getting a little bit more on him.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, even from the practice area out here, it could change the lighting just a little bit to change your impact point. Still just under. Give it some more clicks, Keith. See if Benton settles back down. He's just over it. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to go with the 10 on that one, I think.
Keith got down.
Yeah, good shot. Another little bobble on that one, but he was able to pull through it.
Yeah.
So 31 apiece tied at the moment. We're going to have the judges go down to the targets and take a look.
Yeah, Benton's got one close, so they're looking at it real hard right now. That's real close.
That is real close. It's a day where I don't want to be a judge.
Yeah.
So you're here at the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic. We're in our final for the Masters Open Pro. And Keith Trail going up against Benton Christensen. Christensen came in here in the third spot and has worked his way up.
Here's a great shot of Keith. I mean, you just see the focus on him. You know, and he's done all this before, so the nerves probably isn't too bad for him. And he just buried that shot, so he's kind of in his rhythm now.
It makes you wonder, 28 and a half years of jumping out of airplanes from the U.S. Army and what he's had to experience in his career in the military and why there would be nerves in archery. But it is the craziest sport ever.
Yep.
You can do all kinds of crazy things. You know, I've raced motorcycles, jumped out of planes myself, You stand on the line, put a little pressure on yourself, and things start shaking around, and you're like, really?
Yeah, and the pressure comes from within, you know.
No doubt.
You know, we're hard on ourselves when we're up there.
It's part of what makes the sport amazing, right?
Yeah.
You're never perfect at it.
So Benton's error was called in, so we're tied at 31. Great shot there.
Mm-hmm.
Matched him on that one. Definitely a great shot. I think Keith settled down now. You know, we shot the Hoosier Pro-Am last weekend. I shot with Keith, and he ran 28 X's on me on Sunday. And I ended up beating him by 1 point, but he told me this is the one tournament that he wants to win so bad. Benton was a little loose on his second one.
The stability of that bubble level.
Great end right there.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I've noticed that we all need to clean our lenses because this lighting in here shows how dirty they are.
True.
I'm sure mine is too.
Yeah.
Great shot by Benton.
All right, so you're in this position now. Let's go to Rob, actually, and hear what he has to say.
Well, gentlemen, good shooting. It looks like we've got a 64-63 match with Keith taking a 1-point lead. How you feeling, buddy?
You'd think being from the mountains where there's less oxygen and you come down here there would be more oxygen, but that's not the case.
Well, you are at altitude there.
Yeah, I think it's about almost 5,000 feet where I live, but anyway, it's...
All right. Well, we've got more arrows to shoot. Halfway through the match, 1 point, 64-63.
Preston, Idaho is where Benton Christensen calls home. About a 2-hour drive to the airport in Salt Lake City where he commutes in and out of to get to these tournaments.
Yeah, so it's quite a deal for him to get to the airport. I mean, some people live a lot closer than that, so for him to drive 2 hours and then fly all the way out here to the East Coast is quite a big travel day for him. Mm-hmm. Keith has got it rolling now.
He does.
And, you know, I mean, I shoot with these guys, and I can't sit here and root for one over the other one. You know, we just all like each other so well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Keith's just looking so solid and confident right now. He did not like that one, obviously.
Seemed to break a little bit early on him.
Yeah.
That really could change things right here.
Yeah, that could definitely swing the match. Benton didn't capitalize on it completely.
Mm-hmm. All tied up again.
Yeah, put him tied up. Seeing a little bit more movement in Keith than I normally would, so I'm sure his adrenaline and his heart rate's up a little bit right now.
Oh, he'll want that shot back.
Yeah, so based on that, that puts Keith up by 1 still.
Now, you shoot with these guys frequently. Do they often run binoculars when they're shooting? Do you? Because I noticed that there's no glass. I mean,
I do. I carry binoculars with me. Keith does not. He keeps them on the chair back behind him, and he'll look when he goes back. And Benton normally does not carry them either.
Yeah, talking to different archers, you know, it's one of those things when you're shooting and you want to see.
Yeah.
I mean, even younger archers can see 18
Sure.
meters down range, but for people our age, sometimes we need a little bit of help. A little bit of help
Yeah,
seeing.
which, you know, obviously up here on the final stage, they got a television screen right there at their feet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the binoculars is not a necessity, but, I mean, if it's something you're used to shooting
Yeah,
with,
like just the weight of it.
just the weight of it, you want to keep your balance on.
Yeah, for sure. So 1 point the difference here in this Masters Open Pro Final. Here in the shoot-up, this is for the purse, for all the marbles, and for Benton to try to retain
repeat
his title, and for Keith to get his win that he so desperately wants.
Yeah. Final 3 shots here for each guys. That's a good one for Keith.
Yeah, crowd knows it's at stake.
Yeah, the crowd's starting to get into it now. Oh, wow.
Toe to toe.
Yeah.
Time to start moving around the edge of your seat at 8:30 in the morning.
They're taking some swings here, aren't they? Wow.
He didn't
Good
think
shot.
he got it, looked like, for a second.
Yep. He's feeling it now. He knows it's within reach. He's just got to shoot one more good shot, and it'd be hit.
Oh, and he nearly stuffed that one inside out. Still
Keith-
1 point,
yeah.
117 to 116.
Keith needs an 11 right here.
Oh!
Oh, man.
Looks like he caught that 9 ring. No, the door is open.
The door's wide open now.
11 wins it.
11 wins it. Holy moly.
Wow! A repeat.
Repeat winner. 2 years in a row.
Benton Christensen.
He came from third. I mean, he went through the field, so.
Keith? Man, you gave it a heck of a run. You shot your butt off. $2,000 for second place. Congratulations. Thank you, Keith. We'll see you again. What do you have planned for the rest of the year?
Vegas, and then the indoor nationals. And my wife and I are starting to build our house Monday or Tuesday, so a lot of time focused there also.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Great job, Keith. Heck of a run.
It's not that easy.
Let's give Ben Christensen a hand. $4,000 for first place. Okay, we're going to take just a few minutes here before women's recurve. Women's recurve will be next up.
Well, Scott
but we'll take
Steins,
just a few minutes.
What a win. I know you're friends with all these guys.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a long way to go. So I'm Greg White with Scott Starnes sitting here in Lancaster Archery Classic, and we appreciate you checking out this Masters Open Pro. Scott, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for
sitting
having
in with me. It's been awesome. So coming up, we still have more shooting on tap for the rest of the day. So we'll be back here in just a few moments.
I'm 1,000 miles from nowhere, and there's no place I'd rather be. I'm 1,000 miles from nowhere, and time won't matter to me, 'cause I'm 1,000 miles from nowhere.
Missing you, who's been kissing you since you went away? My arms keep missing you, I keep wishing you come back today. My arms keep missing you, who's been kissing you since you went away? My arms keep missing you, I keep wishing you come back today. My
The newest innovation in archery is here, Sweet Spot. Sweet Spot incorporates proven strain gauge technology into a complete package that allows you to see how much pressure you put into every shot. And Sweet Spot's lighting system tells you in real time if the shot is too weak, too strong, or is in your sweet spot. Get Sweet Spot Go No Go or the Enhanced Pro with live shot viewing at LancasterArchery.com today. Sweet Spot, because it's no fun to miss.
Welcome back to the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic. It's the 16th annual, coming at you from Spooky Nook Sports in Manheim, Pennsylvania.
Are Virginia Chenier and Titania Munjan. Tatiana. Virginia was 6th in the qualifier, and Tatiana was 4th. Come on up, ladies. And we've got, who was 3rd and who was 4th? You were 3rd. Did you choose left or right, Tatiana? Left, and shoot 1st or 2nd? 2nd. Okay. She chooses to shoot 2nd. You'll shoot 1st.
Welcome to the broadcast booth. My name is Greg White. Sitting next to me is Crystal Gauvin. Crystal, welcome to the booth. You're going to be here with us for the next 2 shoot-up events. And this is your class, though. So who do we have shooting on the right? Who do we have shooting on the left?
We have Virginia from Canada on the right and Tatiana from now the USA on the left.
So interesting format here. This is the women's recurve shoot-up finals. After a 660 qualifying round into eliminations And this a little different, a lot different for recurve in terms of this is cumulative scoring. Normally we see in recurve a set point system. As we get ready for our first shots here, Crystal, why don't you go ahead and give us a little details about the distinction between those two?
So in set system, we have you either get 2 points, 1 points, or 0 points each end based on total score that end, and you win a match when you hit 6 points. So it doesn't matter. You can have a really bad end, you can shoot a miss, and you may lose that set end, but you can still win the match pretty easily, unlike cumulative where every arrow does matter and count towards your total.
And there we see a lot of shaking from Virginia, but is that normal in recurve, or do you think that's a mix of the strength it takes to pull a recurve bow back, and little nerves?
Yeah, it's a little bit more than what you're going to see in compound. We saw the same thing with the youth yesterday. As people get nervous, they tend to hold a little longer, and unlike a compound where you're holding, 15 to 20 some pounds, these recurvers, these ladies are in the low 40s most likely, so that's a lot of weight to be sitting there struggling with.
Mm-hmm. 4 ends in this competition. Highest score advances to the next round. This is for a guaranteed third spot, by the way. So the winner of this particular match is guaranteed third, but they will shoot up and have a chance to win it all. Good shot.
Finally got stuff figured out there. I was a little surprised by her first 2 shots. She is a multi-time Olympian, world champion.
So we're all tied up. Now, normally, Crystal, recurve and compound don't shoot the same size target face, do they?
Correct. Outdoors, we have a much larger target, but we're also 20 meters further.
Yeah.
So.
This is a shorter distance than the difference between compound, which shoots 50 meter, recurve shoots 70 meter outdoors. Here we're at 18 meters. So just under 20 yards. You see the Canadian at full draw, just dealing with the shake. And that just might be the way she shoots, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she had a great qualification score. I know she struggled a little yesterday in the matches, but she did make it through, so.
Second end of the shoot-up getting ready to happen. So there was a score change there, so it's 28 to 27. Tatiana trails by a point. What we're looking at on the screen, what is that?
That's her chest guard, and you see a lot of people like to get creative with them and have little characters and things. You'll see a lot of the younger kids especially have stuffed animals and things hanging off of them, good luck charms.
And primarily, what's that for? What's that to prevent?
That's to prevent contact string clearance issues with your shirt. Obviously, recurve, the strings come in much closer into your clothing than a compound archer. So you can definitely get some left arrows if it catches the string into your shirt.
And in recurve, an 8, a shot like that isn't as dramatic as it would be in a compound shoot.
No, definitely not. But
it's something we see very often.
Surprisingly, in the youth, both the men and women had very few outside of the yellow. They really put on a show yesterday.
There's some unbelievable archers coming up through the ranks these days in the United States. "30 seconds on the shot clock. When the arrow impacts the target, the clock starts for the other competitor." 10-9 liner, looks good. Crystal, oftentimes people are going to wonder, why do we see the big fat arrows in compound up to, we'll call it 27 arrow, and oftentimes the recurve shooters choose to shoot these smaller diameter arrows indoors as well, because there is a mix. We see larger arrows in some of the shooters, but why?
So it's really 2 different factors. So especially the women with the shorter draw lengths, lower poundage, it's really tough to get an arrow to spine properly. It's much different with recurve trying to get the correct tune with your arrow. Unlike a compound that you can lead long, an arrow long, or cut it short, with our clicker, we really have to have the right spine. So it's really tough for a lot of these females to even shoot a fatter arrow. Now the men, they can get away with it tune-wise, but a lot of them still prefer.
Good. That's what we want. Okay, I see you're shooting a win-and-win bow, one of the new ATFs.
The
Shibuya
feel is
sight.
so important in
Looks like
in
a
recurve,
custom-made aperture with
so
a,
you'll see Crispin later.
orange.
He'll be shooting his skinny arrows because he likes how that carbon, that point that he's used to all year.
Custom tab, it looks like. Fairweather tab, excuse me. It's a Simon Fairweather tab. Can we get a close-up on that? That's a beautiful Simon Fairweather tab. It uses 3 layers of kangaroo leather. Very good-looking tab from our good friend Simon Fairweather. Thank you very much. Nice shooting. I think we're ready for at the halfway point. We're looking at 58-53, with Virginia having a lead. She is shooting second, and Tatiana will lead off, shooting first.
At the halfway point of the shoot-up for the women's recurve, this is to advance to the next level. So there's 4 in this shoot-up. So the person who wins this match is guaranteed 3rd spot.
So again, much different format than we're used to. Normally, Tatiana would be down 0-4, but you know she would. It's not a big deal. But in this case, she's down 5 points. It's a much bigger hill to climb.
Crowd ignites when she just drilled that 11. That can be a good points haul in recurve competition as well. There you go. So
That's
just a
2
2-point
points
shift. Yep.
You'll see her waiting down the clock. That's a very common thing recurve shooters will do because they want to shoot a real quick shot and not over aim.
Thank you for that. It was the question that was coming out next. You know, is it for, just to calm the nerves or whatever, but. What a shot.
That was a great shot.
So that 2-point swing in the first arrow is now down to a 1-point swing, 4-point advantage for the Canadian. Wow.
Pretty.
Tatiana's starting to really find her rhythm now. A little bit of a bounce. She's starting to shake off those nerves. So a 30 that end out of possible 33 for Virginia. And 32 for Tatiana. So now we only have 3 points heading into this final end of the shoot-up competition.
With Virginia in the lead, Tatiana in second right now.
So Virginia at this point, oftentimes, Krista, we talk about pressure and which way pressure goes. And we also know that it can occur to people in different ways at different times. It's not like in one situation it's going to, show up as we take a look at the replay. Just a beautiful shot right there and perfect exactly where she needed it. Get into the mind of these competitors right now. Where do you think you are if you're in the lead in terms of the pressure? Do you feel like you have it in hand, or are you trying to just protect the lead?
Really depends on the archer's mental game. I think you see people on both sides, and a 3-point again is a decent lead, but in recurve that really isn't a lot when we're talking scoring that X ring as an 11. We're not used to that on the recurve side. We're used to that big 10 ring being the max points. So it's definitely easy, 3 11s versus 3 10s and game over. So as we see, there's 2-point swings. Virginia goes ahead, is now only up by a point. It's a nice overhead view. A lot of recurve archers like to have a view like this set up in their house to see their alignment when they're practicing.
Oh, is that right? It's nice to see the target, too. Not something you see every day at home. She just got that shot off, by the way. You heard that buzzer? That was, if she was still at full draw when that buzzer went off, that would be a 0. Virginia with a 10.
And now 2-point lead for her going into that last final arrow.
107, 105.
So Tatiana really needs an 11 here.
Clock winding down. 10 seconds on the clock.
So 7 to tie, 8 to win.
Got it. Beautiful. So Virginia moves on. Let's go to Rob.
Tatiana, nice shooting. You take 4th place and $500. Congratulations. Thank you. Well, Chuck, that was an amazing match. Virginia looks like she's just having fun and nice and relaxed, shooting good, strong shots. Let's see who our next competitor is. It is Gabriella Bayardo from the Netherlands. Gabby, do you choose to shoot left or right? Left stage? Okay.
So Bayardo now comes to the stage, our 2nd place qualifier. So now what we're doing in this shoot up, if you're new to this format, is that's exactly what it is. We just keep shooting up the ladder. So as you win, you just keep advancing, and we're going to see that in a more dramatic fashion in some later shoot ups, because they're 8 deep in the Open Pro and the Men's Open. One of the rule changes this year too, because of some of the things that we've seen in some of the other classes, was a requirement that each archer had to have 6 arrows if they were going to be in the shoot up. And the reason for that is the pacing. There were archers that showed up with 3 arrows. They would have to shoot them, pull them, walk them all the way around the stage and hand them back to them. So it's very different though when you get to the Crystal. You've been in this situation as you know, former number 2 compound shooter in the world. How much different is it when you don't actually have to walk down to the target and you don't have to score? Does it make you feel special?
It's pretty nice, but it means the match goes so much quicker that, you know, a blink of an eye and the match is over. I always found I walked out just saying, what just happened? Nice shot.
Gabby, no stranger to the pressure of these situations.
Nope, she's shot here in the Classic before on this final stage, and more recently in the Indoor World Series. She's been in some finals matches as well with her trusty coach, Mike Schlosser, behind her.
Yeah, Mike in the coach's box today. Mike, ultimately our number 1 qualifier, heading into the Open Pro later on today.
Great shooting
There's
by
a good look
Gabby.
at Mike. I don't think he's coaching much. He just kind of gave her the head nod, like, hey, good shot.
Surprisingly, Mike's pretty good with the recurve himself, so. You could tell she kind of let the bow arm swing on that. She wasn't happy with probably where the sight pin was when she was pulling through the clicker.
And again, can't emphasize enough, Crystal Govan sitting next to me, who's former compound, now recurve shooter. Actually, you shoot both still, you enjoy it. But the distinction of set scoring, if we were in a set scoring system, if you're Virginia, you're just going like,
No
okay,
big deal.
fine, no big deal.
Yep.
Next time I'm going to, but with now the points that are available, you're talking about a 4-point swing in this one, Crystal. So it's
Huge.
something now to be thinking about in a totally different mindset as a recurve archer. Very interesting.
Yeah, Gabby's feeling pretty good after this first end. That's a nice lead to have after just 3 arrows. And she knows that.
So Virginia and listen, this is what the Lancaster Archery Classic has now turned into. It's an international affair in 16 short years, going from, just a $5,000 purse for compound just to give back to the community to now multiple classes and all kinds of incredible athletes flying in from all over the world. As we take a look here, what are you seeing?
Just beautiful shot. And what I noticed is both of these archers are using the Fairweather tab, which I recently switched to this fall, and what a great tab. A lot of people don't know, but the leather is super important in how the bow tunes, how the string comes off your fingers. And that Fairweather tab uses kangaroo leather, which is actually waterproof. So if you're a field shooter or doing a lot of outdoor shooting, huge advantage for you.
The beginning of end number 2 of 4. 18 meters the distance to the target, 40 centimeter target face. Smallest ring you see in the middle is worth 11, then
There's
10.
a nice close-up of that tab.
Yeah. Being a former motorcycle racer myself, road racer, we have leather suits. And kangaroo is definitely one of the preferred. Not only is it waterproof like you're saying, but the tensile strength is somewhere in the neighborhood of like 4 times that of cowhide. So the longevity of that tab would be, I would imagine, it'll last a lot longer as well.
The thing I loved about it is most tabs take a really long time to shoot in, so it's really hard to have a backup tab that's on par with your primary tab. And in this tab, 8 shots and it's shot in. Unbelievable. Nice close-up of those custom-made wraps on her arrows.
Mm-hmm. With a 3-point lead, Gabby Bayardo drills one. That release looked a little awkward, didn't it?
Yes, yeah, she didn't come back. It was a little bit of a collapse, and you see the arrow going off to the right.
Chuck, as you see in recurve archery, it's not the 11, 11, 11. Somebody just misses
So as the judges will take a look at the target and confirm the actual score, you're watching this for the first time in archery. It's as long as you're touching the line, you get the higher point value.
So maybe hitting a 8 or a 9, not a huge deal. It seems to close right back up. That's the exciting part of this. That's why I really enjoy the recurve aspect, because a miss isn't necessarily a deadly event.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. Tomatoes can be overcome. Okay. You choose to continue shooting first? Okay, very good. At the halfway point, 61-55.
Tomatoes is slang for the red area. Going swimming is slang for the blue area. There's all kinds of stuff you need to entertain yourself in archery.
Oh. That was a quick shot for Gabby, so that was great to see that land in the 11 ring for her. I think a little sigh of relief. Clicker probably went off a little fast on her. This women's recurve division is one of the biggest growing divisions over the last couple of years, and I think a lot of that has to do with this unique format. People really like that 11 ring comes into play for recurve, adds a new element.
Yeah, I believe I heard over double the entries from last year in the class.
Not sure from last year, but over the last couple of years, we've grown like 300% or something. And
yeah.
Rob actually added our cut to 16 instead of 8 this year. as a shout out to us for growing the class so much.
So 11.99 gives Gabby Bardo a 29 for this end. An 11 here would tie that. Dropped it short. So now the score is 90 to 82 before the official.
With an 8-point lead going into the final end, Gabby's really just going to be on cruise control.
Once again, this is that second shoot. So whoever's the loser of this match is guaranteed third place, and the winner will advance to shoot our #1 qualifier,
So
which
the
is
loser's guaranteed third?
third place.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
third place.
Okay.
Right. So then the winner's going to go to our #1 qualifier, a familiar 14-year-old. If you're following recurve, women's recurve in the United States, Casey Kaufhold is our #1 qualifier.
Took me out in the match prior to this.
It's hard to hate on a 14-year-old, isn't it? Though?
No, I love Casey. I love shooting against her. She's a great competitor and works really hard.
And always with a big smile on her face.
Definitely.
And a great ambassador for the sport
Yep.
for all ages, which is really incredible. Ouch.
So pretty much game over at this point. She's really fighting the clicker, and you saw that.
Tell us when you say fighting the clicker, what does that really mean?
That means most likely she's seen a lot of movement in her sight, and your brain doesn't want to pull through when it's seeing all that movement, so you kind of stop and pause, and then you get hung up right at that clicker where you need to be releasing the arrow.
She knew she just had to throw that one down range.
Yep.
So this match is over.
So she's going to be disappointed, but at the end of the day, that arrow really didn't matter, even if it was an 11.
You take home third place, $1,000 for your weekend. Congratulations, Virginia from Montreal, Canada. Any words for the folks? Where will you be shooting next?
We have a national training camp in Florida next month, so that will be the next thing. And then our national indoor championship in March.
Very good. Let's give Virginia a hand. Congratulations.
So she's getting out of Canada, going to Florida
Gabby,
to
you
shoot
step on
outdoors.
down.
Not too bad.
Gabby, your next opponent, I think you've gotten to know well, and I know Casey it considers you a friend. You know, of course, you become friends with your competitors over time, and you've proven to be a good friend. And you know, but when you're in the heat of the battle, you know, describe to people your attitude then.
Well, it's really cool that you get to know more people while you're shooting. And I think that this is the second time that we shoot against each other this season. And I hope it's really good for both of us.
I'm sure that both of you will shoot very well. You've both been shooting great indoors this winter. All right. Okay, Casey Kaufhold is our next competitor. Casey, do you choose to shoot left or right? Left, and first or second? First. Casey will shoot from the left, and she will shoot first.
So here we go, 14 years old.
So this is a
#1 qualifier.
And a rematch from 2 years ago here at the LAS Classic. Casey's just saying, Dad, be quiet, I just want to shoot.
Yeah, right. So Dad's on the microphone right now, just talking to her coach in the coach's box.
Please give Carol and Heather a hand. Thank you. Okay, let's get this match started.
So here we go. Our number one qualifier will start off. Her clock, it looks like a little just miscue on the clock.
Like Gabby's clock started instead of Casey's.
So you're going to switch that over. There we go. You can see that middle left part of your screen. That's experience right there from Casey.
Mm-hmm.
You can already see how many arrows she's flung in competition.
Solid opening shot.
Yeah, especially for being just arrive on stage. But like Rob said, he likes to get his youth shooters up on stage during practice to give them the experience of shooting in this type of situation. You just get the feeling this is going to be a boxing match all the way to the end.
And what I saw yesterday and what I've seen in World Archery is Casey just gets stronger throughout the match. So even if her first end is a little rough, she just gets tighter and tighter in those groups as the match goes on. So Gabby's going to hope to capitalize on that 8 by Casey here.
Good shot. An 11-10 liner. So it could be a 2-point swing after we have judges take a look at it. How weird must it be being on the stage? You know this is streaming around the world. You know, here you are. Let's go to Rob, and he already has to say, interviewing his daughter.
Clicker on it, biter plunger, Conquest Smackdown rods, some limb savers to help on the limbs, and a custom finger tab, and Carbon Express SST Nano arrows. And so we'll take a look at where the scores are. It looks like it's 29-27, so a 2-point lead for Gabriella. Gabriella chooses to shoot first.
And you notice there they zoomed in the camera on Casey's quiver and you saw those pins, and that's gold, silver, and Olympian pins from USA Archery, which means she has shot qualifying scores above certain levels. So she's hit the highest level possible with that gold Olympian pin.
Great shot by Gabby.
Now these two archers face each other for gold. I believe it was at the Rome Indoor World Series. And Casey took that one, so I know Gabby's going to want some payback here.
Had a chance there to get some points back. $30 points apiece, so we'll keep the gap to 2.
Okay. All right, at the halfway point, Chuck, describe what you're seeing here.
This is really incredible. I mean, to watch these two, I watched them earlier this year, head to head. Of course, they've both been on this stage before, and now to see it be so tight, so close, really exciting.
1-point match. Gabriella has 2 points. I need my glasses fixed. 59-57, so still a 2-point lead for Gabriella. Gabriella will shoot first or second?
Good look at the replay of Casey Kaufhold and her final arrow, that end. Reflection or disappointment in that face?
I think she was a little disappointed. Shot was not quite as clean as used to seeing from her on the release.
That's live action.
That was much better.
Looking at Casey's face, too, I noticed that one of her eyes is almost completely closed. Why?
So, again, just like compound archers, looking through the peep, we're looking at the string, and so, some people, depending on how dominant one eye is over the other, may need to close that eye to get a crisper view, be able to see properly their pin on the target. See, Gabby does a very similar thing.
Yeah. I can see Gabby's eye open just slightly, and I'm not sure if Casey's is or not. It might be a bit of a shadow. What do you think?
I think it's a hair open.
Hair open, yeah. Do you think it's any advantage by Gabby to have that first round and be warm, get a little bit more comfortable on the stage?
Definitely, and not so much comfort level for these archers, but being out here in the lighting, because again, with recurve, our string, being able to see that's crucial, and so depending on lighting conditions can vary, how you see your string against the riser. Is it blurry, is it clear, and getting that sighted in on that first match is huge.
Now for recurve archery, especially shooting with these little arrows, does shadow on the target matter? I know that the crew here at Lancaster worked really hard to make sure that the lighting was proper. As you can see, the shadow drifts off to the left on the left target, off to the right, as opposed to straight up and down. Is that something that you ever looked at as compound or a recurve shooter? As if you're shooting top to bottom, does the shadow ever bother you?
Yeah, definitely. That's why I've always shot, and I've taught my students to shoot from the bottom to the top, and you never have to worry about shadows or angling issues with the lighting.
And in this competition, you label your targets, meaning if you shoot bottom top, it's 1, 2, 3. And that's part of how they do tiebreakers here in qualification rounds.
Yeah, so your first dropped arrow is going to lose you a tiebreaker if it's sooner than your opponent's. Now, one thing you'll notice, Gabby has a slightly unique form in that the string doesn't come all the way back and touch her nose, so she's actually losing a point of contact, which means it's much harder to be consistent.
So the weights on the end of the stabilizer rods on Casey's Hoyt, distinct for every single archer.
Just like compound, you're going to see varying amounts of weights. The Americans definitely tend to run more weight on their stabilizers, recurve Americans, than their Korean counterparts.
28 points in that end for Casey Kaufhold. Gabby Bayardo with 30.
Great shooting, ladies.
118 to 114
let's
points.
See how the scores come out here. Looks like we've got 118, 114 with Gabriella taking the match. Casey, you'll take home second place and $1,500. Same place as last year for you, second. The payday is a little better this year. And so congratulations to you. Have you had fun up here today?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Casey.
The best way
Gabriella,
to handle her dad, 100%.
You've done it. Our 2019 Women's Recurve Champion. $3,000 for your weekend's work. Congratulations.
I told you I was coming for revenge.
I told you.
Yeah.
It was great after she turned around and she looked at Mike like, is that the end? That was it, right?
These matches when you're in the middle of
So that's it, Krista, right? Going
Yeah.
for a little bit of revenge, of course. I
And
mean,
what
look,
I wanna
people are
po-
friendly in this sport, but it is a sport.
Definitely.
Competition is fierce.
And
All right, well, that's it for our women's recurve. Hang tight after this break. When we come back, we're going to get the men's recurve going. Crystal Govan continues to hang out with me as we look forward to another match here at the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic.
Vince Lombardi once said, winning is not a sometime thing. It's an all-time thing. You don't do things right once in a while. You do them right all the time. Winning is a habit. Unfortunately, so is losing. I've learned in my career I'm only as good as the tools I use.
12 for Levi Morgan.
One chance, one moment, one shot.
We don't build these bows to be different. We build them to be better. We're the outsiders, the mavericks, the fearless. We forge our own path. We're not chasing anyone, but we know what they're running from. It's an obsession, and the obsessed never rest.
Manheim, Pennsylvania, Spooky Nook Sports Center for the 16th annual Lancaster Archery Classic as we are setting the stage for the men's recurve. Here's Rob Koffel.
All right. Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. Our next division is men's recurve. We've got Jack Williams and Michele Frangilli from Italy. Jack, Michele. Okay, Jack, were you the third place qualifier? Did you choose right or left? And first or second? First. Okay, take the stage, gentlemen.
All right, Crystal, any predictions here on what we're going to see different from, say, the women's recurve?
Going to see a lot more 11s and a lot. Doubt if we'll see any red in these matches, but you never know. Jack shot here last year in this shoot up 3-4. I think he finished 4th, so he's going to be back here wanting to get at least one win.
Wow. 18 meters cumulative scoring. One of the things we see different from the recurve match we saw earlier was the size of the arrows.
Definitely. All three of the 4 top men are going to be shooting fat arrows. Only Crispin is sticking with his X10s.
And Michele likes to shoot bottom up.
Mm-hmm. Just like I do.
Mm-hmm. That just looked like a good shot.
Mm-hmm.
Well executed.
Jack had some shoulder issues this fall and dealt with that, and now come back even stronger. Jack lives out in Chula Vista. He's part of the resident athlete program, so he lives, trains, and breathes archery.
Yeah, Jack, 18 years old, and he actually got into archery. He was a fencer, and they had where he was fencing a tri-archery competition, or tri-archery event, I should say, and that's what got him into it.
So that's going to hurt that arrow. He's not going to be happy with that.
He's also an avid car fan. Like
yes.
your husband, Jack loved the cars.
Got a chance to ride in his new car, and it's pretty nice.
Mustang?
GT.
Yeah. So it looks like we're going to be all tied up here. As Michele Frangilli, the Italian, making the trip all the way across. What's interesting, Crystal, is I had a really long conversation with Sergio Pagni talking about the Italians and how He's trying to get more Italians to break away from Italy, and how, unlike the States, Italians don't like to travel very much because maybe they don't speak the language well, or they're just not familiar with travel. And how over the last couple of years, and it's really, it's not particular to compound, it's recurve, it's bare bow, and so they're going to have over 20 plus archers, Italian archers, at Vegas in a couple of weeks. And Frangili was part of that idea of getting archers over here, and it's great to see that Michele is able to work his way into this shoot-up position in 4th place.
Yeah, he's a great ambassador for the sport, though, not just for the Italians, but archery in general. Really
Sergio.
promotes. Yes, yeah, great guy.
All right, so there's an obvious question on the table, Crystal, and that's why the bigger arrows? Why the fatter diameter? Now, the max diameter arrows you can have in this competition are going to be those 10.7 millimeter or 0.422 inches, which were commonly referred to as 27s. These archers are going to be shooting more like 23s to 25s.
Yeah, both of these archers are shooting 23s. I'm not sure if Brady's shooting 25s or 27s. I don't know what he ended up going with. I know he was testing both, so we've seen him shoot both in the past, so it'll be interesting to see. But both of these archers are shooting 23-12s.
Yeah, and fundamentally, it's just try to cut lines, right?
Exactly.
And you're shooting at this distance, which is 18 meters, just about 20 yards. So think about it from a football standpoint. It's the red zone. You're standing at one end of the red zone, and down there is the goal line.
It can be a confidence thing. If you know you have bigger arrows than your opponent, that can be a mental advantage as well.
That was nice.
Nice clean release on that. So you see very different styles of shooting between these two archers. Just in the way they set up and come into anchor. So
The Italian tried to throw a little English on that one there, Crystal. But the arrow's gone by the time you're moving your bow most of the time. Okay,
smart move by Jack. 10 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time.
Wow. Proved to be the absolute perfect move.
Yes,
Big
definitely.
lesson if you're watching for any shooter out there. Jack, he knew what time was on the clock. And unlike we saw earlier with Tatiana, he started his draw at the clock. So he had that time, didn't he?
Exactly. And big difference, though, from a World Archery event where you only have 20 seconds in a finals match. He would not have been able to do that. His time would have been up, so he would have had to shoot that arrow. So big difference in the format here.
Very smart move.
Exposed with Velos limbs. He's got the internal weights in it, and shooting shrewd stabilizers and Excel Achieve sight. What aperture is that?
It's a shrewd aperture.
Shrewd aperture. And what finger tab? KSL finger tab. Again, it looks like you get a close-up on that. It looks like it's barely used. It's amazing the number of shots that you've shot. Thousands, probably tens of thousands of shots through that tab, Jack. Well, congratulations. You're both shooting well. Looks like we've got a 63-60 match, 3-point difference.
Jack told me yesterday that he's on average shooting 400 arrows a day in Chula Vista.
Yep. Yeah, the men's program, their high days are a little over 500, and then their low days around 200, 250, with 1 day off a week, Sundays.
I like how Jack's using everything. He released the shot, and he didn't even stare it into the target. He looked up at the monitor. He wanted to see on the big screen what that arrow was doing.
So compared to the women, you see a lot less movement with these archers. A lot more stable holding the weight of the bow.
make no mistake, Williams is in this thing for Olympic dreams. That's his goal.
Exactly.
Ooh. That was
Got
interesting.
lucky on that. You see
little side-to-side movement there?
Yep. Huge left and right that can cause.
That was weird, though. We heard a little bit of a beep in the hall.
And Jack doesn't capitalize on that.
Mm-mm. So if Frangili can put up an 11 here, we're going to be all tied up. Crystal and I are just sitting here looking at each other, smiling, just nodding our heads like this is the way men's recurve can go.
And no offense to the men's compound, but in a lot of ways, I think this is a lot more exciting. You don't see 11 after 11 after 11.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot more back and forth.
Yeah, it seems different in compound. Oftentimes, it's like everyone just starts off with a 132, and it's like, oh, you lost a point. Where here, you're earning points.
Exactly.
And there's a big distinction. And once again, this is the shoot-off, 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic, the 16th annual. And what this shoot-up means is that these two archers right now are shooting to stay in this match. So the loser is going to be fourth place, and the winner will advance to shoot the second place qualifier. And then if you win that match, you go to shoot up against the first place qualifier. I think he's new to the sport, the number one qualifier. He's like brand new.
Yeah, never heard of him.
They just dusted him off. It's Brady Ellison is his name, out of Arizona, that's Sunshine State.
And you saw during the break there, both archers, there's a close-up of their grips, and you'll see they're very unique, very different from one another, and that's something that recurve archers compared to compound archers, they really spend a lot of time perfecting that grip and getting it just right for their hand shape, their style of shooting. So another red.
That was a quick shot for him, but he stuffed that first one, and he just did a better job stuffing the second one.
Yep. Now, watching this setup, you'll see his bow arm actually, he bends that and then straightens it back up. And what he's doing is he's getting his thumb back behind the big muscle on his neck so he can anchor, get a tighter anchor. So that's a typical Italian style shot. Whereas Jack, you see, just pulls straight back into his face.
And I noticed that Jack, his anchor on as an unbelievable 33 for Jack, but his anchor, he barely touches that string on his nose.
So that's a good view there. You can see Frangili getting behind that muscle on his neck, much further back on his face.
So it looks like a 28 for the Italian, the California native, Williams, with a no-doubt 33. And that's going to advance Jack into the next round.
Shelley, it looks like you've taken fourth place, $750 for your trip. I know you've been dealing with some shoulder issues recently, so I think you must be very pleased with the result.
Yes, I'm very happy for the results. I never imagined it through in the final when I come.
Well, we look forward to seeing you. Will you be back for Vegas or any other time in the U.S.?
No, for this year, it's first and last.
Well, please watch for Michelle in international competitions, Gold Cups, Olympics. Thank you. Our next competitor will be Canadian Crispin Duenas. Crispin is no stranger to this stage, and he's, frankly, one of my best friends in archery. He's an amazing competitor, and this dude works harder and trains harder than I think any archer alive. It's a pleasure to have him on the stage. You choose the left stage, I assume, and you choose to shoot right first or second? First. Okay.
All right, so that's been decided. So here we go. A couple of, well, it looks like it's going to be a Hoyt podium, as we know, right?
Yep.
So Crispin Duane is 33 years old, out of Toronto, Canada. Is a senior level math and physics teacher. He gets to shoot at the Peel Archery Club in Toronto. He gets to shoot all the way up to 70 meters indoor.
Super jealous.
Right.
You'll see behind him his wife, Lauren. And behind Jack, you'll see Coach Mel Nichols.
And distinction in arrow size, definitely. When you talked about Crispin's going to be shooting those smaller arrows. I believe, was he shooting X10s?
He is. Yes.
Easton X10s.
Again, this is probably his 4th or 5th straight year on this stage, and he last year decided to go with fatter arrows and said he was happy to go back to his X10s this year. So. If you put them in the middle, it doesn't matter what size they are.
Yeah. Yeah, and Crispin.
Great start.
Won this tournament 2014 and 2015.
I believe he finished second to Brady the last 2 years.
Trying to get back on top. The 18-year-old out of Irvine, California, Jack Williams. Let's keep him in competition. You're only dropping a point with stuff at 11.
And in comparison, we have Jack, who, like I said, lives, trains, breathes archery, and young kid. And then on the other side, we have Crispin, where if you've watched the cam video featuring him recently, it shows that got a day job, works as a teacher. Obviously, he's in his 30s, so we have kind of both extremes here on the stage.
And Crispin started with compound. He continues to shoot a compound. As a matter of fact, I can't remember what he said. It was a couple weeks ago that he was competing in a club in a 3D shoot and set a record. So he's very talented on that. And I asked him about his Olympic dreams as well, Crispin Duenas, and he says, of course, he was going for Tokyo. And if it works out where he could be more full-time archery and be able to do that, he would go for 2024. And I said, what about compound? And he said, oh, well, my wife just said, just shoot compound and then go win Vegas, and then you have the money to just keep shooting recurve. Like, it's easy to go to Vegas and win 53 grand.
Sounds about like what my husband said to me this year.
This is the shoot-up match for. It's kind of hard. It's for a guaranteed second place or a guaranteed third place. So the loser of this shoot-up is guaranteed. Well, they will win third, even though you lose third. And
well, it's a little different in this case because normally third means you've had to lose and then you win. And in this case, it means you actually won and then lost.
Yeah,
so it's a little bit
different. But the winner of this match is guaranteed to go up against the number one qualifier, Brady Ellison. Great shot by Jack Williams.
Oh, all tied up. You see Crispin with his lenses. He shoots outdoors. He always wears sunglasses, and he said, why should indoors be any different? So I know he came in and checked out the lighting last night during the shoot-ups to see which lens he was going to choose.
This is it. They're fighting it out right now. As the arrows dwindle down for score in this recurve cumulative scoring system. Oop.
Yeah, saw the look on his face. I knew he wasn't quite happy with that when it broke.
Long hold.
And just clipped the 10 line.
Just caught the 10 line.
He's going to be thankful for those fat arrows right there.
I thought for a moment, Crystal, when I looked over at the clock, because we have the clock directly behind that camera, there was 12 seconds left on the clock, so I kind of knew for Jack that he might manage that clock and let down because that was a long hold. But what he gave us was, heading into the final end, all tied up.
Yep, great match. Can't wait to see where this is going to finish up.
And again, this match is for third place, and the winner advances to go shoot against number one. And then 4 ends of that, and we'll have our 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic Men's Recurve Champion. But we still have half of this match to go.
That's great
Go to
to
Rob.
see. It's great entertainment. How terrified? I mean, I'm terrified for you up here, for both of you guys. How's it feeling up there?
I'm just happy to be up here representing the people shooting skinny arrows, because I'm the only guy who's made it to the finals using X10s. So, I mean, Jack's a good friend of mine. We've shot plenty of matches together, World Championship, World Cup, you name it, we've probably done it. And it's always a pleasure to come out here and shoot in the finals field.
Great. Well, welcome and thank you for coming down from Canada. Okay, at the halfway point, dead tie, 63-63.
Is that a new hashtag? Representing skinny arrows?
Yeah. And just like Sergio with the Italians, I was talking to Crispin, and I was telling him how I noticed there was huge Canadian contingency this year coming down, and he said, yeah, slowly and steadily he's dragging them down across the border and getting them to come to this shoot. Same hole as last time.
Well, as this tournament continues to grow and contingencies continue to rise, I mean, it's just, woof, good shot by Jack. But, yeah, you can see why more and more people want to come down to the Pennsylvania area.
You'll notice Crispin's bow arm. Crispin works in the gym probably more than any of these archers up here today, and he really puts in the time, and you see it in the strength. That bow arm does not move. He looks like a compound archer when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm. Very active. He always works on cardio or strength in the activities. Rock climber.
Just look at that stabilizer movement. Very, very little movement compared to what you see on a lot of recurve archers.
Yeah. Great
Just
shot.
Finishes solid 11. So
He and his wife play squash as well for cardio and for fun, and pedals his bicycle in the summer in Canada.
yeah, as a Florida girl, she's not happy about the weather up there right now.
Great shot.
So another perfect end by Jack.
So with one end to go, Jack takes the lead by a single point. Oh, there's a guy that, who's that? Who is that?
I don't really know.
He's in the practice. This is a good shot of the practice area that this tournament has set up to try to simulate as much as possible the lighting situation. So Brady Ellison, our #1 qualifier.
And you'll see it's dark in there with the spotlight on the targets, just like you're going to see out on the finals venue. So and there's wife Toya following behind him.
So Brady trying to do the hat trick in terms of the Lancaster Archery Classic champion. He's won it in 17 and 18. Crispin Duenas, who won it in 14 and 15, trying to climb back up to the top of the step, but he's got an 18-year-old that he's got to get around first.
Yep.
And Jack Williams, after a 33, is pounding. And with a 1-arrow advantage at this point and only 3 arrows to go, it's going to be tight all the way down to the final arrow.
Yep. It's really who can hang 10 and 11s and stay out of that 9 ring, I think, on this final end.
And people continue to funnel in to the shoot-up area here at the Spooky Nook Sports Center. A good look at the quiver, representing Canada, Crispin Duenas. But as the crowd continues to funnel in, as we get closer and closer to that coveted Open Pro category, it keeps getting louder and louder per arrow, adding a little bit more excitement, tension, pressure, whatever you want, to each shot that flies down the range at 18 meters and lands in those targets. So the Californian will shoot first. Wants to take command of this match.
I think next year Rob should hand out some cowbells or something and really get things loud in here.
Ooh, no
Good
doubt.
shot. Just off. Oh,
Hard to
Rob's
see
on
with
an
the
11.
shadow.
So.
Yep. It's a liner. He is in a rhythm.
Yes. shot by Crispin there. Nice and clean release.
Huge arrow right here for Williams.
So Jack puts an 11 and it's all over. Oh, see, he's getting a little nervous shaking.
9. Doors open.
So 10 to tie, 11 to win. Looked like a good shot. It's a 10, so we're all tied up.
We need to wait for the score exactly, okay? So the judges need to confirm the score. Right now, to us, it looks like 127, which is going to send us to a shoot-off.
Which is a little different than the elimination matches leading into this. In the elimination matches, it went to 11 count first, which in recurve was actually a big game changer because you could have a tie score, but definitely have one person with more 11s than the other. So there was no shoot-off if there was a difference in 11s. So it looks like we are going to a shoot-off. They're hanging new targets for both archers.
Closest to the center.
All right, so.
Very good. Thank you, Larry.
All right, so we were listening to how the format goes. So if you didn't get to hear that on the feed, here's the way this goes. The first arrow shot by each archer is going to go by score. So if they score 11-11 or 10-10, whatever, we're going to go to a second scoring arrow. If they tie again, the third arrow will be closest to the center.
So again, looks like there was a line call. Is that correct?
Oh, so we do have a change in score.
Looks like the line call went in Jack's favor.
Oh,
okay.
So
I guess it would have gone your liner must have been just out.
Oh no, so change of fortunes here as we thought we were going into
Poundage to bury it to the barrel of the X10. So, yeah, that was unfortunate.
Let's give him a hand. Wow.
All right, so Crispin, in typical Crispin style, he's such a nice cat, isn't he? That he basically just said, hey, for skinny arrow people, he missed that one by.
But looks like you've taken third place, $1,500 from us.
But the shoot-off format is different than a World Archery format where it's only one arrow close to the center. So, again, some fun things that go on here with the Classic.
So unfortunately, we didn't get to see the shoot-off. We were expecting Crispin Duenas takes the seat, third place. So that moves Jack Williams up into the spot. He's going against Brady Ellison.
And they've had to face each other a lot this outdoor season. Jack was our number 2, and Brady was our number 1 for the U.S. this year.
Welcome to the Lancaster Archery stage. Brady, you choose the left stage? Okay.
There you go. They know each other well. A little high five.
I remember when Brady was the hot kid.
Rob Koppel just said, I remember when Brady was the hot kid. Olympian Brady Ellison going up against the 18-year-old, and this is the way the sport rolls.
And I think they're pretty close to 50-50 from the outdoor season, so we'll see indoors.
Take a look. I'm pretty sure that Brady went with those 25s. The Eclipse.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, 25. So a slight advantage over the 23s.
Maybe not.
You never know. Yeah, we'll have to see if Crispin's going to rethink his strategy for next year. First shot of this finals match. Oh, boy.
He's not messing around. These two shoot very similar form, so you'll see look very much alike up there, how they're shooting. little surprised that one.
Yeah, his eyes got wide on that one.
So can Jack capitalize on that with this shot?
He does.
I will say mentally, Jack's in kind of a weird place coming into this match after thinking he had to go to a shoot-off, then being told he won. You know, that can throw you off a little. See Brady giving him sight couple clicks after those 2 arrows in the 9 ring.
Like an unexpected 29 for Brady Ellison.
Well, we can't, but anyway, it's still a very close match. As you know, anything can happen. Looks like Brady shooting Formula X with fearless limbs from what? 2 balls.
I want to take a look at a replay here and let's take a look, Crystal, at what you're seeing from Brady. I mean, obviously, in that still, it looks good.
A little bit of shake in his bow arm I saw, but it's hard to tell.
He knows. He's looking up, taking a look at that, saying, okay, that was it. Let's grab a couple of clicks.
Yep.
For recurve compared to compound indoor, you know, is it the same in terms of a couple of clicks, or does it mean more on a recurve bow sometimes?
Yeah, our sights, it's a much different adjustment, both indoors and outdoors. I had a real hard time with that initially, making the switch from compound. You know, a click isn't the same as a click on a compound for sure.
Is it more dramatic on a recurve bow or less?
Less. You definitely need to give it more clicks to see the effect.
Well,
so he's got a nice hole he's going to like for aiming at that top bull. See what he can do in the next 2.
because unlike compound, on recurve, when you're at full draw, you can see that hole in the target, right? Where indoor, a lot of times, compound will cover a lot of the yellow. Okay, so a couple clicks worked. Wow, Jack is
another
on
perfect
fire right now.
Jack. He's not messing around up there. He wants this. So that's
Nine.
just barely.
That looks like an 8 to me.
He's looking at it with his binos.
Yeah.
I don't know that he trusted that it was a 9 either.
Jack, how's it going over here, buddy? That mean green machine working for you?
Yeah, this new bow is amazing. It feels so much better than anything out there right now. And it just works under pressure amazing.
Great. You're making it work. Just get out of its way, let it eat, right?
Yeah, that's got to let the bow do its thing and don't get in its way.
Very good. Chuck, what do you think?
This is really incredible. This is what we expected to see in a gold medal match. You know, Jack laying down another 33 here, trying to slay.
So for Jack Williams, a lot of people don't know this, but Jack actually graduated high school a little bit early, and he plans on starting online college, but he told me at the moment it's all focused on archery.
Yeah,
he understands, of what's at stake for him in his career.
Well, and for recurve, this is a huge year. People, focus on the Olympic year, but the year before, we have to qualify our spots as a country. We have Pan American Championships. We have the Tokyo Test event on top of World Championships and World Cups and all the normal scheduled events. Brady picks back up a point. First arrow. So all his arrows have been left in this match. You'll see he hasn't had anything right. Close one.
That's a close one. So Jack
There.
back in it.
Centered back up a shot. You'll see he must have given it a couple clicks.
Oh, he stared that one down, didn't he? And he stared that arrow right into the 11.
He's checking that second arrow.
If you're new to archery, we call that glassing. That's one of the ways we talk about it,
And we see
breaking
the
out the
judge
binos.
pulling out the magnifying glass.
Now keep in mind, it's not the hole you punch in the paper, it's where the arrow lands at rest. And so if there's a hole there, the judge has to draw like basically an imaginary line around to see if the arrow is actually making contact with that line. Hence the name judge, because it's a judgment call oftentimes.
And that's where the bails can be a huge advantage or disadvantage, as I found out in Vegas one year when had a fresh target, arrow went in and ripped to the left out of the 10 ring. You could clearly see it had hit the 10 and had to score it a 9.
That was that last shot where he stared that he stared that Easton arrow right into that 11 ring and then wanted to take a look at that second arrow. The weirdest thing though, Crystal, when you look through the binos, as hard as you want to move that arrow, it just never moves.
No, unfortunately.
Thing.
So looks like it got called out, I think. We're 3 points now in Jack's favor. So not quite as clean for Jack in this match as we saw in the past 2 matches. So probably a little bit of nerves kicking in.
And this is it, only 2 more arrows to go to be the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic men's recurve champion.
And we know Brady can put 2 more 11s down there, so Jack really needs an 11 here. It's
a close one. It's tough with that shadow.
So as we see, even with the fat arrows, we get a lot of liners.
Beautiful.
Brady's focused now.
This could be just 1 point, depending on that call. He's got to hit an 11. There it is.
He does, so I think it's a done deal.
It should be, even if that arrow gets called 10. There's not enough points for Brady.
So
that does it anyway.
Yep.
Incredible match. All the way down to that final arrow.
It looks like you're going to take second place and a $750 Hoyt contingency check, $2,500 from us. So that looks like it's $3,250 for your weekend. I hope it's been worth the trip, and I hope you come back.
Always worth the trip to come out here. Love you guys. Love this tournament. I think it's the best one. You guys have the best finals and the best setup, and you know I'm a lifer. I'll come back every time I can.
Okay, thank you so much. Look for Brady Ellison and Toya Ellison. They have a new line of clothing. It's called their BE line, their Brady Ellison line. And it's Toya designs a lot of it. It's wonderful, wonderful archery-oriented clothing. Casey loves it, and we enjoy traveling and shooting with these two. Let's give Toya and Brady a hand, please.
Congratulations to Jack. Jack, you finished 4th here last year. Your first win at Lancaster. Tell us about it.
It's real amazing. This shoot is such an amazing and fun shoot to come to. It doesn't mean for World Archery anything, but definitely one to put on the books as one to come to.
A lot of prestige here at this event. Means a lot to a lot of shooters. It's your first win over Brady here as well?
First win over Brady here, but Brady and I shoot off a lot.
Still bitter about that. You're still holding on to that. Well, it sounds like you guys just set up another rematch. Hopefully we see you both here next year.
There you go, Jack Williams, your 2019 men's recurve champion. Get to know his name because he's going to be around for a long time. Well, that'll do it for us for the recurve. We have more coming at you. Crystal Govan, thank you so much for joining me here for these 2 recurve matches. We wish you the best moving forward. We'll see you in Vegas in a couple of weeks. So hang tight. More coming at you from Spooky Nook, the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic.
Vince Lombardi once said, winning is not a sometime thing. It's an all-time thing. You don't do things right once in a while. You do them right all the time. Winning is a habit. Unfortunately, so is losing. I've learned in my career I'm only as good as the tools I use.
12 for Levi Morgan.
One chance, one moment, one shot.
We don't build these bows to be different. We build them to be better. We're the outsiders, the mavericks, the fearless. We forge our own path. We're not chasing anyone, but we know what they're running from. It's an obsession, and the obsessed never rest.
Welcome back to the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic. Let's hear from Rob here.
Classic stage. Our next division is Youth Male Open. Tyler Heritage and Holt Albertson. Bring it up, bring it up. Okay, Tyler, you were the 3rd place qualifier. You choose to shoot left or right? Left, and first or second? Okay, Tyler will shoot from the left stage, and he will shoot first. Holt will shoot second from the right stage. Both of these fine young men are members of the Lancaster Archery JOAD. Heather works with both of them. Tyler Heritage also works with Griv, George Riles, and the Hornets down in Georgia. Both of them are very, very good friends, along with our son.
All right, so we're here at the True Ball Excel Black Eagle Hall. This is PJ Riley. I'm sitting here with well-known pro Tim Gillingham, who's going to give us our expert opinions here. Tim, thanks for joining us.
How you doing, PJ?
I'm all right. We're going to jump right in here to Youth Male Open. As Rob mentioned, Holt Abernathy and Tyler Heritage. I know both of these kids really well, see them all the time. They're great archers.
It's the 10-foot tall and bulletproof division, right?
That's right.
I remember when I was that age. I mean, it was like 12 hours a day, you know. No worries in the world.
You're just down there shooting your bow.
Haven't started paying bills yet.
In all seriousness, no. How do you think they're feeling right now?
You know, if they've made it this far, they're probably feeling pretty confident. You know, everybody's a little different, I guess. You know, just you'll be able to watch their demeanor. And this guy here looks like he's shaking a little bit. So
he was shaking pretty good there.
Some people are just wired for this, and some people aren't. You know,
is that right?
And some people have to fight through it. Sometimes you just wake up on the right side of the bed.
Yeah. Oh, that's dead center there.
They look like they're both feeling a little bit, though. I imagine this is pretty, you know, you get up there on that stage for your first time, it's a little nerve-wracking.
Well, Holt came in, he qualified 20th with his score and shot his way up to 4th, so he...
Well, you know, sometimes that's an advantage. Just look at Jack, just won. He went through everybody, so he's really warmed up and flowing and got his confidence from meeting all those guys. You know, I won this many years ago, and you know, I really, when I got here, didn't have any preconceived notions of winning, and actually went and played poker all night. So I woke up kind of in a dull sense, you know, but it was funny. I just had this like tunnel vision. It was the weirdest thing ever, and I just, you know, I had to go through everybody. I was seated like 32.
No kidding.
So,
you need to recreate that somehow.
yeah. If you could box that stuff up, it'd be worth $1 million.
So Tyler Heritage, he came in. He qualified 6th. He shot a 644 in qualifications.
Yeah.
He's been on the stage a bunch.
Sure.
He's a real good kid. I expect to see him in the pro divisions before too long.
Yeah, well, you know, they just, you know, I remember when I was that age, you know, it was just, you did it just for pure love of the game. What else, you know, would you want to do, you know, and it was a lot of fun, you know. Now I'm close to 50 and got aches and pains every morning, and it gets a little bit harder to drive so hard, you know. You just want to sit on the couch and watch a movie with a wife, you know.
So Holt's going into the second end with a 32-30 lead over Tyler. Sure. Let's see what they can do here.
Just looks like they're probably settling in on their nerves a little bit.
Got that overhead shot to look at him. Tyler's up, there's the door open.
He looked real confident on that shot.
Yeah.
Shot fired real fast, you know. That's usually a good sign.
Yeah. Now that one was close. What do you think? 27. You think that one made it? Tyler's top arrow.
God, no.
That's tight. Oh. He had a big hinge there. Dropped out into the 9. Tyler did. Another 9.
Well, you know, they're obviously both feeling it. You know, the best thing in this scenario really is to try, in my opinion, is not to look at your competitor's target. You know,
is that right?
It's hard because they're giving you feedback. You know what's going on.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
You know, whenever I'm in like, whenever I'm trying to go head-to-head with somebody, I'd really try to stay focused on my lane. I don't want to know what's going on. And a lot of times when you're up there on the stage or in an ASA shoot-off, it's like there's this dual roar behind you, and everybody thinks you got all this attention on you. But it's, for me personally, I really don't even feel it.
You can block it out.
How did I block it out? It's just like this dual roar behind me.
How about that? Well, we saw in the last match, or 2 matches ago with Casey Kaufel in gold medal, her opponent was giving her opportunities, shooting 9s, and then Casey would match and shoot a 9. You know, just if you do that and you're behind, you're just not going to catch up.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here at Holt's shot. There, he's shaking there.
He's shaking, and you know, it's tough. It can get to you too if you're not familiar with that feeling. You know, I used to get really bad in some of the feeder matches and stuff, and to the point where I was actually fearing that feeling, and it can just get worse. So you have to learn how to understand that it's gonna come, and you gotta develop a plan to shoot through it.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Because it'll be your enemy if you fear it.
Well, Holt, Tyler gained back 1, so we're at 61-60 in favor of Holt Albertson, excuse me.
Well, that's gotta be a pretty comfortable feeling there.
Yeah.
But anything can happen.
Yeah, look at that handshake.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling it pretty good. That's tough to shoot under when you're feeling like that. It really is. You just
right. If you look at Tyler, he looks so much more comfortable.
That's where a heavy stabilizer setup, you know, and trying to, you know, when I went to see Lanny Basham, he talks about tournament practice. You know, when you get to that point, you got to figure out what's going to work under pressure.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's struggling a little bit there. He'll just have to learn from it and regroup and come back.
I'm sure this is a great experience for him.
Yep.
Just to get the chance, give him a taste of it now. He'll really bear down.
Yeah, they're both, you know, feeling it pretty good. But, you know, when you have a 5-point lead going into, you know, the final match here, it's going to make Tyler be able to relax a little bit.
Yeah. It was an 11.
you'll probably see him coming to this last match and shoot real solid now.
That's what I'm going to imagine.
And they'll both probably relax because Holt will probably realize that, it's probably over now. Somehow archery gets real easy just as soon as you shoot yourself out of it. A terrible feeling, but
that's a good point.
Good thing there's lots of tournaments, right?
I have noticed that. Just like you said, as soon as you mess up, it's like, oh, well. And then all of a sudden, bam, 11, 11, 11.
Yeah. So you just have to realize it's really 100% mental. And George and I was talking a little bit about, Riles were talking in a podcast yesterday with.
Let's take a look at Tyler's shot here. Yeah, he just looks solid. Little shake, but not bad.
Look at that anchor point. He's got that Jesse Broadwater anchor point. I love that, where nothing's contacting, just the nose on the anchor point.
Yeah,
That's, to me, the perfect anchor point. You have no influence of the face.
Right.
Actually, quite a few years ago, we were struggling with some inconsistencies and left tears, and that's what it was caused by, is that face contact. And I just adopted Jesse's anchor point like that, and it worked really well. You see that, how he's got very little contact?
Yeah. He yanked that one after the shot pretty good.
Yeah, it went a little fast on him, I think.
So it's
notice he's relaxed a little bit now. It's real easy to get up there and get overwhelmed and just forget everything.
I can't even imagine. He gave a good confident arrow twirl after that one, so.
It may sound real cliche, but you really have to experience failure before you really appreciate the success and work hard to get there. It's got to mean something to you, right?
Right. Well, Tyler did what he needed to do.
Yep, he finished it
Last
out.
2 arrows.
Well, hopefully he can settle down for the next match. It's going to get harder from here.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But there is some advantage to running through all those competitors. You do start to relax. You do start to realize.
Let's hear Rob.
Okay. You take home 4th place and $350 for your weekend. And you did have a great weekend. Fought like heck to get up here on the stage through all the matches, through the qualification round. You've had one of your best weekends of shooting I think you've ever had, and congratulations for that. Let's give Holt Albertson a hand. First time up to the Lancaster Archery stage. I'm sure we'll see you again next year. Okay, our next competitor, Zachary Harris. Zachary Harris. Zach went in seeded just 16th in the qualification round, but shot his way up in the eliminations. Zach chooses right, and do you want to shoot first or second, Zach? Second. Chooses to shoot second.
All right, we're back here with Zach Harris now coming onto the stage to take on Tyler Heritage. Holt, I apologize for calling you Holt Abernathy. Holt Albertson was our last competitor there. But yeah, so Zach here, he comes from George Riles Archery Learning Center. I mean, they do some serious compound training down there.
George is really good at, especially this indoor venue. He's really good at teaching these kids and, getting them, working a good shot routine. There's a lot of information in archery, where these kids can get from, just starting to very proficient in a short period of time nowadays.
I've seen some of his, George, he actually recreates this as best he can.
Sure.
They turn the lights down, they shoot on the stage, and they have head-to-head matches. Tyler comes out with a center 11.
Zach's a big, strong kid. Yeah. Looks like he's handling the pressure quite well. He's one of them nice type B personalities, real relaxed. Tyler looks like he's still a little bit nervous, but his first arrow looked really good.
That's a long hold for him.
Yep, he nailed it though. He got a 10, so. Look at Zach here. He's shaking a little bit too.
He shook the right way.
Yeah. Yep. You just got to learn to relax and keep long. When you get nervous, what happens is your body starts to collapse. You lose muscular strength and you start to collapse, and your body's first instinct is they want to get rid of that feeling. And you have to learn to slow down when you start to get that feeling.
Gotcha. Took an 11 there, yeah.
I'm not saying I'm the best at it, but I definitely get nervous, and I have to, you know.
I have a feeling they may change Zach's score there. They're going to look at that top arrow.
Uh-huh.
He had one. There she goes.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Yeah, she didn't look at it long.
Yeah, we got to.
Oh, there she goes.
You have a 20. If they're shooting 27s, I mean,
It should be in.
You can go to the out. You can go outside the actual 10 line and still be
Right.
in. So that looks to be in to me. Unless he's running a smaller arrow. I don't know. What is he shooting there?
I couldn't see.
That might be a 23, actually.
Just a shot here from Zach. Nice, comfortable.
Yeah, he doesn't look to be too rattled.
Yeah. So we'll get it. The judge here will determine.
All right, so yeah, Zach got all three of them.
Yep.
Pretty stout for your first round out.
Absolutely. Coming in hot, so putting the pressure on Tyler. We've got a 2-point lead.
Yep.
Zach Harris, 33-31 to Tyler.
Well, some guys react a little different. Some guys get more nervous when they're holding the lead. Some guys tend to perform better when they're behind. So let's see what Tyler's got here. He's not really shaky. He's looks like a settled down. Got that new Hamsky Trinity rest on there. That's really a nice rest they come out with this year.
Yes, that one is a super one. I didn't see if he got it personalized, if his name was on it.
Yeah.
That's something new they added this year.
First one's dead center. They both got 11s. It's got B-Stinger competitive stabilizers on there.
Yep, he does got his name right.
True
there.
ball size. Yeah. You got a 10 there, so he's going to have to tighten up. Hope Zach leaves a little bit open for him. Yeah.
Matching him there, okay.
Yeah. That's frustrating when you can't capitalize on another guy's mistakes, you know. Well, he shot that one real quick and confident.
Yeah.
Like, I got to get this.
Yeah. When he holds long, bad things happen sometimes.
Well, he got 1 point back there, so now we have a 1 point game, you know. I just remember the year I won, you know, there's certain points in the matches that you just tried to get an arrow off first and put the pressure, you know.
All right, let's hear from Ralph.
Do you think that helps you on the competition line under pressure like this?
Yeah, it helps a lot, but I don't really know how to answer this. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, it just keeps me stronger in the shot, and it makes it easier.
Well, we know, Tyler, you're one of the hardest working kids out there at this, from your physical conditioning, your dieting, your training with the bow, your technical abilities, and, no one's going to outwork you. We know that. Zach, looks like you've got a 1 point lead, 64-63. Chooses to shoot second.
That's kind of different there. Some people like to follow and they like to see what they have to do. Me personally, I like to put the pressure on the other guy.
Absolutely.
It's an interesting choice.
11.
Tyler seems to be settling in here and feeling like he's got a shot. We got us a tie ball game.
There it is. Made it back.
Just watch his demeanor. It's completely changed. See that?
Yeah.
See that focus? He's grooving now. You can see that.
He's confident.
Yep. Yeah, you can look for him to just keep that going. The pressure's back on Zach here.
Ooh, he's matching it. Let's see a 33.
Yeah, all that shaking's gone. He's shooting real confident now. See that?
There it is.
It just shows on his target, too. Just bang, bang, bang. Never even hesitated.
Oh, there we go.
Good deal.
Good way to come into a tie.
Now, there's so much good equipment on the market today. I mean, just look at the stuff these guys are shooting, you know. The stuff we grew up with is, you know,
You work, of course, with Bee Stinger and Gold Tip and Zach out there, or Tyler, of course, is running the Bee Stinger stabilizers there.
Yeah, looks like I noticed that Zach was shooting one of the Hamsky Insight peeps. I mean, that thing's a really neat product, you know. Initially, you know, I discovered in 3D, you're getting left and rights, and it's always been one of those things you get left and rights in different lighting with clarifiers. And
let's take a replay of Tyler's shot there. That's one of those. It's his third shot, of course, as you mentioned. He was looking confident. Zach
looked like he was
inside out.
Nerves there, yeah.
So Tyler's hat, he's wearing Team Hornet Power. Of course, that's the name, the Hornets. That's Griv's team at the Archery Learning Center. So he and Zach, I'm sure, are very good friends.
Zach got the pressure on him now. Looks like Tyler's figured out how to get it done now.
Man, Zach.
Looks like we got
they're
a horse
both
race.
pounding.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a shoot-off. Let's see a tiebreaker.
Uh-oh. You never want to leave the door open indoor. There just is so little room for error.
Wow.
Now, Zach's got that 1-point lead going
Good
in here,
shooting.
so he's got to hit this one just to give himself a chance.
It's that long hold.
Yep.
Yep.
Obviously, he started feeling it a little bit. So all we need is a 10 here for the win. So
There
he
it
took
is.
11, took it out. So
Took it
Zach
all the way
Harris
to the end.
Yep. Zach Harris is the winner. Yep. Good deal.
Tyler, that was an awesome run. You back and forth and back and forth. Ty, incredibly exciting. How are you feeling now?
I feel pretty good. I tried my best, and I'm happy with it.
Yep, you put on a heck of a show. Take home third place and $600. Tyler Heritage, you're going to see more of him. Congratulations, Tyler. Zach Harris, congratulations. You get to shoot another match. You hung in there tough. That was incredible. How are you feeling now?
Pretty nervous, but just trying to shoot the bow. So
That's the name of the game. Just shoot your bow. Trust the process. Okay, our number one qualifier, our number one seed was Trevor Silverson. Trevor Silverson. Trevor, do you choose right or left? Left? And first or second? First. Trevor will lead off. Shoot first.
All right, Trevor Silverson coming in there. He's another one of Griv's students. See him shooting with these guys a lot.
Only missed 3 X's in the last match. Now we've got Trevor coming in.
Said he only, we're listening to Chuck here, he said he only missed 3 X's in the last match. Zach did, so Trevor's got his work cut out for him. But
Sure.
So how would you feel coming in at this point? Zach, obviously, he's been up there. He's got to work some nerves out. What do you do if you're Trevor?
Well, you just, like they said, you trust the process. You have to have a process. If you're not concentrating and keeping your conscious mind occupied, it's going to get you in this type of scenario. So, you know, there's just like golfers, they have little things that they key on in their form and just let it happen. Boy, he looks calm, doesn't he?
He does look pretty good.
Well, he's got a little bit shake to him.
11.
But not as much as the other two when they started, you know.
Right. Let's see what Zach, if he can keep it rolling.
Yeah, very good. Zach looks to be calmed down a little bit. Yeah, they're trembling a little bit.
Yeah.
It's funny to watch some of the guys over the careers that you just never see that in them at all, like Jesse or Mike Slosser. We were at Neems last week, and it's the first time I ever seen a couple of those guys shake, and I was like, whoa, they're human.
Yeah, sometimes Mike does not look human at all. He's our number one qualifier, Open Pro, of course, so we'll see him later today. Trevor with a 32 working there.
Yeah, that's a good start for him, I think.
Yeah.
But obviously Zach looks like he's
33.
regained his composure, and he's
That's
not
all you
gonna
can
let
do.
up.
Okay, Trevor, let's get to know you a little bit. Where are you from and how old are you? Very nice. Let's give Trevor a hand. From Michigan. Trevor is running with an elite, which model is that? That's the Echelon? Very good. And a CBE sight? Is that, what scope is that?
Not entirely sure. It's just the bigger.
Okay, it's a CBE. Yeah, CBE with a large dot in it. Trophy taker rest, running bee stinger bars. And what release?
True Ball HT.
Very good, true ball release. Okay, very well done. Welcome to the Lancaster Archery stage. Looks like we've got a
No, they said.
Going to take a look here at Trevor's shot. Found the X. Trembling or not, he got it
He's
in
got
there.
that flat expression on his face. Like
Yeah.
it's the typical great indoor shooter expression. But a lot of good shooters coming out of Michigan, where he's from. There's a good archery community up there.
Absolutely. Bees, Chris and Emily B. They're from Michigan. Yeah, there's.
They got a lot of winter, so they turned to 10 out a bunch of good indoor shooters, right?
That's all they got to do up there.
And he drained that one. Solid.
Good shot.
Zach looks pretty strong here now. Zach looks like he's got it going on.
Yeah, look
now.
at that hole he's got working. He's almost up to fletchings on that.
Yeah. He's a big kid, man.
A lot of power.
Kinetic energy. He looks like he's shooting through his nerves really well.
Yeah. He's taking it.
Zach
Probably trained it out.
Zach looks like he shed all his. He's not nervous at all now.
No, he's just, that same hole on both of his shots.
Yep. Yeah, we just watch his elbow. That's the first thing you look at a guy. You can tell if he's nervous is his elbow. And you can tell he just tremble a little bit. That'll be the first place you see it.
He gave that one a little English.
Hey, but he
Twisted
got
it in there.
English is a part of indoor archery.
For sure.
I know that better than anybody. Well, that was a very, very solid round.
Yeah,
by
for
both
sure.
of them. Zach seems to be really
Well,
lost his nerves.
Yeah, his shots are coming fast now, so he's getting on there and he's making his shot.
Yeah, you can kind of see the confidence in his face.
Sure.
That's exactly it. It's what you want out of your equipment. Make it land in the middle.
Zachary, you got the best arrow twirl in the business, bud. You and Tyler both, you guys were up there with a couple of gunfire.
All right, so we are in the practice range here, taking a look at the next competitors for the men's open division. Now, Tim, this is our biggest division. There was over 300 and some shooters in men's open. So
The guy we're looking at here, I think it's Jason Goykin. He won the indoor nationals last year, I believe, in men's open.
if you win that one, that's a big win because you beat a lot of good archers.
Yeah, there's a lot of good archers in here. Several of my guys, I think, I run the staff at Gold Tip. I think the top 4 guys are all shooters that I have. So
Is that right? Well,
we should have a good battle there.
That's going to be a good one for sure. But back to this one first. We got a tight match, 1 point lead for Zachary Harris, who's perfect so far, 33-33.
Yeah, this kid's handling the pressure really good. This first time I've seen a lot of these guys shoot, really.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of all the new guys coming into the sport.
There's a big bunch of young kids that are real good.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Zach's rattled it all now. He could clean this thing all the way out.
I'd like to see that. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be. Tough thing to do.
Trevor Holden. You got it. Inside out on that one. Let's see how fast Zach shoots this one. Yeah.
He's just super confident right now. He's just,
His release hand's
if
coming
I had
back
to put
nice.
my money on anybody, it'd probably be Zach right now. But he's still trembling a little bit. But he seems to be working right through it. He's got, you see, you look at his face and his eyes. His focus is just like laser beam focus.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's working on it for sure. That's that same hole.
Yeah, he's just flowing now. So once a guy gets that flow going, it's just like it's easy. This game is not it's not difficult. You know,
Right.
just how to allow yourself to be successful.
I mean, anybody who's shooting target archery, no matter what level, you get to that spot where it's just, oh, that was a bullseye, bullseye, bullseye. Everybody feels it. It's just, you got to get it to happen at the right time. Here on the big stage.
Yeah, George does a good job of teaching these guys to develop a really consistent shot and learn to trust it, you know. And, it's real easy to get in the mode of trying not to miss instead of trying to hit something and you lose your focus. And I know that's always been a little bit of an issue of mine indoors. And it's so overwhelming to know that if I miss one, I'm at risk.
Yeah.
You know, even worse in a couple of weeks at Vegas, you miss one, you're out.
You're out.
Yeah.
That's painful.
And it's mentally it's just taxing.
So Zach, 1 point lead, 99-98. He is perfect in this match.
That's
I mean,
pretty impressive.
there's nothing more you can do.
Yeah, we won't see that a lot today.
This is shooting good enough. I mean, they could shoot with the pros shooting like this.
No problem at all. You'll see that out of the next crew, too.
Ooh, I think he got it.
Oh, yeah, that's solid.
That should be in.
Looks to me he's shooting. Look, is he shooting 23s?
I think he might be.
Boy, Trevor's solid.
Yeah.
Trevor is solid.
23, of course, being 23/64
I
diameter.
think this is the guy that training with Bob Eiler, you know, and that crew up in that. There's a really good bunch of shooters up in that area.
Yeah, yeah.
And just like the guys in Montana, you see a bunch of good shooters coming out of there because they're, you know, competing against each other all the time.
Right. There it is.
That's awesome. I mean, when a guy can shoot through the nerves, he's obviously feeling. I mean, you can see him shaking a little bit. He's firing right through it.
You can overcome it.
An absolute perfect round. I mean, what can you say? You know, there's times, you know, Trevor, you shot awesome, man. You missed 1 point.
1x.
1x. You just have to shake the guy's hand. He beat you.
Yeah, right.
You know, all you can ask for is that you don't beat yourself, you know.
Yeah.
And in this case, you know, you just have to shake the hand of the guy that just, you know,
shot a perfect score.
That's pretty impressive.
She's taking a look at that one.
Oh, I don't know how that could possibly be out.
Man, if it's out, we're looking at a tiebreaker.
I don't think, if it's a 23, you can see line on the, you know, it's inside out. It has to be it. I mean, I would.
She's
of course,
looking
I'm
at
not
both sides now. Yeah.
I'm not the judge, but
boy, that's close.
I don't know how that could possibly be out.
It even looks like the line's creased.
Yeah.
But she wants to make sure, so she's going to look at it.
I've seen crazier things happen.
So I see they're calling back now. So, oh,
she called it out.
Wait. Oh, it is a tie. She did take it away from him.
For a score. If it's still tied, we'll shoot a second arrow, which will also be scored for score. If that's still tied, we'll shoot a third arrow, which will be measured closest to the center. One arrow at a time. You have choice first or second. You'll shoot second. You will shoot first. So you have one arrow, and then we'll hold.
Thank you, Frank Everin. Let's give it up for Frank Everin.
So they did take that point away from Zach, and we got a tie match shoot-off.
I guess she had the magnifying glass.
So how do you feel now, Zach? You're thinking you won it, and now you're shooting again.
Well, I mean, that's the game. It's a game of hairs, you know, sometimes.
That's crazy.
You just got to keep persevering and hoping, just like, you know, Benton Christensen won.
Yeah, exactly. Shot his way through the field.
Yep. Capitalized on Keith's 9 on the last arrow. That one's just dead.
Wow.
Center.
That's
you know, I would say, you know, the pressure's on Zach here. He thought he had it, and then now he's got to re-earn it.
Just needs an 11.
He's looking pretty solid, though. He was pretty solid there.
He got it. We're going to go to a second arrow. Here's the judge, just to make it official. Yep, she calls it a tie.
Trevor, he couldn't wait to get started on that second arrow. Like he seemed like he's just all business.
He's just running through an end.
It's like
Yeah, I got 3 arrows. Let's shoot
He
him.
got a new lease on life there, and he's like, I'm doing this.
Great shooting from these young guys.
That's pretty amazing.
This is 11 to 17 bracket. These kids both look like they're probably at the top of that bracket.
Sure.
Made it.
Yeah. I think we're going to have a one arrow shoot off here.
Let's see what Zach can do. 11 move on.
It's pretty solid.
Oh, just high.
No. That's a match. So you see how
Trevor
things can change like in a split second.
Trevor takes it in the tiebreaker.
Zach, you were nearly perfect the whole way through there, man. You had a heck of a run. You take home second place, $1,000 for your weekend. Congratulations. What are your thoughts now?
It's going to be a long car ride home.
Come on. How many people would love to have been able to be up on this stage and have the opportunity to shoot against Trevor and take home $1,000 in a second place? You were nearly perfect right up to the end. You got to remember all the good shots, man. You killed it. You put on a heck of a show. Congratulations. Let's hear it for him. Zachary Harris. I'm sure we'll see you again. Congratulations. Okay, our first place champion, $2,000 for the weekend. Congratulations, Trevor Silverson. Great shooting, awesome show. Will you be out in Vegas? What are your plans for the rest of the year?
I do plan to shoot Vegas for the first time this year, so I'm very excited for that. I'm also excited just to be back here next year. You do a great job at this shoot every year. I love this type of stuff. Like I said, I love shooting the spots and head-to-head competitions, and the fact that you've made this national and well-recognized thing, it's a great opportunity, and I have a great time, and I just wanted to say thank you, man.
Oh, thank you so much. Let's hear it for Trevor. Congratulations.
So Trevor Silverson is the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic Youth Male Open Champion. In a shoot-off, we're seeing some of the replays. Tim, we thank you for sitting in. Appreciate your expertise. We're going to take a commercial break here. We're going to come right back with the Male Open Division Finals.
Vince Lombardi once said, winning is not a sometime thing. It's an all-time thing. You don't do things right once in a while. You do them right all the time. Winning is a habit. Unfortunately, so is losing. I've learned in my career I'm only as good as the tools I use.
12 for Levi Morgan.
One chance, one moment, one shot.
We don't build these bows to be different. We build them to be better. We're the outsiders, the mavericks, the fearless. We forge our own path. We're not chasing anyone, but we know what they're running from. It's an obsession, and the obsessed never rest.
The 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic 16th edition continues. Let's get to Rob Koffel.
For the Men's Open Championship, we've got our 8 versus 7 shoot up. The way this works, the number 8 qualifier will shoot against 7. The winner of that will shoot against 6, and so on the whole way up to number 1. That's for our 2 largest divisions, Men's Open and Men's Open Pro. Our first 2 qualifiers are Tim Hanley and Blake Ballo. Step on up, and let's give these guys a hand.
All right, welcome everybody to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Daniel Morgan, who shoots in this class. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us a little bit about your background in archery.
I'm primarily a 3D shooter. I decided this year to come try out these spots because I was told it makes you a better archer all around. So we made the trip up. I had a great time. This is a wonderful experience.
Where are you from?
I'm from right outside of Athens, Georgia.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know. I thought yours was more of a New England accent. All right, so here we go. We're going to start this off. And you heard Rob Koffel talk about the format of the shoot-up. The 8th qualifier shoots against the 7th. And then as you keep winning, you keep advancing on through the brackets. We'll have 4 shooting ends, scoring 3 arrows each. The very inside circle is an 11, as you can hear. And then that second ring is going to be a 10, and then 9, 8, 7, and 6 in the blue. Cumulative scoring. The person with the highest score at the end of these 4 ends will advance to the next level of the ladder.
Yeah, it's a wonderful format, the way they shoot up like this. And these guys are pounding right now. And a little bobble right there.
Mm-hmm. And this is the amateur class, so no professional archers in this category. These are people just like you and I who enjoy shooting, want to come out and compete. Absolutely stacked class.
Yeah, there's great shooters all the way through this class. We had 321 competitors this weekend, and the scores were just phenomenal.
Good shot. So if you're joining us for the first time, this tournament is an indoor tournament. I'm Greg, and that's Daniel. And this is 18 meters. So when they're standing on the platforms, which, by the way, usually doesn't happen. Normally, we're shoulder to shoulder. We're on a floor, concrete floor, and we're just shooting hundreds at a time. Pressure cooker right here, and you're shooting 18 meters down to that 40-centimeter target face, what we call a vertical face.
Right.
I know you haven't been in this situation before, but just looking out at the way that this is lit, the crowd and everything else, what do you think? You know, you talk a lot about mental game. We've talked about that mental game in archery. What do you think it does to the mental game of these amateur archers that may be coming up on the stage for the first time?
Well, I got lucky. I got to shoot Buckmasters last year and actually made it into the final shoot. Similar lighting, similar situation is just crazy. I mean, you literally get to shaking and, you know, on those first couple shots. So having Tim bobble on that one shot is not outside of the norm.
And the good thing about this format, too, is with the 11s, is that even if you drop a point, so can your competitor. So you have a chance to kind of claw your way back into it in a way, even, you know, in this compound. I mean, we saw it in recurve for sure, but unless Blake just keeps pounding the way he is.
Yeah, well, you know, Blake's out of Michigan. He qualified great. He's made the final 16 here twice in the past, so he knows what he's up to.
And that shot, Tim threw his bow, gave it a lot of English there. He didn't think that, you usually see that. The dot wasn't quite in the middle when the shot broke, and you're trying to will it in
yeah,
there.
he was trying to give it a little onion, as some folks in the archery world say.
Exactly. So for Blake, for Tim. So for Blake Ballou, qualified at a 126. He had 7 111s in qualifying, or in between qualifying and elimination matches.
Oh, he blew that one out the side. You saw his riser twist in his hand on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Tim had a chance to make up the points that he lost in the first end, and the pressure got him.
He knows. He held a long time, too.
Yeah,
And
look at the smile on his face. He knows what just happened.
And this is one thing, say, compared to like a World Archery event. World Archery's clock has 20 seconds. When you have that extra 10 seconds, we saw it in a recurve match where you do, if you understand the clock and can manage it, which of course, how many times you're doing that at home, but if you are holding too long and you have a chance to let down, it's advised.
It is very advised.
Yeah. In an earlier match, we saw Williams, who ended up winning the men's recurve. Jack Williams let down in one of his ends and then drew back, and with a couple seconds on the clock, drilled an 11.
Right.
So, you know, how many times have you done that where you know your shot's not getting ready to break and you let down and then you actually shot a good shot versus letting down and then shooting a bad shot?
Well, if you try to force through it, you're going to shoot a bad shot.
Exactly. So you kind of guarantee.
You got to
right?
let down.
64 for Blake Ballou. 62 for Tim Hanley. Blake leads off. Oof. That one a little wide, so there's an opportunity to close the gap for Hanley.
There he is.
That's how you do it. I like Hanley, too. It looks like he actually pressed his shirt before he got here. He was looking sharp.
Yeah, well, you saw that after that first time that he didn't close the door, he actually laughed about it.
Mm-hmm.
He had the mental composure to come back and know that if the door got open again, he was going to close it.
Yeah, and he did. Same spot. So now's the opportunity to grab a couple points in the lead for Hanley.
That's a big turn. Three nines. I was not expecting that after that first end.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he was lucky to catch that 10 line as well. All right, so it could have been a larger point swing than we thought. Or could have been a larger point swing, but it ends up, at the moment, looks like 2 points. Judges are going to head to the bail, take a closer look. If they're obvious, they just breeze right through. So no looking there.
I mean, that's a 4-point swing from the end of the last end. Because Blake had the lead by 2. Now Tim has the lead by 2. So,
yeah, sometimes in archery, if you're looking at that score, 31, 31, 32 versus that 33, yay, and then down to 29. Slow and steady can win the race. Last year in this class, let's take a look at the replay, though. Tell me what you're seeing right here.
all right, he's good and steady and not a lot of movement in his scope. And it looked like a pretty good follow-through.
So last year in this class, a 3D shooter, Junior Sizemore, who now shoots in the Open Pro class, qualified 7th and shot his way all the way into the finals.
Right.
Shot something close to 80 arrows. It was really close to 80 arrows. As a 3D shooter yourself, do you oftentimes get to, do you shoot a volume arrows, or do you usually shoot, 30, 40 a day kind of thing?
On a good practice day, I'm trying to shoot 100 a day.
You are, okay. Final end to secure 7th spot in the shoot-up.
Nice and steady.
Oof. Only 1 point separates. Here's a chance to tie it up. Crowd knows it.
That's a stout shot.
Wow.
Followed it up.
That was big. at the shake. Look at the handshake.
Yeah.
He knows the pressure's on.
And it got
He
him.
dropped it. It got him. Wow, so it looks like Hanley really dealt with the pressure.
Yeah, him being able to laugh off shooting that 9 right after Blake shot that 9 definitely changed his game.
And again, it's that slow and steady, right? 31, 31, 32, 31, the ability to just pound that out. And there was a change, as you saw, from Blake's score. Initially, we thought it was a 28.
Right, yeah, so it ended up being a 1 point.
Yeah.
Excellent. Congratulations. Blake?
Blake, you've had a heck of a run. You end up with 8th place and $300 for your 8th place finish. You earned the right to be here. I'm sure we're going to see you again. Will you be here next year?
Yeah, I'll be here next year, a little more prepared.
All right, you going to practice some of this up on a little. Does this platform make a difference?
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference. I've been in quite a bit of shoot-off situations, but nothing like this. Completely different game.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed the experience. Congratulations. Blake Bellow, give him a hand.
So congratulations to Blake on his 8th place finish. Tim Hanley, who was our 8th place qualifier coming into this shoot-up, will advance, and he's guaranteed himself at least 7th place.
Right.
But can he pull a Junior Sizemore and start to march his way through this shoot-up ladder?
Well, he got a lot more comfortable after the second end. I'm sure he's conditioned to shoot all the way up. I know, like you said, it is about 80 arrows. It's doable. You was asking me a while ago. I try to shoot about 100 arrows a day, but I spread it out throughout the day because when we're shooting ASA, you shoot in the morning, you shoot in the afternoon, you shoot in the evening.
Oh, right, yeah.
So you always play with the lighting because the lighting can change your sight.
So we have a new competitor that's come up on stage.
Yeah, we got Caleb Eby here. He's out of Sunbury, Pennsylvania. Been shooting for 7 years old, for 7 years now, sorry. He's mainly a 3D shooter. He shoots semi-pro in the IBO class.
Well, there you go.
In the IBO shoots.
So Caleb, welcome to the big stage. Caleb is our 6th place qualifier. Got here by shooting a total arrow value of 1,027 points, 70 X's over the course of the weekend. We had 60 opportunities on Friday to shoot 11s.
And he shot a 639 on that day.
639 out of 660. That's a score.
That's
a good score.
Putting them down range.
You and I both would have been happy with that score.
That's putting them down range.
Yes, it is. So Tim Hanley, I like Caleb's strategy. Moved him off his spot, moved him over to the other platform. He's going to lead us off. Can't start any better than that.
That's a great way to start.
Seasoned veteran, Tim Hanley now.
He's holding real steady right now.
Oh, Hanley's got a fan club here. Heard the roar of the crowd there after he drained that one.
A little bit of wobble in the riser right there.
He's fighting too.
Yep.
He was fighting.
And that's what it cost him. But he was looking at the clock too, and he was down on time.
Yeah.
Because the horn blew right after he let that shot go.
It's a different way to shoot, and it's hard to simulate this at home as well. As soon as that arrow impacts the target, your clock starts.
Right.
And so you've got to be prepared, have that arrow loaded, and get after it.
Well, like I said, you get 30 seconds here compared to world events where you only get 20.
He is fighting it, though, right now. Good shot.
He fought through that one the right way, though.
And you know what? Daniel, that might be his shot process. He might be a 15-second shooter, where he draws back, or 20-second shooter.
Nobody does it like Chance does, though.
Chance Bobef is who Daniel Morgan's referring to, my commentating partner for this one. For the moment, looks like we're starting off 32-31.
And then, or hit an 11 on your last arrow. How does that help you going into the next end?
Just going to try and make strong shots, I guess. I don't know that a 9 helps anytime, but finishing strong is always important.
Right. Well, picking up that 11 keeps you in the match. Tell us, what have you got here? This is the Echelon?
Echelon 37, running a Shrewd site, Shrewd Optum housing, Excel, the new Excel site, and Shrewd bars, winner's choice strings.
What rest is that?
It is a Shrewd Remedy.
Nice. And what release are you running?
Scott Longhorn, brass.
And gold tip arrows?
Gold tip arrows.
Excellent. Well, good luck going into the next end of the match here.
All right, so that was a little word from Caleb Eby as we head into the second of 4 ends. What we're looking at here is, so 8th place has been decided moments ago. Blake Ballou was our 7th place qualifier, so this archer right here is trying to climb his way up to the ladder to get into that top 3, give himself a chance to win it all. He's pounding. Because, Daniel, we just don't know. I mean, even in heading into qualifying, you don't know if maybe someone had just a little bit of a bobble, a little bit of a problem that they got sorted through or had a bad half on one end. Because we do shoot basically, 2 30-round ends.
Back to back.
Back to back.
And that's going to be a 10.
That's a close call. The judge, look at that.
There's no question about that one. He's staying all the way in the... So Tim is from New Jersey, typically a NFAA field shooter. He actually qualified for this event in the year of Snowmageddon.
Is that right?
And
Oh,
got
he did, yeah.
snowed out.
Yeah, got snowed out, sure. Yeah,
So he should have been on the stage once before. I think he might have had some 11s saved up from the chance he didn't get to shoot it.
I guess so. That's the other weird thing about being on the platform. Eby, good shot. We're going to have to see about that top one. Weird thing about being on the platform is, normally when you're shooting a qualification round, you turn around, you put your bow, you hang it up, or you put it down somewhere else, is kind of finding some room for your bow if you want to set it down. I got to shoot here all day on Thursday. So.
Yeah. With as fast as you're shooting and the rounds, the ends change over, just hold on to it. You're okay. Yeah. All right, the replay here. I mean, Tim is holding steady. I mean, he didn't even blink when it went off.
Yeah. He's also, you can tell as a hinge shooter, he really pulls strong through that shot, doesn't he? He gets a lot of momentum through that shot. You can tell exactly what force is being put into that bow. Yeah, there's a long, long look at one of the arrows on Hanley's target. We'll see if the score changes at all. Currently, Hanley is leading by 2 on our scoreboard, upper left-hand part of your screen. So it's 65-63. So it looks like that score is going to hold. Men's Open shoot-up final. Guaranteed 7th place in this one.
Looks like he's holding a little bit better on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Got rewarded by it, too.
Yes, sure did. Now it's only 1 point. The difference between Hanley and Evie. He holds a steady bow, doesn't he?
Yes, he's holding very steady right now.
His holding arm looks rock solid, and that bubble, we could see a little bit of that bubble in there, was just hanging tight, right in the middle.
Like I said, his follow-through, especially on his release arm, is pulling hard.
I don't think Evie thought that was going in the middle.
I don't think so either. Yeah, you're talking about his hold. There's no very minimal movement in his stabilizer front right there that you could see.
So Tim Hanley will clock in at 32. Okay. So Caleb Eby
should close the score by 1.
Yep. We'll have the judges take a look. We can see from our vantage point, different from what you're seeing on the screen. The judge is going to just go quick. Nope, they're taking a look at that top target. Just top part of your screen. There's the look. Magnifying glass. If you're new to archery, joining us for the first time, or you're not really sure about how we score these arrows, if your arrow touches whatever line it's touching, it gets the higher value. And you can see that in that target, upper target, there was a hole there. So the judge has to literally draw an imaginary line and, and visualize it and say yes or no if you can't clearly see the line. Good replay, you can see that Caleb likes to use that patch. Don't know if sometimes it's for distraction, sometimes it's to dominant
It's for
eye.
dominant eye.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah. Most of the shooters that I've worked with and worked around use that patch for dominance.
Mm-hmm. So they actually tied 32-32, so the lead remains 2 for Tim Hanley.
He's back to pounding. You were talking about being slow and steady a while ago. Well, it's hard to be slow and steady when your opponent's shooting the same score you are.
No kidding. Got it. He got it.
Again, he didn't look happy with it, and it scores. He's looking very impressive right now.
They are not making it easy for themselves, that's for sure.
Well, the good thing about shooting first in this kind of competition is you send a good shot down range. Puts a little bit of pressure on your opponent to do the exact same thing.
And this is it. No chance here in terms of how many points are left and what he can score, but you want to walk away as strong as possible. Yep.
That was, even if he punches an 11, Tim gets the win.
Yep. Let's go to the floor for
Really
comments.
dropped
Chuck
a couple
Coley,
the
take it
entire
away.
match. Congratulations, you're going to finish in 7th place. A check for $375. Thanks very much for coming down. Are you going to come back and shoot the Lancaster Classic again?
Absolutely.
Any messages for somebody back home watching?
This is a lot of pressure up here, and you guys run a great tournament. This is one for if you want to take part in a good, well-ran shoot. This is the one to come to.
Well, thanks a lot, man. We really appreciate you coming down. Great shooting today. Tim? Looks like you're going to be moving on. We have somebody coming in now. Who's next, Rob?
Brandon Walmer. Brandon,
Rob's voice just failed. Brandon Walmer, Brendan Wolmer qualified 18th, made it all the way through the eliminations, made it into the 5th seed. You're the incoming archer. Do you want to shoot the left stage or the right stage? Right stage. Tim, you're going to jump off to the other side. Larry.
So Daniel moved him off his spot again.
Yeah.
It's the proper thing to do in competition, isn't it? You don't want to leave. You don't want to leave the 8th place qualifier comfortable as he's marching up the ladder.
I agree, but he's already shot both sides.
Yeah.
And he's got a strong shot right now. I don't think that's going to throw him off his game. Brendan's going to have to come in and start punching. Brendan gets to shoot first. He's been shooting competitively for 2 years. He's typically an ASA shooter as well. Shoots in the known 50 class.
This is the greatest thing about tournaments like this time of year. It brings your target spot shooters in with your 3D shooters, your field shooters, and you really get to test your skill against the entire field.
That's a strong shot.
Yeah, in the middle, but just a little too hot. Taking a look to see if he's grabbing any clicks.
No, not yet.
Yeah, the pride of the Garden State keeps pounding these 11s out.
And he's holding good and steady right now, too.
Looks
I'm not seeing any
confident, too,
nerves.
doesn't? Brendan looks really confident. He just has that steely look on his face like,
here I come, big boy.
Yeah, get in the 11 ring.
Just one right after another.
Yeah, he caught it.
He's got it.
He caught it.
Well, that does put the pressure on a little bit. If he wants to take a lead, he's got to hit that 11 right here. And he did it.
Here's the thing about Hanley that's really interesting to me. I bet if we showed close-up shots of his face for the, what was he shot, 24, 5, 6, 27 arrows, his process is very similar. Even the facial movements that he has, as he gets back to draw, it's like he kind of, he moves his face around a little bit, and then you can tell the moment when he settles into his shot. And Daniel, talk about the repetitive nature and how important it is to have repetition in archery.
Repetition in archery is absolutely everything. We teach it to all the kids, and it doesn't matter what sport it is or what we're doing. We teach repetition in every sport out there, and it only takes doing something about 100 times, and muscle memory kicks in. So you don't practice to perfect. You practice perfect to ensure that you're going to stay the right way, and let that muscle memory remember what the perfect process was. Once you find what works for you, because everybody in archery is different, and he is doing a little bit of of face contortion a little bit, but as soon as that knot above his peak or right below his peak hits his nose, you'll see him settle in, and he's just rock steady. Good letdown because his arrow fell off his wrist.
Yeah, some people just
might just finger it up there,
but if that's not his process.
So, and as soon as that knot hits his nose, he settles in. That's going to be
a line
close.
call.
They're going to put a magnifying glass on that one.
And you see 27 arrows, 26s, people shooting 25s down to 23s. So that diameter can make a difference. That's an 11. Yeah, and we know he's shooting that PS 27, so we know that he's shooting 27s.
Right. There's no doubt about that one, though.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, Daniel, it's not just about a bigger arrow cutting a line. It is about how it's flying out of the bow, right?
Right. So he's shooting the 27s. For me, 27s didn't fly quite as good, so I was shooting the 26s this weekend. ASAs, I shoot 23s.
Yeah, okay.
Because they fly better for me over longer distances. The 26s fly great in here, but not at 50 yards.
Gotcha. Hanley just, that's about as shaky as we
that
saw
was,
him.
That was the longest hold he's had.
Mm-hmm. That's the first really big mistake we've seen from Tim. And not
And he didn't
horrible
get hurt
damage,
that bad.
though.
Yeah, he didn't get hurt that bad. Because
Yeah.
they both have one that the judge is going to have to take a close look at.
So judge is heading to the bail. It'll take some time.
Still plenty of time. Nobody's out of the match. Great job, you guys. So far.
That second arrow for Brendan. This is that shot
This is that
we were
last
talking
shot.
about.
You see him move his face a little bit on that one as well, in the middle of the shot.
Yep.
He knew he was holding too long.
Hashtag archery, man. Hashtag archery. So scores have been adjusted. So we're all tied up. 64 piece. Brendan Wolmer coming in 32-32. Tim Hanley 33-31. We're at 64.
Now, like in the first match of the day, Tim didn't laugh this one off.
Good point. That's a good point.
Let's see how he bounces back.
Yeah, when you're 8th place shooting for 7th, it's like, Now he's climbing the ladder. Things start to change a little bit.
Right.
Money's going up. Recognition's going up. There's a lot at stake here in this amateur class.
Okay, let's see how he responds.
Yeah, Tim's going to like to see that. It's good.
And you could see, what we were talking about when he shot that 9, his face made a, change right before he released the arrow. On that one, he was back to his normal shot.
Ooh, that's going to be crept out just a smidge.
Yeah, that's going to have to get looked at as well.
Tim settles into his anchor, just like Daniel was talking about.
A little tall.
Yeah. That looked good. That crisp and clean, the bow coming off his hand, that looked great.
And that was one of his quicker shots from the time he anchored till it went off.
Yeah. Tim is really easy to read when he's putting it in the middle.
Yeah.
Nice strong shot. I was watching Tim there on those first arrows. The first one broke, gave that nice confident twirl. Really felt like it was a great shot. Followed through.
Yeah, I just set up as strong as I could and just kept pulling.
Looks like it paid off there. We're going to have a couple of calls there to see how this is going to flesh out after the third end. Brennan, how you feeling?
I'm better now.
That last shot looked real confident, real strong.
Yeah, that's my best shot so far.
Best shot of the day. It was a good time to have it. Good time to have it. 3 arrows left in the match. Tentatively tied right now. We're waiting for the official call from downrange.
So Brendan mentioned the shot of the day. We could see it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everybody has a different shot sequence.
Score change.
Yeah.
Brendan lost the point. Not lost the point, but just officially the point settles in at 31-32.
Yeah, so Brendan said that last shot was his best shot of the day. And he was probably trying to hold his pan ultra middle and holding a little bit too long for his normal shot sequence.
Yeah.
He started to settle down a little bit, and you could tell that last shot was a little bit faster, and it hit extra middle.
And it's all part of this process here in Men's Open. That maturation process of learning how to shoot on this center stage. This guy just keeps pounding them away. Trying to close off his 3rd match in a row to continue to advance in the shoot-ups.
Yep, see another quick shot, and he's not going to go down lightly.
That's for a 27. That's pretty close.
Yeah, if it's inside the 10 line,
it's good.
It should catch the 11, maybe the 27. That's ultra
see,
middle.
Brendan's got it figured out now.
Yeah.
That was a steady stabilizer, was it not? That was an incredible shot
that was a beautiful
by our
shot.
crew here at the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic.
Yeah.
Okay. Critical call.
Yeah,
We're all tied up.
If that stays at 10, we're going into the first shoot down for the men's open class of the day.
That's going to be a close call. Thank you, officials. Get a solid look at that. You can see you down there with the light and magnifying now.
It's hard to tell from where we're sitting.
It is. And when you have a stage like this as well, you have shadows all over the place. And the crew here has done a fantastic job of lighting it the proper way. They didn't want to cast shadows straight up and down because some arch, especially on the recurve, it can affect them. So they sent those shadows off to the left for the left target, off to the right for the right target, and they've done a great job. But it looks like Tim's declared the winner.
He got the
Wow.
33 out of it.
In sixth place, $475. How many times have you been up on the stage here at the Classic?
First time.
First time?
Last year was my first time here.
So second visit, you've done incredible. Thanks for coming. Are you coming back next year?
Yep, for sure.
Excellent. Thanks for coming down to the Classic.
Congratulations.
Tim, you'll be the winner here. So step off the stage. Rob, who's coming up next?
Our next competitor is Brady Heppen. Brady Heppen. Come on down. Brady, congratulations. Would you like to shoot left or right? And first or second? Very good. Brady chooses left, shooting first.
All right, we got Brady Hempen coming in. He's decided to shoot first. He's out of Paducah, Kentucky. He's another 3D shooter coming in to play in the spots world. He actually won Shooter of the Year in the known 50 class at ASA last year. This is his second year here, first time he's ever qualified.
All right, so we'll see what he brings to this indoor tournament here. We know he qualified high up there. Hempen with a 1,035 total score, shooting 76 11s over the course of the weekend.
These guys keep coming in and throwing 10s on that first shot with Tim shooting the way he is. He may close the door on everybody.
And how many has he won by a single point? And so that really is the shot that determines the match.
And that's what got Brendan as well.
Ooh.
He's a touch low, and he just grabbed a couple clicks.
He did, okay.
That'll be close
Touch,
as well.
Yeah. Rob Koffel might have a better view of it than we did.
And he's still on the low edge.
Tim hasn't shot a lot of 9s.
No. That's right. One of the things that I did notice here, like you were talking about the lighting here.
Yeah.
Lancaster has done a great job of setting up the practice range in the back for these competitors to emulate exactly the lighting that'll be out here. So they're doing great with that. So these guys are seeing the same lighting.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like they're in a great big lit up room like we did for qualification.
Yeah, good
and then
point.
coming in here to, spotlights.
Yeah. What are you seeing here, Daniel?
Well, he had just put his arrow back up on his wrist with his finger, and that'll throw your shot sequence off a little bit sometimes. But other than that, he's holding pretty well. He may just need to grab a couple more clicks.
And sometimes, if this is a new experience for you, it can take an end to settle down, not just an arrow.
Right.
So 17 years old too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I know him from the ASAs, and I mean, he's a flat shooter. He loves doing this stuff.
Yeah. You don't get shooter of the year for nothing.
Well, not in that class.
No way. That's a stud right there.
And it ended up being 32-30, so that one for Tim got called a 10 instead of an 11.
Okay.
Tim gets a chance to put the pressure back on. A little bobble right there.
He recovered nicely.
Recovered well.
And you know what? That's the problem with bobbling sometimes, because sometimes you actually do make it.
Oh, he shot that one awful quick.
Really quick, right? Yeah. You'll want that one back.
He didn't look very happy with that one, but
and watching him shoot as much as he has now, over 36 arrows, it's kind of his deal. Good, there you go.
He's nice and steady.
Yeah. Someone call a plumber. He just clogged a drain. That was a good shot. Looks like he got that.
Yeah, that's going to be there.
That hole's a little deceiving, that first one, so it looks like he got it in there.
That 9's going to hurt, though.
Yeah, I can't tell you, let's go to Rob real quick at the halfway point of this one.
Down a little bit, but they can come back any second. From arrow to arrow, you never know.
Well, you're looking good. You're looking good. You trust in your process, and you're just, you're in a nice rhythm.
I feel a little bad for him because everybody else has a coach coming in here. So we need everybody in the room because he's by himself. He needs your support. When these guys are draining 11s, get them up there. Start cheering. Get behind these guys. This is really exciting to watch.
Okay, it looks like we've got a 65-61 match.
65-61 at the halfway point. Tim Hanley leading the way. If for some reason you're joining us in the middle of this thing, Tim Hanley was your 8th place qualifier and has shot his way all the way up to where we are right now. And he is trying to keep the fire stoked and keep pounding those 11s.
Yeah, I'm starting out with a 32-33 and getting as comfortable as he is right now. Having a 4-point lead is awful nice.
You and I shoot in this class, and we just know how impressive the shooting is right now.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are,
again,
the way they're shooting right now.
Quick shot for Brady.
You know, the way they're shooting right now compared to some of the best in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And not just amateurs.
Yeah.
It's still a strong shot.
Let's see if Brady makes him pay for that one. He does.
Brady brought the point back.
Mm-hmm. Still 4.
Brendan. Oh. Yeah, it's Brendan. No, sorry, Brady. Him.
Brady, yeah, Brady.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You just didn't cross that name out on your piece of paper. Beautiful.
Sorry, Brady.
He's really stroking that bottom target like all the matches that we've seen from Tim.
Yeah, his issues. I didn't see what happened in the shot there.
You know what it seems to me? And I haven't seen Brady shoot, but it just seems like Brady's not in his rhythm at the moment. You know, like earlier he was shooting a little bit longer, now he's shooting a little bit rushed. But it might be his rhythm and he's trying to find it. But that's the problem with, only having 4 ends to be able to find your rhythm. It's one thing when you're shooting 60 arrows.
Right.
You can have a bad end or two and kind of get into your groove. So.
What do you recommend for those at home that are trying to train to become elite archers, whether with compound or recurve or barebow, it doesn't matter. The nerves are the same. What do you use and what do you teach your kids to deal with things like that?
The things that we work on the most when they feel nerves is not to focus on the nerves or you to think of ways to not be nervous. We think of ways to shoot X's anyway because you're going to be nervous. So we figure out how can we shoot X's while we're nervous. So that's what our focus is.
You have any torture techniques that you recommend for those at home?
We have tons of torture techniques. Check my YouTube channel, and we have one on there called the Scream Technique that has them focus on peer pressure, fear of the unknown, performance anxiety, and it lets them experiment without their bows in their hands with pressure and performance.
Very good, very good. Griv is one of the masters at this game, shooting the wheels and the hook. There's nobody better.
All right, so a little delay in this match as Rob gets a nice interview from the coach for Brady Hempen. George Riles, 97-91 the score as we head to the final end of this shoot-up. Tim Hanley trying to shoot his way up to a guaranteed 5th spot.
Come settled in on that little knot again. And just
that was such a great shot. You could actually see him pulling through the shot. You could see the string moving.
Yep.
Brady with another quick one. I think it's just the way he shoots. We've seen some people shoot fast in the pro class.
Yeah, he may just have his release set real hot and is able to pull through it. That'll be all right. He's staying center.
Mm-hmm. Good shot.
That's a good one. There we go. Taking his time, setting his release.
Clock. Okay, he caught that line though. And at this point,
yeah, this match is over. He can take a little bit of breath and.
All right, let's go down to Rob, who's got Brady.
Okay. At the end of the match here, it appears as though we're going to have a winner. Brady Hempen, you're going to end up with 5th place, $600 for your weekend. It's not a bad first trip to the stage at the Lancaster Archery Classic. How are you feeling now, buddy?
Very nervous, very, very nervous. I've never been this nervous, but we'll work on it, and hopefully I can do better next time.
Well, I'm sure we'll be seeing you for years to come. Congratulations. Want to take just a moment to give a shout out to Jason Will and Kyle Kovalarich, Hans, and the rest of the Cam Media crew. Can I have a hand for Cam Media and all the things that they're doing to bring this to you? They're working very hard. A lot of preparation goes into this event. We've built out a broadcast truck to bring the world of archery to you, but the expertise, knowledge, and commitment to the Lancaster Archery crew for setting this up, and to the Cam Media crew for bringing the technology and the expertise. It's been quite the undertaking. Our next competitor is Jason Goetgen. Jason Goetgen. Jason, come on down. He came in with his 5th seed in the qualifications. Jason, come on up here. Do you choose right or left, Jason? Right. Okay. Take your place, and first or second? First.
All right, so we got Jason Gedkin coming in. He's out of Iowa. He said he's been shooting about 10 years, primarily an indoor shooter. It's his first time here, and first time here making it to this stage is very impressive.
Very impressive. He's the 3rd place qualifier. He comes in with a 1040 and actually tied on total score for the weekend with our 2nd place qualifier, Brad Baker, the winner from last year. But the difference was the amount of 11 shot. Gitkin shot 81 X's over the course of the weekend, and Brad Baker 82. So,
all right. So far, every match that Tim's been in, his competitors left the door open on the very first shot. Let's see what Jason can do here. And the door got left open again.
yeah, in a big way, though.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, he's letting the breeze in.
He fought back from it, though.
That looked like a really good shot. Like, that looked like his shot, Gitkin, you know, when he just released.
Tim's just comfortable right now.
Tim's working on, that was arrow number 50 in competition so far.
Not to mention how many he shot in practice to warm up, because he was one of the first ones back there warming up this morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Saw just a little bit of a bobble right before he released.
Yep. So it looks like it's going to be a 1-point lead for Tim after the first in. And, you know, you're talking about how many arrows he shot. When you're on this stage competing for what they're competing for, he doesn't feel that right now. He's not feeling the fatigue at this point. But as soon as it's over, he is going to be exhausted.
So Tim threw that 110, but because Jason shot that 9 on that first arrow, we're still in that very similar situation that we have seen all the way through these matches with Tim, and that's a 1-point advantage coming out of the first end.
Right, and now Tim gets the lead, and he's had a very strong first shot every time, and that automatically puts pressure on the other competitor.
Play here of Jason Gitkin. He has a really simple shot, doesn't he? When he's just moving, it's just a boop.
Very nice and simple. It doesn't look like he's got any really hard push and pull to it. He just gets to his anchor and expands.
Yeah, and he looks really strong. He's strong in that shot. Can't overemphasize how important a strong bow arm is in archery.
Yes.
People often focus on pulling through the shot with the, your release arm or whatever, but it's, you need to work in the gym as much on your holding arm as you do on the muscles pulling through the shot, because a steady bow arm is critical. I know, that's why they called me shaky back at my club.
And see, Tim's bow arm is still right there.
Yep, you're right.
And he puts the pressure on
straight
with
away.
a strong shot. And it's still early, but when you continue to hit 11s, it puts the pressure on.
It does. It's just like in the NFL. You want to talk about, you want to be in front of the sticks. You want to be leading the way. You want to have that score. I love the body language on Tim.
Yeah, he just looks comfortable up there right now.
Hamley's got to get some T-shirts printed up. I'm going to buy one. Be a fan.
Yeah, I'm with you. Gitkin's not going to go away easy.
No.
Same hole.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about when he shoots? When he shoots, it's just like, boom, I just shot an arrow, like, no big whoop. Where Tim, on the other hand, is like, wow, I just shot an arrow.
Yep. And that's one thing that you've got to love about archery. Everybody is different.
Mm-hmm.
You can't coach.
So I'm just going to keep rolling with what I've been doing.
Still feeling comfortable after you've shot a lot of matches now. You've shot quite a few ends. Still feeling comfortable?
I'm getting more comfortable, but like I was saying, from arrow to arrow, it could kind of creep back in on me. And like on a second arrow, it could come creep back in, and then the third arrow, I come back nice and strong. So they're still there. You just kind of learn how to cope with them a little bit.
Man, if you get any more comfortable and start shooting perfect games, I don't know what we're going to do.
I think Tim is at about 50 arrows, or maybe even more, in competition up here on the stages. Let me tell you, you got to be in shape, to fight the fatigue and whatnot. You have the advantage of being on a roll, and the nerves are settling by now, but you've got to take and work on that as well. 64-62, Tim has the lead.
Yep, Rob Kaufeld nailed it. 54 arrows so far in competition for Tim Hanley.
Yeah, and we shot 60 in our qualification in a row, but there's a big break in between 3 and 3 and 3. It takes us almost 4 hours.
And you're not having to deal with the nerves that are creeping in and out during this competition for Tim.
Right. I mean, and that's going to be close. But he's shooting his 27s again.
Yeah.
He should have it because he is inside that 10 line. But the fans are sitting here in the dark. The only thing lit up are the shooters and the targets. So that is
great shot.
That is very nerve-wracking for some folks. The only thing you're seeing is the cameras, the clock, and your target.
Yeah, you have a target down below on a monitor that you can look at. Just above the eye line, if he looked above that scope, you would see video of himself shooting.
Yeah.
And you can't. And obviously, you're not going to. You're going to stay focused on it, but it's a different environment, and the only way to simulate this environment is to be here and get into the top 8.
Right. Yeah, there is no simulation. It's get here and do it. And
Great shot,
Jason.
Jason.
Coming in.
Scott Starnes was here earlier in the day talking. He said some people build platforms so they can shoot at home to feel it, and I understand trying to do that, but.
Well, honestly, standing on a platform versus standing on the floor isn't that big of a difference. Nah. It's the way it's laid up and knowing that you are on this stage.
Yeah.
Like when I made Buckmasters, and it's like, I'm on this stage. I'm shooting with some of the best in the world right now.
Yeah, it makes a difference.
It does. And
you can't talk yourself out of it. That's the thing. You can't rationalize yourself out of feeling nerves.
No, you're going to.
You've got to learn to deal with it.
You've got to push
just like
through.
Tim said.
Tim's
learning. Yep. And Tim is learning in a huge way.
It's how you deal with them.
Here's the thing. Jason Gedkin was our third place qualifier. If Tim Hanley can win this match, he has guaranteed himself a podium spot, because next on his hit list is going to be Brad Baker Jr., the champ from last year.
Right.
This is an incredible feat with the deep talent of the men's open class on what Hanley's doing right now. Junior Sizemore did it last year from 7th position,
right?
So shooting the same amount of arrows, and worked his way to Baker. Baker punched out a 132 to win that one clean. Can this man you're looking at right now do the unexpected?
I think he can. With the way he's looking right now, look at his form. And that's all right. You could see him heal just a little bit, and he held longer on that one.
What do you mean by heal?
All right, so he put the bottom of his palm into the bow right at release, just a little bit too much, forcing the arrow to come up on him.
So Jason couldn't claw his way back another point.
But Tim is very comfortable right now. I mean, bow arm's holding very well. Very little movement on that stabilizer. Those stabilizers are made to move, and there you go. And the door just opened up a little bit wider.
Oh, yeah. Anything in the goal, it's over. And he does it in 11.
All right, I got a question for you. Has anybody ever came from the 8th place position to win this thing?
Why do you have to ask me that? 16 years, I don't know.
I have no clue. That's cutting the line. That's going to be a 10.
That'll be a 10 for sure.
But it's still a good match. He had a great weekend. Jason ended up shooting a 650 through the first 60 arrows. Like I said, he ended up,
Let's go to Rob.
Tim didn't give you much of an opening, did he?
No, he didn't. It's hard to beat a score like that. So.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You had a fantastic weekend. You shot through some very tough matches, and it's certainly quite an achievement to get here with such a high rank. You end up taking home 4th place, $750 for your weekend. I hope you come back to see us again. Did you have a great time?
Yeah, I did. It was a pretty awesome time. Being up on this stage is well worth the trip. So.
Well, thank you very much. Hope to see you again. Let's give them a hand. Before we welcome our next archer, I'd like to have Clay Weaver and Connor Caulfield stand up. These two guys over here have been helping me to spot arrows, and they've been on point and been a huge help. I can't thank them enough. Give Clay Weaver and Connor Caulfield a hand, please. Thank you. Our second seed is no stranger to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage, Brad Baker Jr. Brad came in shooting 7th in the qualifier. Do you choose shooting right, left or right? Left, and shooting 1st or 2nd? 1st. Very good. Take your places, gentlemen.
All right, we got Brad Baker coming in, our 2nd place qualifier. He's out of Rocky Mountain, Virginia. Been shooting for 15 years, primarily an indoor NFAA type shooter, and he actually won this event here last year.
And he won it with a perfect 132. He hit all 11s. He was the only, none of the pros did it. But I can tell you that Brad Baker Jr. is a new papa, and he hasn't been able to shoot as much lately. I got to shoot against him in eliminations in a tournament in Virginia last week in a Lancaster Archery warm-up tournament. That's all I'm going to say. We nearly tied. Nearly went to a shoot-off. But he went on to finish 3rd in that one. And admittedly, he hasn't been as crisp as he was this time last year, but it's really starting to come into form for him. So Tim Hanley has got his work cut out for him.
He does, but again, that first shot is going to be critical because Brad took and knocked him off, Tim off the platform that he had just finished on again, and Brad elected to shoot first, so he's got to put the pressure on.
I like it. Brad's a really strong shot, trying to defend from last year. He shot really well in eliminations, and that's why he was able to get some points back with the 11s he shot and get himself up into 2nd overall in the qualification. Tim Handley, on the other hand, our 8th place qualifier, is now 60 arrows deep into this shoot-up competition, and he continues to pound them out.
Yeah.
But this could be the difference maker right here.
After the first 60, Brad, on Friday, Brad had a 650 and Tim only had a 640. And that shows you the difference. And there we go. We finally have a competitor step up and punch an 11 on Tim, and let's see how he responds.
Bobble.
Didn't see that one coming.
Nope.
He's been shooting the top target and the bottom target very well today. His few 10s have come on the middle target. And that's going to be an 11. That's inside the line. I didn't recognize that belt buckle.
Me either.
But it said 300, so he's no stranger to shooting centers.
No, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, that's
a close one. That's going to be a
have
call.
Yeah, it's going to have to be called.
I think it broke that line a little bit. Sometimes that's out. Drop that
That's
one.
in about the
Drop
same
that.
spot.
Drop that one though. This is an important 11 right here. If
Yes,
Tim
it
can
is.
get it.
Nice and steady. He held a little bit longer than normal, but he was able to push through it. You see that big breath he just took. He was a little bit nervous.
Yep. So we're going to have to see it on the calls on this one. that one looked pretty clean. Judge didn't take too long lingering around. Now for Tim, she's going to take a look. We can clearly see Tim's top one's out.
That's a 10.
But it's the second one that she's going to take a close look at. I mean, because the line is bent, but that doesn't mean that it contacted the line. All right, decision's been made. So we wait for the score to be updated on Archers, and that'll come up on our screen as Brad Baker, last year's champ, throws his last one down range, and it looks like a 10. So we're all tied up, 32 apiece.
That means Tim got the call on that middle arrow.
Yeah, he did.
Tim's used to shooting first after the first end. He was a drawback. It's not his clock.
It was almost a foul. Shot back.
Let Brad put it right back in the same hole. You start building a hole like that, it gives you something to aim at.
All right, so Tim with a bobble there. He's trying to get his arrow on.
He's still got plenty of time, 18 seconds.
Hopefully he doesn't rush it.
Holding a lot longer than normal.
Yep.
I don't know if it's, possibly the fatigue or the nervousness knowing that he is on the podium now.
And he doesn't have a coach in the coach's box. Brad thought that one was going to drop a little low, but he caught it.
Good comeback. That's going to be close.
I love how both of us lean in
you
towards
got
the
to
screen.
lean in like, I got to get a better look at that.
55-inch television 3 feet away from us.
And that top arrow for Tim is going to be close because it's outside looking in on that line.
And that looked like you fought that one just a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. It's starting to wear on me a little bit. But next end, just set up stronger.
Dig deep, keep pushing, keep pulling, right? All right, man. Find it when it's not there. Brad, looked like you had a little English on that second arrow, but that PSE set you up right and found you in the home.
They always feel a little worse than they look.
Right? You get a little surprise there. Great start by you guys at 33 and 31 on that end. Brad with a slight, very small 2-point lead. Hi, Olivia.
Hi.
Are you running arrows today?
Yeah, it's pretty fun, and I like watching everybody shoot, and hopefully in the next, year or so, I can be up here one day.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
What division do you shoot?
All right, so we're back at it, and judges did take a long look at a couple of those targets, and so now Hanley playing in a position he hasn't been in before, and that's playing from behind.
Right.
Well, he's been in it, but not he's had command of these matches most of the time. So,
He hasn't been behind since the very first end of his very first match.
Yeah, that's right.
Uh-oh. How does he respond?
Yeah, here we go,
On
Tim.
both archers.
Exactly.
Tim sees a door open, and Brad just made a bad shot. Brad's got to come back from it as well.
There it is.
Tim did what he did in the very first match. In the second end, a door was open for him, and he punched an 11.
And the crowd goes crazy while Brad goes to full draw. Been in this situation before.
And dropped
that
to 10.
one low.
I think even the crowd's starting to understand what Tim is actually accomplishing right now.
No doubt. This is some special shooting that we're seeing.
This is
from Tim.
absolutely amazing. And like I said, he doesn't have a coach in his box right now.
And CEO ties it up. Surprised he doesn't have a tie and a jacket on. Out of New Jersey.
And there it is, the big sigh of relief.
Yeah. Well, it's 1 point difference, I guess, right? Was it that much of a swing? We got to wait for 9, 10.
Official scoring.
Yeah, 1 point.
Tim is going to take the lead by 1. A 3-point swing.
Mm-hmm.
From,
How can Tim be a CEO? He doesn't even have a coach in the coach's box. He doesn't have a secretary. He just...
Yeah, nobody bringing him water or coffee. Yeah, you can see just a little bit of wobble in that bow arm.
Yeah.
But after 60, how many hours now?
I think that's going to be what?
That is going to be 66 at this point. So, yeah. Plus
sorry,
probably
69.
Another 69.
69 arrows.
Probably another 30 or 40 in warm-ups right before he came out.
CEO back to the boardroom. Working the conference table. Here he goes.
Puts on the stern face. And a good solid
Good solid shot. The COO is trying to get him to spend the money. BBJ with it hanging out just a little left.
Nice and steady. And Brad wasn't able to
really
capitalize on that
he
as
couldn't
much as
capture that.
you would like to. And he's outside looking in on that 10 line.
He's just a little, keeps throwing a little left. There you go.
Good comeback after.
CEO does what CEO wants to do. Taking command of this match. He's trying. Brad could answer right here, though. Ooh.
And that's
close.
Close. Is he
That
shooting
is so
26s
close.
or 27s? If that's a 27, he's got a chance. If it's a 26, because it is touching that 10 line, it's going to be a 10.
Did this just happen? Did this just happen? Could this be a 127 to 125 for CEO? Tim, CEO Hanley, coming to shoot with a pressed Oxford shirt.
And like
Let's
you
go
said,
to-
strong and steady.
Let's go to Rob.
Thank you. Let's hear it for Brad Baker. Our number 1 seed, Douglas Williams. Douglas Williams. Doug, do you choose left or right? He'll take the left side, and first or second? First. Doug will lead off from the left stage. Tim will shoot from the right. Just take a moment.
Daniel, I think it's time someone called Tim Cook because Tim Hanley's in the house, and he's going to right the ship. You understand what I'm saying? This shooter has shot his way from 8th place all the way to the finals. If Tim Hanley can pull this off, he is going to be the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic Men's Open Champion from 8th place.
Yes.
And you don't think that our number 1 qualifier, Doug Williams, understands that? He knows what's at stake right now. And if he's listening to this broadcast, which I'm sure he was streaming YouTube, I'm sure he wasn't, but This first arrow could be critical on this.
Exactly. Well, this is the first competitor that hasn't moved Tim off of the platform that he was previously on. But he did like to go first, and how is he going to start it? He's fighting that bow hand right now. But
he got it, though.
He made a good shot.
He got it. 85 X's or 11s for Williams on the weekend. His 73rd arrow of competition today, and he drills it.
You think he just got another wind? Is he ready to go for the finals?
You got to think that, right?
And see, Doug has a longer shot sequence.
He does, yeah.
Than most of the competitors we've had today. And he's even longer than what Tim is, and Tim's not all that long. In the shot its actual self, he settles in for a while before he gets into a shot sequence.
Still a steady bubble. I think you're right. I think Tim's found a second wind here. They're
I know I
toe-to-toe.
would have.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, boy.
And the pressure's on both competitors at this point. Doug just grabbed a couple clicks.
Tim CEO Hanley. That looks like a line call to me.
And
Rob
it
might
is
have
gonna
a
be
better view of it, but
That's going to be a line call, but it is solid shooting.
is that a wrinkle-free shirt? Because at this point, Hanley, even though he's got a little sweat on the brow, he's still looking
I want to know what
pressed.
deodorant he used.
Yeah, seriously. All right. Look at that. Looking good. Maybe Van Heusen needs to sponsor him. Bring outside industry sponsor in.
Let's do it.
Excellent.
We hear you, YouTube. We understand. Jerseys, shooting jerseys overrated. Everybody in a button-up next year. And long sleeve with rolled-up sleeves. That's the thing, man. He's got class and style by the mile. But our number one qualifier, Williams.
That's nice and steady, smooth, smooth on the release. And you can see he's a little upset with where it landed. And here Tim, second end, leading off. 1 point lead.
Wow.
The same shot that we've seen him make all day long. And he is nice and smooth. He doesn't give any kind of reaction until he sees the arrow actually hit the target. And right now he may be thinking he put a few too many clicks in it because he was on the low side the first three, and now he's on the high side. Still not bad.
That looks good to me.
That should be an
Yeah, that looks good to me.
All right, so we're still back with a 1 point lead for Tim at this point. One more arrow to go in this end for each shooter. Threw it a little bit high. Fatigue is starting to set in a little
It
bit.
has to be. Plus, he mentioned those nerves creeping back and forth, coming in, coming out. It's now on Doug Williams. On your range and put yourself in this situation as a kid playing football. You know, it's overtime. It's, it's the bottom of the ninth inning. Bases are loaded. You know, it's 3-point difference for the World Series. This is kind of that scenario you play if you're an archer. Here you are. You have a 2-point advantage. You're 3 arrows away from possibly winning the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic Men's Open to be the champion from 8th place.
This is where that second, third wind needs to kick in. And with the way he's been competing today, he is a competitor. He's got that extra. He's got that extra gear. He's
Daniel,
got to.
You know as well as I do that nerves. He's probably going to have bigger nerves now than he had on the first arrow when he got up on that platform.
It depends on how many times he's been on this kind of stage.
Yeah, true. Here we go.
But I think he's about to pound another 32 or 33 right here.
I know New Jersey hopes so. Wow.
And he starts it out ultra middle. Look at the hole that he has created right there. That is amazing. He's not going away.
Nope. Doug knows how to play this game.
You just got to hold your shot.
Wow.
I think he likes his nerves. Right where he's at right now.
Williams needs to drain this as an 11.
To put the pressure on.
Right.
And that opened the door.
A 9 to win?
A 9 to win.
All he has to do is put it in the gold. And CEO, he's going to be the new boardroom chairman. And he's done it. And he's done it with a perfect 33. Are you kidding me?
I absolutely love it. And Doug's still got another shot, and the crowd's going crazy right now.
And Doug with that 11. Tip of the cap. Everybody loosen your ties because the CEO just did the impossible, coming from 8th place in this tournament.
Look at the crowd. The crowd is literally on their feet, giving him a standing ovation because of what he just accomplished.
Shot his way into becoming the Men's Open 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic champion.
That was absolutely amazing to watch. And I want to thank you for allowing me up in the booth with
Daniel,
you this
it
weekend.
Was amazing. You did a great job. Thank you so much for joining me.
And congratulations to Tim. Tim Hanley out of New Jersey.
Who, by the way, has no clue he's now been dubbed CEO.
The CEO, yeah, he has no clue what.
I think you're the very first one to ever run the table all the way through. The buzzsaw.
Congratulations.
You had an amazing day, an amazing round. What do you attribute that to? Who do you want to thank at home?
Well, the first people I got to thank is all the guys I shoot with, Mark, Mike, all those guys. They push me every day just to shoot, because I know I can't give them any slack because they're just as good. So they push me to shoot every day, even days I don't want to. And then I would say the next thank you would be Vinny. He was definitely, I got to give him a huge credit as to, everything that he's taught me. And then last but not least, you can't leave out Mom.
Got to thank Mom. Well, Rob.
Tim, congratulations. 62 11s during your matches, and you shot 84 arrows, under stress up there on stage. That goes to show you the power of practice and training. You don't get to where Tim's gotten without a lot of training. He showed incredible stamina to get through things. You came in during your qualification round ranked 46th. So he was in the bottom of the bracket, 46. You came in and through eliminations, ended up in number 8 slot and crawled your way the whole way up to number 1. $4,000. Tim, congratulations. I don't think I have to ask if you'll be back next year.
I'll be back every year.
Absolutely
Congratulations.
incredible. $4,000 in his pocket, but he did this in front of the industry. The industry is here, and he was able to do it. And I guarantee you somebody's going to be knocking on his door wanting to sponsor him.
Yes. not only sponsoring, but this is the biggest purse for Men's Open that Lancaster's ever offered.
Yeah.
And he is the first archer to go from 8th to win it.
All right, Daniel Morgan, thank you so much for joining me. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining us here for this match. We have more coming at you from the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic, the 16th annual from Spooky Nook Sports.
This is how we like to do it.
pressure. I'm counting on 8.
And they change after every shot. 1, 5, 4, 3, 2.
You've seen her before, and she's back again.
We're kind of like the orchestra, you know, and then the sort of lead violinist is out on the field of play, and you know we've got a big conductor in front of us that's directing the whole thing, and we just fit into his or her pattern.
We're not a well-known sport compared to the bigger sports that we all know and love, so we have to be creative. But with broadcasting, yeah, the main aim is to show the difficulty of our sport, to show the grace of our sport and the beauty of our sport.
To produce a broadcast like this takes a lot of work, a lot of hours. There's a lot of pre-production that goes into this that you probably don't always take into account.
You know, no different to watching a drama on TV or something like that. Sport is very much the same. Like you want a thriller. You want something that people can say, "Oh wow, I didn't expect that." When you're directing, you're focusing mainly on the shots that your camera ops are giving you and trying to focus on what's coming next, because it always needs to be kept interesting. You can't keep it on the same shot for, 30 seconds or even 20 seconds for that matter.
So there's a lot of tension and pressure that I would say the online audience doesn't get, but obviously with TV, with technology, we're trying to explain more what's happening on the field of play so the audience at home gets an idea.
It's incredibly far from the shooting line to the target, and they're hitting something the size of an orange time and time again, and I think that's the hardest thing to see, and I think that's part of my job to try and explain what's going on. Do you know that the arc of the arrow is like 10.5 meters? It goes up and down 10.5 meters on the way at 50 meters or 70 meters, depending on the discipline, to the target. And that's an incredible distance, given the fact they're hitting something this size time and time again.
With many things in mind, I would say. Broadcast is probably the ultimate because we want to get great images. We want to showcase our sport. We want to show the venue. We want to be unique. So when people see archery, they're like, oh, this is new.
So what do we want to see when we come into a broadcast? What do we want to see halfway through when someone wins an end or whatever? You know, we want to see X, Y, or Z, and then we decide from there.
When you win a match, for example, you see a variety of emotions, and that's what we want to capture, and it's important for us to have various different angles.
The first 4 are the PTZ cameras, so you got 2 that are facing the archers, Archer 1 and Archer 2, so it gives kind of a low shot. So if it was especially really good in Shanghai because you had buildings all the way around, so you got a shot up, so you can see right up, you can see the face, and you can see all the tall buildings around you, which is pretty cool. You've also got another 2 on the targets themselves, so that's your main target shot. So as soon as the arrow is released from whatever camera, you go to that one, you go to the target camera. Camera 5 is more kind of off to the side, and that gets you your functional shots. So in archery, if an archer pulls an arrow out of his quiver before walking over the line, then it's a foul, so he needs to go back and pull the arrow out and then kind of go over the line. So it's that kind of thing with foot faults and things like that camera can get, because it can get a wider shot on the 2 of them. And then we've got camera 6, which is your kind of money shot camera, which is right down as close as possible whilst being safe outside the line of the arrow, but you got right down, the eyesight of the archer, so that it can really, look at it, and that's what you really get good facial expressions and things like that from that camera. And then in Antalya we had the super slow motion camera on the back on a platform, which was on wheels, and it went from side to side. A lot of the archers have kind of traits, so they twiddle their thumb or something like that, or get a really good flight of the arrow. Camera 8 is down near the target, so that's a handheld camera. It's still wide, but it's handheld, and that can go in when they're scoring the measures, and we can also hear exactly what the official is saying down that end. So that's a visual representation of the story. And then you've got camera 9, which is the jib. I think that really adds a lot to the coverage. It brings it from kind of a bare basic kind of static camera coverage to something that gives you a bit of movement. It really shows off the venue, and that's exactly what people want to see. They want to see a nice venue. They want to see a really competitive competition that they can get into.
Because as soon as you see the athlete shoot, suddenly there's a big target, and then boom, and then it's like, well, that looks easy. So we always rely on our commentators and the images to show how far the arrow flies and how the arrow's flying. They think it's straight, but it's actually flying like a fish. So we use slow motion cameras to show all the components of the bow and the arrow, of how much movement there is.
It's important for us if we are telling the story, for example, if we go to our Falco Eye graphics and we want to see how close the grippings were, or after the shots if we go to the replays and we want to see emotions, and it's important for us that the viewer can understand the story we're telling and you know, become really engaged in the product.
Rio was the first games that we had used the laser scoring technology. So as soon as the arrow hits the target, the two lasers work on an X and Y axis, and then it establishes where the arrow's landed, and it gives an arrow value, and then it distributes it to our scoring database. It's given us great statistics on group sizes. It's given us a good idea of what's happening in the wind conditions as well.
So stats on athletes is crucial. You know, knowledge and information is key to getting this job right.
Kareem is our commentator for the archery. He's really good at what he does. A lot of it is actually done behind the scenes for him. A lot of it's the research.
So having the World Archery statistics on the site, on their website, is fantastic. That's an ongoing resource. But at venue, as soon as I arrive, the stats are already coming out. You usually arrive during the competition, so the qualification is ongoing at the time that I arrive.
We have two commentators. We have a sport-specific commentator, so it would typically be an archer or a coach that gives that in-depth knowledge that a standard commentator wouldn't have. And then we have a standard commentator that brings in the energy, is able to explain.
And my job here is to set the scene, to explain to the viewer what they're about to see and what the implications are of what's going to happen next. But of course, working with the expert, they're there to fill in the gaps. I can give you numbers, but the expert's there to tell you what those numbers actually mean.
The thing that you don't see is that there's a big office full of people trying to organise all this. You know,
there's a huge team of people, and we're all linked together during events. So I can hear the field of play operator, the director who's actually bringing the athletes on. I can actually hear what they're saying, so I know when the athletes are coming out. And it's all controlled an outside broadcast van. So there's a big truck sitting out in the back here with 20 people sitting in it, all got their jobs when the graphics are coming up. And all of this is being communicated to me by something called Talkback.
At France, despite that great hold from Sophie Daubon, they'll lead after the second end. By how many points?
Yeah, we're both Russian. One is France. Yeah, that's France. France goes to 1. Yeah, back on 7.
Well, it will be 2 as the final arrow comes in on a 9.
Traffic off, please. Traffic off.
That was a very interesting end.
It's alien to have someone talking in your ear while you're talking live on air. That's the steepest part of the learning curve for me being a commentator is having that. But practice makes perfect. Same with sport.
Well, as World Archery, we are definitely passionate. We're looking for host organisations that think, well, maybe this sport's for us. I want to get into some great locations. I would love to get into South Africa or Australia, Moscow Red Square. I would like to shoot over the reflective pool in Washington, DC. We're a great sport. I mean, it's for everybody, both little kids to family. It's got a good platform for both men and women and disability sports. So, but through our social media, we're able to discover what it is that people want. So we're looking towards that feedback to come back, so then we can tailor make our events and obviously the productions that we're doing.
I think the challenge is to do it in a captivating way. I mean, it's not like football where you can follow a ball back and forth. You've got that 2-camera cut, which is vitally important for to actually see what's happening. Watching a couple of people shoot means absolutely nothing unless you get the context of it.
If you're reading a novel or watching a film and you just watch the last 10 seconds, the last 3 minutes of the film, it might be the most exciting part of the film in terms of the action, but you have no idea what's gone on before to get to that point.
If you really want to go for it and sell it, you need these extra cameras, you need these extra little people on site to be able to make these small things happen. You know, it's quite easy to kind of forget about certain areas like audio or graphics or something like that and just say, oh, it'll be fine. But people don't realize that that tells the story. You know, the audio tells the story, the graphics tell the story, and you know, good camera ops tell the story of the coverage. You know, and that's what it's all about.
To me, it's important that the audience sees and feels as much as you would if you were watching it live in the venue. And to us, it's important if you can get character from the athletes, if you can get emotion from the athletes. And for us, it's just to more than just to show the sport, it's important to try and tell a story within that.
Rather than just being image focused, we're also trying content. So our athletes, our events, there's a lot of storylines in there. A lot of our athletes have longevity, so they've been around for, let's say, 6 Olympics or 3 World Championships, or they're on a comeback. And these things need to be brought out. It's not just images. So with the producer, with the director, we're trying to establish, well, what is it we want to achieve? Why are we doing something, rather than just show great images?
Lancaster Archery Classic final shoot-up stage. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our 2 major sponsors of the Lancaster Archery Classic event for 2019. Longtime supporter and very good friend, Greg Summers from True Ball Excel, and Randy Kitts from Black Eagle and Conquest Archery. Guys, thank you for being here. Please give it up for these 2 guys. Without their support and those of our platinum and gold sponsors, we could never do this. Also, Hoyt and Dead Center and the Target sponsors, everyone who makes this event possible. Trust me, we do not do this alone. We owe a great deal of gratitude to Randy and to Greg. Greg, any thoughts?
I just keep being excited every year coming here, seeing it grow. I know Rob is taking this to a next level, and I'm excited about it. Thank you, Rob, for all you do.
Let's give Greg Summers, True Ball Excel, a hand. Randy, you've done extremely well over the last several years with your companies and now with Conquest Stabilizers. You know, we love your stuff, and thank you very much for your support.
Well, thanks for having us. I think it's a great competition, and like we said earlier, a rising tide raises all ships, and it's good to see all the different manufacturers here represented, and it's great competition.
Well, thank you very much. Let's give them a hand to all the sponsors of the Lancaster Archery Classic. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic, the 16th edition from Spooky Nook Sports, as we are setting the stage for the Women's Open Pro category. And as we welcome archers to the stage, I want to welcome Emily McCarthy to the booth. Matthews Pro Shooter, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you here. So we're fired up for this one, aren't we?
I'm super excited to watch this.
Let's go to the floor and hear what they're saying.
So you get to choose which side you shoot, left or right? Left. And you get to choose first or second.
Okay, Sarah Lance will shoot from the left stage, and she will lead. Sarah Preels will shoot second from the right stage.
All right, so we have 2 competitors, Emily. Both Matthews shooters, both teammates of yours. Sarah Preels will be shooting from the right, and Sarah Lance on the left. And we're in this shoot-up arena for, well, to really crown the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic Women's Open Pro Champion. What about the pressure right now they're both under?
There's so much pressure right now. Our nerves are going.
You know Sarah very well.
I do know Sarah very well.
What do you think about that shot execution?
She looked like she made a good shot. I didn't expect it not to have hit. She's been here. She's been in this position many, many times. She's actually won this before.
Sarah Preels with a solid 11 to kick things off. Two champions on stage right now. Sarah Lance has won this twice in 14 and 16.
And Sarah Preels, she won this last year.
She sure did. Yeah, the last American to win this was Sarah Lance in 16. Strong opening right there. 33 for Preels. Coach in her coach's box, having a conversation with Sarah Preels about possibly calming the nerves down, about her shot process, whatever. Just something possibly to distract the archer, you think?
Yeah, probably just trying to get her to calm down a little bit.
So tell me about the experience at Lancaster Archery and what we experienced on Friday to where we are today, Sunday.
So this is actually like, well, I feel like once you're here, you're here. This is where you want to be. So the first day, it's just going through the motions, just doing what you do at home, practicing, basically just getting to the top. As for women, it's the top 16.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to get to the top 16, and then that's when the nerves start coming in, because now it's pressure shoot-offs. And we go through, so then you'll shoot 2 rounds against 2 different people, and then you're
the elimination rounds.
Elimination rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get to here.
And we've talked about this all day, but talk about the way that this entire, shoot-up arena is lit and the raised platforms. I mean, is there any possible way to simulate anything like this when you're shooting at home?
There's really no way to ever simulate these exact feelings, anything that you feel in tournaments, the way you're gonna shoot your bow, just the pressure, the tension you get.
So what we're shooting for here is the winner will move on to the next round, move up the ladder. So the winner of this match is guaranteed 3rd place, and they'll shoot against the 2nd qualifier. The woman who loses this one will be 4th, and we'll start our 2nd end of 4 in competition. Scoring is that
That
right
looked
there.
like a great shot.
Great shot. And the scoring is that little ring in the middle, a little bit bigger than a dime, is 11. And then the 10 ring, 9, 8, 7, 6 in the blue.
We actually have 3 Vegas women champions in this top 4.
We do. They are?
They are Sarah Preels and Sarah Lance and Tanya Jensen. And 2 of them are actually, there's only been 3 to ever shoot 900s in Vegas. And 2 of them, one is Sarah and one is Tanya.
Amazing, right?
It is amazing.
The level of talent here that comes all the way to this classic is incredible. Sarah Preels is lighting it up. She's been on fire as of late anyway. She did struggle occasionally in the elimination rounds, but was able to get through and finds herself as the 4th place qualifier.
Just out.
You've known that shooter for quite a long time.
I have. I've known Sarah.
What do you think is going through her mind at this moment? Yeah, I'll tell you what. Let's go to Rob and hear what Rob has to say, maybe, and then I want to find out that answer after.
And Sweet Spot, I see that you're running Sweet Spot Pro, Shrewd Bars, and what release?
I shoot a Carter Target 4.
Carter Target 4 release. Very good. Very good. Let's see what the scores look like. It looks like it's 65-60 with Sarah Preels having a lead. Do you choose to shoot first or second? Second. So Sarah Lance will lead off.
All right, Emily, to get back to that question, what do you think is going through Sarah Lance's mind right now?
Sarah's a very, like all of us are very, very, very competitive, but she's got a drive, and I know she's probably pretty frustrated being a little bit behind, but she shoots really well under pressure.
First real bobble we've seen from Priels. Beautiful.
She's got such a strong shot.
It seems like Sarah Lance is starting to find her rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like she's going to get a point back.
That puts her 4 points behind, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
96-92 with one end left. It's a tall task the way Sarah Priels is shooting. But we all know that there's just one thing that Sarah Lance can do. You just have to, you have to shoot a 33 to even give yourself a chance if Priels makes a mistake.
Yep.
And Emily, we have seen mistakes being made in pro classes before. We saw Chance Bobeth throw one crazy in the Open Pro last year. So you can't just say that it's a done deal here. We still have an end to shoot. What are you seeing in her form right there and the way she shot?
Honestly, anything happened. She's a strong shooter, and her shot's she's looking like she's relaxing up there.
You're a competitive person. Is it difficult to try to park that anger or that frustration and get to the shot, or is it just something that goes in between the shots in archery?
It honestly all depends. It all depends on the situation in your moment. For me, it's normally easy for me to put it aside, the frustration, because you're just up there, you want to get it done, you want to perform.
And perform was what Sarah Lance just did with that 11. Oof, that's a 2-point swing right there. So the deficit is cut. That's a close one. That is a close 10. I'm not
Super
sure.
close, but she is shooting 27s.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can see the lights in the scope. Sarah Priels running the new sweet spot. Legal for competition here. Great shot from Sarah Lance.
Good, strong finish for her.
Still that 3-point difference.
She finished
There
really
you go.
solid.
So Sarah Priels will advance. Let's go to Rob.
Okay, it appears as though Sarah Priels will hang on to her lead. Sarah Lance, I believe you're going to end up taking 4th place for $1,000 for the weekend. Congratulations. Nice shooting. Let's give Sarah Lance a hand. Well done. Our next competitor up will be Dusty Batch. Dusty Batch. Dusty's on her way out, shooting for PSE. Dusty, do you prefer right or left? Left, okay. Sarah will be on the right. Welcome to the stage. Dusty chooses to shoot first. In Dusty's coach's box,
So 19-year-old Dusty out of Vixen, Illinois, is going to have legend Scott Starnes in the box with her as her coach. And in talking with Dusty and talking with Scott, Scott really has been encouraging Dusty to get out and do more shoots.
Mhm.
And so, he said, hey, listen, she can hang with us. and she can learn, and she is absolutely lighting it up right now.
She is. She's a phenomenal. I've known Dusty for a really long time. She's actually been shooting for 16 years, which is pretty much most of her life.
Amazing, right?
It is amazing.
And she has 2 jobs when she's at home. She works daycare, and she also delivers parts for Napa Auto Parts. She shoots out of a club that I've shot some tournaments in, Sauk Valley in Illinois. A great club there. And she starts off strong.
Wow.
What nerves, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is probably this is a first-time experience for her versus shooting against Sarah, who's had many, many World Cup situations and been here many times.
Wow. I mean, it's only arrow number 2, but she's got Sarah Preels on the ropes at the moment. Great answer. I think it's an 11.
I would agree that's an 11.
You could see on that release, though, she wasn't real confident where that dot broke.
It looked like it broke a little low.
Oof. That was good. I think we'll get a call on Dusty's 3rd arrow, but I'm pretty confident that's an 11. We can see from our vantage point, we can see where the judges are looking at the targets, and normally if they breeze through, it's pretty solid.
She's running a Sherlock sidebar and a special scope, a trophy taker arrow rest, and what who makes your stand like?
You know, when let's take a look at the replay of one of the shots from Dusty. What do you see there?
It did. It looked like she did break a little bit low. She wasn't as confident with that shot as she had been with the other 2.
What type of release do you use when you're shooting? Are you a hinge shooter, button shooter?
I shoot back tension, so I shoot a
back
hinge.
tension?
Yep.
Yeah. So I see.
I'm actually shooting the mini advantage, which is Dusty's shooting the advantage right now. So she's the only one in this shoot-off shooting a hinge.
Oh, is that right? In the mini advantage that it's the same, just a
yep,
smaller
we both
size?
shoot Scott, and so mine's just a little bit smaller than the one she's running.
Gotcha. And that's just preference on hand size. Got it. Dusty leads off, leading Sarah Preels by a point. That one's close. I'm not looks like it. Yeah, looks like it could be on the line. Crowd getting into it a little bit. We're all tied up at 43 points. Great shot.
Yep.
How important is that recovery when you shoot an arrow that's out high like that?
It's super important to come back and just shoot right like that. I talked to her for a little bit, and she said she's just going to try to have fun, because no matter what, she's going to podium from where she was sitting at.
That's a great attitude. Long hold on that one.
11. It's very close. That's going to be a lock, though.
It's going to be close.
Each shooter faced with a 30-second clock in competition. Sarah Preels with a sigh of relief after that shot. 30-second clock in competition. In contrast, World Archery does 20 seconds. So we have seen in competition earlier today during the men's recurve that you actually have time to let down and then reset and shoot. Would you recommend that in this pressure situation? Do you think that you even have the mental capacity to even think about it at this point?
You're talking to somebody that actually struggles with the clock, so to me 30 seconds is not very long. I tend to hold long, and by the time I give up on my shot, I've already wasted too long, so I would not be able to do it.
Gotcha.
So, I have a hard time even letting down in an ASA shoot-off where we have a full minute.
Really?
Because it's...
You're a little competitive, huh? You're just committed to the shot.
I'm a let-downer, so that I struggle with our 2-minute during qualifiers because I like to let down. I like to make sure the shot is absolutely perfect before it fires. So for me, 30 seconds is it's you got to be committed to your shot.
Makes perfect sense. So a little twist of fortune as Dusty shot a 30 to Sarah's 33. So now Sarah Preels leads 65 to 63. Dusty leads off.
Great shot.
Perfect lead. You can good look at the lights shining in her scope.
Sarah has such a look about her, such a confidence. She has a lot of confidence.
Yeah, when Sarah shoots, she just looks like she's aggressive towards the target.
Yes.
And it obviously works really well for her. So another perfect score for Sarah Preels. So the gap now increases to 3 with a final end of competition. This is guaranteed third spot. You mentioned, Dusty said, hey, look, I'm going to go have some fun. You know, I'm guaranteed third spot. It's great. And at 19 years old, getting this kind of experience as a pro already
And her
is tremendous.
first time at this tournament.
Yeah.
I mean,
Bright
how
future.
awesome is this here? Yes, very bright. This is her. She's placed second at her other 2 tournaments she's went to this year. So she's off to a great season.
What do you see as, you know, what is Dusty's preferred method of shooting in terms of what she 3D shooter? She like the spots?
She's a spot shooter. Yeah, she's mainly sticks to spots.
Which is very interesting about this tournament, Emily, because this time of year, 3D shooters aren't out shooting 3D because the weather's not so great, and you have spot shooters that are all indoors. So do you like this time of year where you get the entire archery family that gets together and gets to, you know, mix with each other, and then by the time, you know, the warm weather comes, we all kind of go our separate ways?
I do. I really enjoy, I mean, I love everybody, so we're all like a giant family, so I love this time of year to get to see all my indoor friends and whatnot, but preferably I definitely don't enjoy the indoors like I do 3D.
Oh, yeah.
But up north, it's pretty much all you get to shoot.
Well, originally from Montana, I would imagine you enjoy the outdoors.
I do. I love outdoors. So.
Now, you know, we talk about in archery a lot about individualistic, like being yourself when you shoot. And, you know, it's been brought to my attention that you have a very unique draw. I mean, I've seen it before. But when we look at the way you draw a bow, it's actually, there's reasons behind it. It's not just like a strength thing. It's actually because of you've lived life and had injuries over the years.
Yes. So I've had a lot of injuries, broke some collarbones and whatnot. So I do draw my bow funny, and people love to take photos of it for some reason. But it works, and no matter what poundage I've ever set my bow at, that's how I have to draw it. So
I love it. It's great. No arguing with the results. No arguing with Sarah Preels right now. I don't even think in this match she's even hit the 10 ring.
She is on fire.
Great shot. Okay, so there's one. Dusty almost looks surprised that one bounced in the middle. Yeah, you could tell.
Yeah.
It was after that shot of trying to will that arrow into the middle of the target.
You can definitely tell when the shot breaks in the middle and when it doesn't for these ladies.
So for Sarah Preels, she's going to win this match, 129 to 127. Not official yet. We're just getting confirmation from the judges. Let's go to Rob.
Good, actually. I thought I'd be a lot more nervous than I actually am.
Very good. You showed great composure. You both shot well. I hope you make it back for next year's Classic. Will we see you in Vegas or any other tournaments?
Yes, I'll be in Vegas and Indoor Nationals.
Very good, very good. We'll look forward to seeing you. Let's see how things come out. We'll wait for Sue Ludwig's indication. Okay, she indicated Sarah Preels, 129, 127. Dusty, want to congratulate you on third place, $1,250 from Lancaster Classic, and PSE contingency money of $250, $1,500 for your weekend. Congratulations. We'll see who our next competitor is here. Looks like we've got Tanya Jensen. Tanya Jensen. Tanya, did you choose right or left? Right. Tanya chooses the right stage. These are two competitors that are titans in Europe that have shot against each other many times.
Well, Emily, here we go. I like Tanya's move to move her off, Sarah off of her spot, just to move her. Light seems to be pretty good. But you know Tanya Jensen really well.
I do, and they've actually, this is where we were last year. These two competitors for first and second.
Tanya Jensen is, I mean, both of these shooters are unbelievable. Do you think it's an advantage for Sarah because she's warm, because she's seen the stage?
I do. I feel like she's probably a little bit more relaxed because she's been shooting in front of everybody. She's got the first jittery nerves that out of your system.
Last year, though, Tanya Jensen came from 14th as a qualifier, and then worked her way into that top shooting bracket. So she was a bit of an underdog, where Preels last year had qualified #1. Now the tables are turned.
Yep.
Where Preels was our 4th place qualifier getting into this, and Tanya is #1.
Tanya is one of the other ones that did shoot the 900 in Vegas for the win. So she is one of the 3 women.
And of course, in her coaching box, the second person in history to shoot a perfect 660 in qualifications here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. He's known to shoot an arrow from time to time, Braden Galantine. Looks like it's just out. Tanya told me she is shooting the brand new Matthews TRX 38. That's with the new handle. And she's only been shooting it 2 weeks, but 3 tournaments already. They've been very busy. And she's shooting really well with it. Matthews making an adjustment to their handle, and on all reviews or rave reviews about it.
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to shoot the new handle?
You know, I played with it a little bit, but I didn't spend much time with it. So I'm sticking with my old ones for right now.
Yeah, it is very interesting when shooters decide to make changes of what's coming up. I mean, we have so much stuff stacked up.
Yep.
And so you're currently living in Wisconsin. Do you have a pretty strong, base of local tournaments that you can go shoot, or you just practice and shoot national stuff?
Well, pretty much just national stuff. We try to do as much local as we can, but we're hardly ever really home because this time of year it's like go, 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 go. So that's really why I didn't want to switch to the new handle for right now, is because I wanted to be a little bit more prepared this year for 3D season, and I already have my bow set up from last year.
There's a good look at the Sweet Spot. If you've never even heard of Sweet Spot, that's a device that actually measures riser deflection using a strain gauge. And it has a lighting system, so once you set your parameters on where you like to hold, because it measures the force of the hold, there's a lighting system that's inside of Sarah Preel's actual scope. And when she's in the spot she needs to be in, the light's green. If she overpulls, it goes to red. So it just kind of takes away one little element of how you're holding your shot. And obviously it seems to be working for Sarah Preels right now. So it's nice to see newer technology finding its way into archery. It's legal for most competitions. It's still out for World and USA Archery.
Okay.
But for ASA, for IBO, for Lancaster Classic, for Vegas, all legal to compete with it. And always legal to train with it. You know. All right, Tanya Jensen will kick this end off.
She has a beautiful looking shot.
Oh man, it's so steady too right now. There's the result of that. And it looks like an 11. It caught the 11. Good shot. Now, Tanya told me that she's shooting the tank 25s. So not quite the full arrow diameter because she just feels it shoots better for her.
This is the first tournament, though, that she is not shooting 23s because I think she's always ran 23s at all indoors.
And you could tell on that
Yeah,
release.
it broke a little low.
You know you're a good shooter when your rest has your name on it. Your arrow rest. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
There's a shot of her rest, and it's a Hamsky rest, and it says Sarah Briels on it. And I was like, you're a baller. Let's get to Rob.
And what city in Denmark?
Copenhagen.
Copenhagen, Denmark. Very good, very good. A lot of great archers from that area.
Definitely.
There's a lot of competition all over Europe, and you know, your skills are certainly sharpened by the competitors that you shoot with every month, every week there in Europe. You've had a great career already. When did you start to shoot? At what age?
I was 13. It's been a few years.
Yeah, but at 13, that's some people start later than that, some earlier. Okay, let's look at the scores. 64-63. Focus the bottom. 64-63. Tanya Jensen has a 1-point lead.
So what happened there is you saw on your score that Sarah Briels actually, after the official came back and looked at the score, it dropped 1 point of what we thought initially. So for this Women's Open Pro to be crowned champion of the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic, Tanya Jensen leads by a point. Oh, she's shooting the goat.
She is. And she shoots it good.
Yes, she does. This is the match we expected to see.
That was a strong, confident looking shot. She looks confident every shot.
That's inside out.
Excuse me, we have a time issue. Reset the time, please. Thank you.
Very smart move by Tanya not to just automatically react to it. She checked her clock first. That's a lot of international experience. Wow. Phenomenal stuff from both shooters. Still a 1-point difference as we head into the final end. Judges will double check those scores, but from where they landed, they looked all good to me. Like, yeah.
They're
97-96, the score. Tanya Jensen trying to get redemption from last year. She finished second to Sarah Preels. And oh, by the way, Emily, not to put any pressure on you at all, but this will be the third year in a row that no American has won this tournament. Just saying. Sarah Lance was our last American winner.
You said in 2016, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
Coming up, you can see these are the Men's Open Pro competitors. They're in the warm-up area, and we're going to line up 8 of them as we shoot off for the top prize of $20,000. That's going to be coming up after this match, as we still have at least one end to go if there's no tie. Joseph Goza getting ready to head to the shoot-up area. Emily has a big smile on her face because that was a really good shot.
It looked so solid.
Sarah Preels delivers right back at you. This feels to me, Emily, right now that Tanya's going to have to shoot 11-11, or else we're going to a shoot-off. Beautiful. They're hitting a little high. I think Tanya's really pulling hard on that bow. She wants to make sure that she gets it in there. All right.
Wow. Oh, just watching this stuff makes me nervous.
But that's it. There's nothing Sarah Preels can do at this point. That 10-11, Emily McCarthy. The victory is going to go to Tanya Jensen. I think it's going to be by 1 point at the end of the day. Let's go to Rob.
Congratulate each other, which is wonderful to see. Okay, second place takes $2,000 home, and Matthews contingency of $1,000. $3,000 for your weekend. Congratulations, Derek Phillips.
Here. It's been
Derek, if I can have a moment. Thank you for your support of the Lancaster Archery Classic. Your archers are doing extremely well. Are you enjoying the event?
Absolutely. We just want to thank you and your staff. Such a wonderful facility and event that you put on. Your staff works extra hard, and we're grateful for it. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Derek Phillips, Matt McPherson of Matthews Archery. Thank you for your support. Okay, our next.
Tanya, congratulations on your win. This is your first win here, yes?
Yeah, it is. Last year I got second, so.
It was a grudge match.
Same two people.
And so, do you feel like it's even now, or do you feel like you've set up a rivalry?
I feel like it's even. I mean, I'm sure we're going to shoot against each other again. Yeah.
Oh, I can only expect to see you guys here again. Fantastic day. Congratulations again. Your Women's Open champion, Open Pro champion.
So there you have it. The 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic Women's Open Pro is in the books. And it's going to Tanya Jensen in the redemption match from 2018. And she'll stand on top of the podium as your champion. My special thanks to Emily McCarthy. Thank you so much for joining me here in the booth. Much appreciated.
Well, thank you for having me. I really enjoyed it.
Good luck on the rest of the way this season, and I'm sure we'll see you at the next tournament really soon.
Sounds great. Thank you.
I'm 1,000 miles from nowhere, and there's no place I'd rather be. I'm 1,000 miles since you went away. My arms keep missing you. I keep wishing you come back today. My arms keep missing you. Who's been kissing you since you went away? My arms keep missing you. I keep wishing you come back today. My
The newest innovation in archery is here, Sweet Spot. Sweet Spot incorporates proven strain gauge technology into a complete package that allows you to see how much pressure you put into every shot. And Sweet Spot's lighting system tells you in real time if the shot is too weak, too strong, or is in your sweet spot. Get Sweet Spot Go No Go or the Enhanced Pro with live shot viewing at LancasterArchery.com today. Sweet Spot, because it's no fun to miss.
Welcome back to the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic, the 16th edition of this tournament. And we're at the Spooky Nook Sports Center in Manheim, Pennsylvania. And we're getting ready to go down to the man who puts this whole thing on and his company, Rob Koffels.
Okay, I'm going to make a new introduction here. Montana Silversmiths has been very gracious, very good at providing a custom-made, one-of-a-kind Open Pro Champion belt buckle. It is in just a beautiful engraved silver and gold rhinestones in it. It's a beautiful piece. It's a quiver belt buckle, and that'll go to the Open Pro Champion from this upcoming match here. So this is one of the many things that these guys will be shooting for, in addition to the huge traveling trophies and the Crystal Trophy. And again, $20,000 plus manufacturer contingency. So there's a lot on the line for this upcoming Open Pro division.
And the Open Pro being new this year, it was always men's pro, but you changed it, made it open for the ladies. Nobody took advantage of that, but we could have a woman win.
Yep. Okay, our first two competitors are Joseph Goza and Chris Hacker.
Welcome to the booth. My name is Greg White, and sitting alongside me is the man, the myth, the legend. Call him Big Cat Steve Anderson joining me in the booth. Steve, what's up, man? How are you?
Yeah, there's a lot of myth and a lot of when you talk about legendary status there, but happy to be joining you.
Yeah, for the most part. For the most part. We've talked about this. A little weird, like, hey, you know, you didn't make it. Would you come commentate with me? But I certainly appreciate your insight, Steve, as we set the stage for this men's Open Pro. Or this actually, this really is just the Open Pro class. And the Open Pro class now open to everyone, open to every bit of equipment too, Steve. And we haven't seen anyone with a recurve try to take advantage of this, have we?
None of that yet, but I'm sure there will be a day.
So we have two Matthews shooters on stage, Chris Hacker and Joseph Goza. So Hacker actually comes in as the 8th qualifier, where Goza is in the 7th spot. Format for this tournament: 4 ends in this shoot-up, 3 arrows each end. Tightest score, 11 in the middle, then the 10 ring, 9 yellow, and then we go 8-7 in the red, 6 in the blue.
You don't see a whole lot of the red and blue in this category.
Not in this category, you certainly don't. But Steve, I mean, you've shot on some of the biggest stages in the world. Looking at the shoot-up area here, how different or similar is it to some of those high-pressure cookers that you've been in before?
You know, it's still 20 yards, so they haven't changed that. Anytime you're in a final, there could be 10 people there could be 100,000. If there's something on the line, a title on the line, and money on the line, it always adds the pressure, you know. And sometimes you step in and you respond to it and you shoot well and you aim well. Sometimes you step in and it gets you.
So Goza starts 11-11-10.
See if Hacker can put one in here. Narrow the gap.
He does.
Yeah, you got to get one in the first end, right? He started 10-10. He needed that 11, or else you're going to be questioning everything. What you ate for breakfast, even. That was a mistake.
Now, Steve, did you get an opportunity to watch the men's category, the men's open category?
No.
Okay. We had a shooter. Tim, the CEO, we called him, from New Jersey, came up. He's the first shooter ever to shoot up from 8th place and won it.
I heard that this happened. I heard he was wearing a button-up shirt. Is that why you guys were calling him the CEO?
Well, YouTube did, and we just came along with that.
Okay.
But one of the key things to his success was he would open up each round with an 11, and then his competition would shoot either a 10 or a 9. There was only one time when he actually shot from behind the entire day.
Yeah, that's nice. Sometimes shooting from behind can take the pressure off. It just depends.
Really? Yeah.
Sometimes you're the hunter, sometimes you're the hunted.
Yeah.
And it can work well either way. But ultimately, the goal never, ever changes in archery, which is kind of funny. You never try to do anything different. In golf, there's some dynamics if you're playing a head-to-head game. In every sport, there's some dynamic. In archery, it's always just shoot the middle.
Joseph Goza, his first time making the shoot up in this competition, known as one of the greatest finger shooters in a compound back in the day.
Yeah, he's a real good yardage judger. So I heard he came in here and he told him, "Don't tell me how far it is. I'll just figure it out." He didn't know that it was going to be 20 yards the whole time.
Oh, you didn't know?
Yeah. But he nailed it at 20 yards. He was right on the money.
Crazy.
He is very good. I shot with him at a tournament one time. It was the OPA, so it's a marked 3D, and he was calling everything to a yard, half yard.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Just
and
for
then,
fun.
Then he
yeah.
would check it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris Hacker, same thing with him. He's an excellent 3D shooter, excellent yardage judger. So cool to see those guys coming out and playing some indoor game, and they're having some success. Anytime you hit top 8 here, it's a good weekend.
Yeah. As we look at Hacker, 36 years old, out of Van Buren, Arkansas.
11, nice shot. All right. Good shooting, gentlemen.
I talked to Hacker, Chris, about his journey through archery. And what's very interesting is he actually became a father for the first time when he was 19 years old. And so when he was like at that young age, he had to step away from archery because he had to figure his stuff out. So he's kind of come back and forth with it. And, his son is now 19 years old and he has a 2-year-old as well. So, he's been in and out, but he's really starting to find his rhythm. We've seen Chris Hacker with some really good results as of late. Let's take a look at a replay, Steve. This is Joseph Goza, and just tell me what you've seen in this shot.
He's got an interesting grip where he's got his thumb up there, almost bracing it from the backside.
Yeah.
I haven't ever seen something like that.
That is weird, isn't
it? But everybody, it don't matter how you hold the bow. It matters where it aims when you hold it. So there's a lot of different ways to skin the cat. He's got his technique, and it might stem from his finger shooting days. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, right.
Very good. Great insight there. Okay, we've got a 65-63 match.
Yeah, he's in a good spot. Sitting +2, only 1 point down with 6 arrows to go. I mean, these matches go quick. That's the tough thing about them. We're accustomed to a 15-arrow match, and this one's shortened to 12. You really got to have a fast start. You don't have much time to make up ground. There's opportunity for Chris.
He's got to jump on this one with 11.
Yeah, you got to get back to 1. If he's within 1 going into the 4th end, the final end, really makes it harder for Joe. If you've got a 2-point cushion, you're a little more relaxed on all those last 3 arrows, or at least the first one.
Yeah.
11.
Oh.
Yeah, another one low. That tends to be where the miss happens in the pressure situation. And as I say that, someone misses high. But at least for me personally, under pressure, you tend to kind of dip low.
Is that right?
A little anticipation or just a loss of tension. Chris gets it back there. So 1 point game.
Yeah, just like you were talking about, that's the position that Hacker wanted to put himself in, unless there was some crazy point swing. I'm sure if you're Hacker, you're thinking to yourself, man, it'd be tied right now. You know, do you have time to think about that stuff, or are you just focused on what's next?
You know, you almost get some tunnel vision. Really, it does happen fast. So right now, he's probably just trying to get his wind under him and get some good breaths and try to calm any of that shake he might be seeing at full draw. You almost always aim a little looser, you know, in a situation like this. Rarely do you come out and just sit there in the middle and hammer shots, you know, but so it's not like your practice round. It's not like anything you've ever done. And for Chris, I think this is his first time on a stage like this. So, you know, it's probably going by quickly, and he's just trying to get to the next arrow and focus on whatever it is that's putting arrows in the 11 ring.
One of his very best performances was about 10 years ago.
This particular division, Open Pro, and we had 15 different divisions that you can shoot different bows. You know, you're a man, you're a woman, whatever. But in this category, it's open to male or female. It's any age as well. So if you're 12, you can shoot it. If you wanted to register and shoot it. And like I said, you can shoot any equipment. Steve, one of the things that is interesting about indoor is I think a lot of people think if you're shooting indoor, automatically you're shooting 27 arrows. But we've seen a variety of people shooting some 26 carbons, some 25s, some 23s. Why do we have such a variety of arrows when your brain thinks, well, you want the fattest arrow to cut the line?
Yeah, you still got to have the arrow that ultimately shoots the tightest group, right? So, yeah, line cutting is nice, but if you're making weak shots, if you're shooting on the move a little bit, those bigger ones aren't always, people use the word forgiving, which is kind of a silly term, I think, but they're more punishing, right? I don't think an arrow can be forgiving, but it can be more punishing. So people who use the term forgiving, their thought around that is, oh, you don't make a perfect shot, but it still goes in the middle. I'm like, whoa, what do you mean by that? Because you got to be aiming in the middle.
Yeah, right.
You know, if the arrow doesn't hit behind the pin, doesn't magically find the 10 ring when I'm not aiming at it. If it did, it would find the 9 ring when I'm aiming at the 10. So there's some give and take there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you want the arrow that ultimately shoots the tightest group. So it takes a little while to determine that sometimes, and it can be very hard to determine what shoots well under pressure until you actually get there. So for a lot of these guys, there might be some changes made ahead of Vegas.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, this could be a warm up for them. And at least you have some time. So Hacker just punishes that target. He definitely punished that target. So perfect 33 for him.
Gives him the win.
Yeah.
I was rambling about forgiveness and all that. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Let's go to Rob, who's got our 8th place finisher.
Got some line calls that are definitely needed. I can only see what I can see through the scope. She's checking very carefully.
That's Joe's, so it does look like
Sue Ludwig is checking 10, 11, to verify or
10 or 11
make a line call there. There's several, especially on Joe's targets there, that are line calls. We'll wait for an indication from her to make it official. Okay, looks like Chris Hacker has taken the match. Congratulations, Joe Goza. 8th place, $750 if you go out this way. There we go. Congratulations. Let's give it up for Joe Goza.
Congratulations. Nice job.
Our next competitor will be Brent Qualls. Brent Qualls, come on down. Brent went in ranked 39th. So we had 2 archers, 46-41. He qualified 39th. He's up here on the stage as the 6th number seed. You shot your butt off during eliminations, didn't you?
Yeah, I shot pretty decent.
Well, excellent. Let's see if we got more of that, right? Okay, did you choose right or left? Left. Left? Okay. Gonna bump Chris off. And you choose first or second? First. Very good.
All right, so Brent Qualls making his way on stage. Qualls out of South Carolina. Been shooting about 10 years, mainly 3D. He's at Clemson, mechanical engineering at Clemson.
Okay.
24 years old. He's in his final year. He shoots the floor fletches, Steve.
Yeah. He's probably about ready to start that semester upper. Probably a couple weeks in by now.
No, you're right. No, and this is, and that's actually the question when I talked to him. He was like, I don't think Vegas is on the table because he's got a conflict with school.
Yeah, I'd probably just handle the school stuff.
So Brent throws it a little wide. Any advantage of a four-fletched arrow, Steve, or is it still open to debate?
It's just going to create more drag, whether you want more drag or not. That's the debate, I suppose. So, yeah, you could do it. I have never felt the need. Now there's the advantage of being on the stage already once, Chris is a little more settled in, and after you're up there, when I made it the one time, I think I ran 3 matches and was feeling all right by the second and third. It's the first one you got to get through. So,
is it that the nerves completely go away? Is it that you just kind of get your nerves, or do they kind of dip in and out during the
they'll
matches?
go away a little bit. Obviously, you still get some pressure ramp up on you for an individual arrow.
Here's a replay of Qualls.
You see a little vertical bobble there, but didn't have enough of it to keep him out of the 11 ring.
Look on the face says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's remembering that one in the middle.
Yeah.
So, that middle target.
The middle target,
yeah.
Yeah, that 9 can be, at this level, a 9 can be an absolute killer.
Yeah, but you know what? He's got 9 arrows to go. He's just got to stay solid. And now he's got that out of the way, right? Now you can kind of relax it. Whatever. I'm in the hole. Got to dig out and put the pressure on Chris.
Yeah, because Chris's mindset could be, I'm on top. I got to stay on top.
Yeah, I mean there's pressure either way you look at it. Looks like a 10 high there.
I'm going to say 11, just.
They're calling it in.
Top in.
Shot Hacker,
just in.
22 years he's been shooting this game. 2012, Hacker made the shoot off in Vegas.
11.
It's a low 10. They're calling it 10. We can't see the line from here, but I'm assuming Rob's got a good view of it.
Pretty sizable scope for indoor.
No doubt there. So it's going to be that top arrow of Qualls. They called it an 11 on the board. I think the judge will be taking a close look at that, and they are.
Let's head to the floor. Chuck Cooley.
Falling into a little bit of a groove here after getting that first match out of the way?
Trying to. Nerve-wracking.
So what's more challenging or more nerve-wracking here, this kind of event or a shoot-off final for the ASA?
This kind of event. More arrows, I don't know, bigger stage, a whole lot more going on.
You enjoying it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, man. Well, keep up the strong work there. Looks like you've got a little bit of a lead. 1 point going into the half. 2 ends left to go, and is Chris leading off? Chris will lead off.
Just past the halfway point after this arrow.
So, Greg, you've been watching some matches. Has it been the right side or the left side typically winning? Any sort of advantageous position there that you've seen?
Seems to be pretty well lit, but there has been a little tendency for shooters to shoot just a little bit on the left side.
Oh, you're talking on the target.
Oh, were you talking about?
I was talking on target 1 or 2.
They've been very even.
Same.
Now, shooters have done the right thing, though. Most shooters will move the advancing shooter off their mark and just move back and forth.
I don't think I would do that. I think I would just want the left one. I would always want the left one.
Because of the way you stand of your position.
My thought is, on the left side, you've got a TV camera to your immediate, or TV screen to your immediate left. On the right side, you've got that camera, which will sometimes move.
Good
I
point.
don't like that.
Yeah, right.
9. Oh, there's a 9 there. So that's going to even the game up, potentially? No. Yeah, potentially. They don't have
they haven't puck
Brent's
walls.
second arrow up there. We'll get caught up here in a second. So that's a 10. So he's got a 32. Yep, even.
Yep, even.
All right, good for us.
Really good for us.
Yeah. Now, here in the final, if they tie, is there a tie broken by most 11s, or do they just go straight to the
No,
shoot-off?
they go straight to shoot off, but the shoot off is score, first arrow, score, second arrow, closest to the middle third arrow.
Yeah, because in the rounds, in the elimination rounds, the first tiebreaker is 11 count. So if someone shot a 9, if I shot a 9 in our round and you shot no 9s, all 10s and 11s, but we tied in score, I would have one more 11 than you, and I would advance. So
that's right.
Yeah, it's a little different here, but I much prefer the shoot-off rather than.
I agree.
I don't love the shooter who shot a 9 gets to go on.
Yeah, agreed.
Sure, they shot the middle more, but they also shot the worst arrow.
But can you imagine in 320 shooters, we're in the open men's class?
Yeah.
How many shoot-offs you have?
Yeah. That's a good start.
Yeah. He punched that one in.
Brent's got an interesting move on the draw here, kind of interesting way he sets his shoulders. He draws low, and then he kind of pops up. See if they catch it on the camera here. All square still. Chris's shot's looking pretty smooth.
But I see what you're saying. Brent really kind of settles into the shot before the process gets moving.
So that's a pressure off Chris now. You hear that 9 call, you know you've got room to work. Easy money.
Yeah.
Easy money, baby.
Easy money.
Good day for Brent on the left. Takes $1,000. That covers his weekend, hotels, all that.
Exactly. Let's get down to the floor.
$1,000. Congratulations. First, this is your first trip to the stage. How many years have you shot the Classic?
3 or 4 years.
Very nice. First time to the stage?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Brent Qualls. Brent Qualls. Our 5th seed is Brian Meese. Brian Meese, come on down. Brian came in as the 32nd qualifier, number 32 qualifier. So he's right about the middle of the pack of the top 64. You want right or left? Right. He's going to kick Chris over, get him out of his space. He is coached by Tim Gillingham.
All right, Brian comes in here from Hastings, Pennsylvania, about 3 hours away. I'm not sure what bowstrings he uses. As a joke, he actually his job is he works for 60X.
Oh, industry guy.
Yeah, he's an industry guy. He looks young. He has 3 kids, though. And he shoots with a 7-power lens.
All right.
Isn't that interesting?
It's a lot. Yeah.
It's a lot.
There's some guys doing it. There's some guys doing 8,
I know.
10.
I know.
Crazy people.
Paige Pierce, she shoots with an 8-power.
Yeah.
10 power.
10
Somebody shoots
power.
with a 10 power.
I think Aaron Tedford.
Wow, that must move around.
Yeah.
Great open.
Yep.
Great open for Brian.
Looks like he's shooting a caliper, too.
Mm-hmm.
11.
And for Brian, by the way, this is the first time he's ever even qualified, like made the qualification.
Yeah, he's got a little nerve here. He can just settle in. Got plenty of time. That's the beauty of Lancaster. 30 seconds as opposed to 20 on your typical world archery stage, but still got a lot of time. But in his head, he's thinking there's 1 on the clock. And there you go.
Good. So pretty incredible to think, this is your first time actually even making a cut, and then you get to this stage, you get to this final 8, just like you called it, those nerves kicking in.
Yeah. Chris is turning him around quick, too. Chris fired really fast on that last one. Didn't matter. Looks like that's in.
Yeah. Steve, do you think that with the full 30 seconds on the clock, since you used at 20 at the world level, would that letting down would be an option for you?
I've done it. I did it once here.
At here, yeah?
Yeah, in the shootout.
And you had plenty of time.
I wouldn't have called it plenty of time, but I shot it.
It got a little snug at the
and
end.
I shot him 11.
How's it feeling up there? Doing a great job, making it look easy. Okay, let's take a look. You're shooting a purple.
Let's take a look at the score. Brian's, yeah, I didn't think that was too long of a look.
Wow, she feels good about it.
Mm-hmm.
So he settles in on the trigger nicely. See, that's a proper way to fire a caliper release or an index trigger, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, oftentimes people talk about actually, as opposed to pulling the trigger, punching the trigger, whatever it is, you want to try to pull through the shot just like you would anything else.
Yep.
It looks to me a little bit, that it'd be difficult to do that with, because your finger tendency would just be to fold up, but good technique.
Takes mental commitment first and foremost. You got to mentally commit to doing it the right way each and every shot.
11, just off.
Rob's calling it in. That's a very close one, but
11.
Yeah,
No doubt about that one.
Chris is in a rhythm now. He's shooting quick shots. Yeah, see, he gets a deep hook on that. It's not on the pad of his finger. It's down in the knuckle. It's a good way to do it.
Interesting, though, when Brian goes back to full draw, he actually kind of looks around the room a little bit before he actually focuses on the target.
He's checking out the crowd,
Enjoying the experience.
We got about 15, 20,000 people in here.
Yeah. Maybe he's just checking to make sure everything's lined up. Great shot. I know, like watching, say, a shooter like Logan Wild shoot, he draws back and he always looks up at his cam before he looks down at the target. This is what we expect to see in this class, Steve. It's 33s across the board, perfect so far.
Yeah, it's not easy. They're doing it, though.
I can tell you last year, in this class last year, there wasn't one shooter that cleaned an entire, shoot-up round. But there was one amateur, Brad Baker, who was our third-place finisher in this tournament this year. He won it last year, and he had one match to shoot because he was our number 1 qualifier and did it. But we haven't had one yet today.
Yeah, you can get the top qualifiers. You're talking 12 arrows in a row. These guys will roll 30, 40 arrows in a row.
Yeah.
Or more.
Yeah.
Braden, all 60. So it's not hard to shoot 12 X's in a row. It's hard to shoot 12 X's in a row on a finals venue.
Yeah, exactly. Meese with a solid 11 again.
Just a bit low.
There's the first one.
Yeah.
Called it a 10. It's
close.
Yep. Looks like it should be from another angle here. See, Brian's got everything on the low side, too. I'd probably add a click to the side if I were him.
11 just gone.
That's where you need, I mean, that's something you're not paying too much attention to. Sometimes you don't get to get a good look at your arrow. You just hear the call 11, you assume it's all good. You need your spotter back behind you to say, hey, give it a click. Your group's consistently low.
Yeah.
Even there, that last one was dead center. I'd still take a click.
Is Tim Gillingham in the box with him? Legend shooter?
Yeah, Timmy G.
With Brian, and is that Nathan Brooks? That's with Hacker?
Yep.
Let's go to Rob at the floor.
Right about now.
Well, I mean, they're both, you know, guys have been in the game for quite a while. You know, a lot of these last three guys have both come out of 3D archery, and Brian just mentioned to me in the hallway, he said, yeah, I just started command shooting. He's doing pretty good at it, don't you think?
Yeah.
So,
Wonder where he gets that from.
well, he's doing better than I am at it, but you know, it's you know, different styles that can get you to the top, and this really comes down to just a battle of nerves. So
Sure does. Sure does. And these guys are putting on a heck of a battle and looking really good. Looks like Brian has stayed clean at 99. Let's give both these guys a hand. Brian with 99. Chris Hacker with 98. Close match, last three arrows.
So the final three on this one, Steve. And what did Tim say? What did Tim mean when he said he just changed to being a command shooter?
So Tim means he's actually punching the trigger, you know, like I'm going to consciously fire this shot rather than subconsciously. Matched 11s there for Chris. But it doesn't look like he is. I mean, he looks like he's executing the exact right way you'd want to execute an index trigger. So I would just keep doing what I'm doing if I'm Brian right now.
Obviously, right? Yeah. It's paying off for him.
I guess he comes out of the 3D world. You know, that style can, you get hot doing that in 3D, it can work. It's a different game, obviously. It's Chris matching.
This is
you
it.
Gotta get, Brian, 11 to win.
11 to win.
And for a clean 132.
And clean 132.
He
Could
took
be the first of our day.
He took about 8 seconds before he decided to draw his bow, so he took a little extra time there. You could see his heart in his throat. You actually could see his heartbeat down in his throat. So now Chris can win. And he does.
Wow, and he does. Well, first time making the shoot for Brian, and he nearly cleaned it.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rob.
11-11 straight. And that last shot was a tough one, I'm sure. But wonderful shooting. What a great show. Brian takes home 6th place, $1,250. Let's give Brian Meese a hand. Great job, Brian. Okay, our next competitor up will be Sergio Pagni from Italy. Sergio Pagni from Italy, whole way over from Europe, has won Vegas, Nîmes, and the European Championship. Sergio, welcome. Do you choose left or right? Left side. Okay. Sergio, congratulations for making the stage. You choose first or second, Sergio? First.
So Hacker, Chris Hacker continues his march up the ladder, Steve.
Yeah.
Now guaranteed himself at least 5th spot, but going up against an incredible indoor shooter, incredible shooter, period. Italy's Sergio Pagni.
Yeah, if you're a hacker, this happens a lot. The guy who starts 7th or 8th, they get the first match. It's a cold board match for both guys, and then they get a little warmed up and they make a run. Eventually, they get a little tired, or they get enough anxiety running through them after a while. Just get a little worn out, and then one of the top qualifiers comes in and cleans them out. But Chris, still looking smooth. He's up against the Sultan of Smooth, as we call Sergio, and the Lucky Dog, the Vegas champion.
The Vegas champion. Oh, look at that.
He's got a little killer on there.
Now, his release is very unique, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, he's the unpunch, so he lets off it to fire it rather than press it to fire it.
Yeah, with that thumb, it's on the backside. You don't really see it, but yeah, very, very unique. It's the Cascade by Spot Hog. They don't make it anymore either.
Chris has got it going. This is it's cool to watch. And I like Chris. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
Sergio, good dude.
Yep. Great shooting. You know, to comment on Sergio, Steve, what's interesting is that, and you will probably fall right into this category, is you know the experience. He's going to skip Shanghai World Cup because Sergio's coming to do Reading.
Yeah, that's what he told me the other day, and I don't blame him. The World Cups are like 10-day affairs. You know, it's a long event, and there's more money to be made at Reading.
Yeah, he loves shooting in the States. He's also going to come do OPA. Also, keep in mind for Sergio, he has a 17-month-old. You know, and he does travel back and forth. With the break until Vegas, he's going back to Italy. Then he's going to come back. And next year, he said he's going to bring the baby with him because, you know, old enough to travel. I'm like, oof, that's a long flight to Vegas, especially. Here it's a little different, but so Sergio is just. He's also an engineer, Steve, and with the release that he uses, that Cascade from Spot Hog, he's told me that he's made a couple of engineering changes to it. So if they ever go in production, it would be just a little bit better. But he really wanted me to understand that if you find something that works for you in archery, there's no need to keep changing it. Right? Just go with it.
Yeah, he hasn't adopted a lot of the equipment trends that have hit the last few years. You know, he does his thing. He's got that biter stabilizer that he's had for the majority of the career that I remember of his. No sidebar, really, just some weights down there.
Yeah.
Does things his way.
And he is a super nice guy, isn't
Yeah,
he?
good dude.
Yeah.
Chris is looking really, really comfortable now.
Steve, how important is a level bubble indoors at 20 yards?
I mean, if you're touching one line or the other, it's not going to make a difference. 20 yards, not far enough to really send it off. But now, if you double cross it, you got your bubble, you know, your bow's canted to the right and you're aimed on the right, then yeah, you're adding to it.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, you hear that oftentimes. People are like, it doesn't matter that much indoors. I'm like, I don't know. I wondered. Now I know.
Yeah, you don't want to not pay attention to it, but you know, your part of your shot process should be to check that and always level it up. Sergio with the unpunch. I don't know there's many people who could shoot that.
I don't know.
And he's been shooting it for, what, I don't know, 15 years
Yeah.
at a really, really high level.
When Spot Hog decided to stop making that release, they gave him whatever was left. Let's go to the floor.
Nice shooting. Tie match, 66 apiece. We're going to give the scoring team a chance to call the arrows and verify things. Chuck, what are you thinking, bud?
This is pretty impressive. I mean, we're not near the top yet, and it's perfect or near perfect to advance. I'm thinking we're going to see some shoot-offs, you know, some extra arrows, some overtime arrows. One of the things I wanted to ask Sergio, I know he's using the Cascade release, and people might not be familiar with that. Sergio, are you shooting the Cascade on push or relax? Relax. On relax. It's a fantastic unit, and clearly it's working well for you.
All right, we're ready to go. 66 apiece at the half, tie score.
All right, Steve Anderson, who's sitting next to me in the booth. We're at the halfway point. This is for a guaranteed 5th spot, as Chris Hacker is trying to be the second person in history.
Low 10. He's been a little low on that arrow the whole time.
Yeah, I kind of thought to myself, maybe he'd grab a click. Can't see who's in his coach's box, though.
It might be that he's just got that low hole and he's just aiming there, but Chris gives it back, so we remain even.
You can see in his scope, he likes that ring with the dot in the middle.
Yeah, it's a biter scope. It's got a lot going on.
Yeah. For Sergio, he said that it really just covers up most of the 10 ring for him.
So he probably is seeing that little bit of black hole there, low in the X. Sergio's got a 1-point lead now.
That's a line.
Steve?
We'll see on that last one. Yeah, it's close. I think the last one gets it. They're calling it 11 in the scoring booth, and I think they've got a little better view than us. So, as it sits right now, it will be 98-97 Sergio. We'll see on that last call. If he doesn't get it, we'll be square at 97. There it is. Oh, that's tough.
You got to make sure the camera doesn't start casting shadows there over that call. Man, that is a close one. Great shot at the targets there. So here we are. We're in the shoot-ups for the Open Pro category. This is for a guaranteed 5th spot. The winner of this match will go up the ladder and shoot against the person who qualified in 4th.
Third, right?
Third,
Sergio
sorry,
was
third,
in
right.
fourth, yeah.
Sergio's in 4th. So
that'll be Jacob Marlowe.
So that'll be Jacob Marlowe's next on the list. A replay of that shot. Even with the amount of arrows Chris is shooting, he still looks solid as a rock.
Looks like we've got a timeout based on
We watching this in 4K, or is this up to 5K now? I don't know.
Looks good, doesn't it? Yeah, that's just 1080.
1080, wow.
But we're also 2 feet away from our faces, a 55-inch screen TV, which is absolutely stunning for us.
Yeah. Thinking these guys maybe should have got a makeup artist beforehand. This is nice screen here.
Hey, man, listen, I've been in television so long, Steve. They said 1080 ruined a lot of people's careers.
Pair of 11, so that arrow of Sergio's was called out. 2 arrows to go, we're equal. Sergio's still just favoring the bottom side. I think he reached up and grabbed a click there. I'm not sure.
Hacker's back to stroking it.
That's probably there.
27, you think he's shooting?
That's also probably there.
It's probably there. Listen, I'm no genius, but I would say that's an 11. All day in the United States, that's for sure.
We'll see what the judge calls here.
Yeah, this one's going to be a call. Top part of your screen, you can see the official having a long look. And this would determine whether we're going to go for our shoot-off in format, which is score, score, and then closest to the center.
This is what I was thinking we were going to see when we got to the elevated positions here in this division.
listen to what they're saying on the floor.
Almost perfect matches.
Let's have a hand for our officials and for our scoring team. We got John Wirt. We got Gary. Okay, there we go. Chris Hacker takes it.
Way to
So
go,
that
man.
arrow must have been just out. It was very, very close.
There you go.
So close. Sergio, I'm so sorry. There was a very close arrow there that was called out, and I didn't know if it was in or out. It was that close through the scope. You end up with 5th place and $1,500, $1,500. Thank you so much. Sergio Bagne. Our next competitor, Jacob Marlowe, 12th seed in the qualification. I want to bring your attention to the screen, if our video team can pick this up, to the crystal trophy that's shown on the monitor here. If our video team can pick that up, please. There we go. That is a shot of the crystal trophies that are custom done after this for this division. And actually for every division, those go to our champions. And it's custom done with a photograph that is taken from Dean Elberga here at the tournament. And, you know, it's definitely a one-of-a-kind deal that you will remember forever. It includes a light, and the detail in it is just impeccable. So we try to go over the top and set the bar for the awards here at the Lancaster Archery Classic as well. Jacob Barlow has been very entertaining up here on stage. We love having him, and he's always a tough competitor. Choose first or second. First, and shooting from the right stage. Okay, gentlemen. Looks like you're ready to rock.
Final spot on the podium up for grabs right now. Jacob Marlowe. No clock. Good move by Jacob. So just explaining, you know, making sure that he understands how it works. Jacob made the move. He made the right choice. Hopefully it's not in his brain. He'll let that one go. We'll see if he puts this one in the 11 ring. Yep, I would say he didn't care.
It's a little to the left.
A smidge.
Yeah, good one by Chris, too. Chris got a chance going for the lock up a podium with a win in here.
I agree.
11.
Have you shot with indoor with a fiber?
Yeah, briefly. Not for me.
No. You can see Jacob Marlowe inside his
He's
scope.
got a lit up fiber there.
Hanging from the top down.
I think that's the way to do it, is top down. A lot of people go, get one up there. A lot of people go, you know, bottom up. I think a lot of people have the tendency to kind of bob up and down along the post of that fiber. So top down, I think is the way to do it.
Early lead for Hacker.
All right. Jacob, we go straight to the stage here. How you feeling up there today?
So for Jacob Marlowe, just that little bobble. And with the way scores have been so tight on this one, I know it's going to weigh on his brain for a moment or two, because giving up a point the way Hacker's shooting right now. Can we see a repeat of an 8th place to a win? There's a replay of Jacob.
This will be that last shot of his, I think. Yeah. You saw what, you know, there was something that came off the arrow there. That's just like some, a lot of people might go, what was that? It was just a little remnants of the target that gets stuck to the arrow. It doesn't affect the flight.
Yeah.
Nothing there, but just to clarify that.
You could say after the shot too, Jacob was saying fiddlesticks.
Yeah, an 8-1 or a 7-1. That's
8-1.
Was he 8th? Chris was 8th?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough to do, but he's made the most of it. You really want to get to this top 3, take a little pressure off there. You get to the top 3, now you're in the contingency money. You know you're going to make a little more dough.
Yeah, true.
It really changes things for you.
Yeah, the difference between the winner of this match to the loser of this match is $2,500, meaning it's $2,500 for 4th, $5,000 for 3rd.
Yeah, and 5,000 and potentially more.
And potentially more. Personal sponsors, you get on the podium.
Good pair of 11s by both.
Long D-loop.
Jacob's a little low on all those as well. And I just watched him add a click to his sight, so he's going to try to bring that back up.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 10.
Okay. Rob says it caught the line and it's got a better view than we do.
Chris let him back in. All square now.
11. Yeah, it's something you don't normally want to do with Jake. Because Marlo is definitely an opportunist when it comes to these types of matches.
There's another one there. Yeah, Chris might be running out of steam.
Yeah. And it's not arrow volume as much as it is arrows plus...
Arrows under pressure.
Under pressure,
yeah.
Yeah.
Wear you out.
Wear you out. Let's go to the floor and hear what Rob's having to say.
Somebody shot a red or a blue, they were like, ooh. So let's crank up the volume and the energy in the room for these guys. I mean, we're talking about Chris Hacker and Jacob Barlow here. Let's bring the house down on every arrow, okay? These guys are pros. If they miss the X, they deserve an ooh, okay? Jacob says it's really, really hard.
It's really, really hard, trust me.
These two I'm going to have to keep separated. Just they're after each other, these judges.
Ready to...
And Nathan's ready to take his release back that he loaned to...
Okay. Jacob borrowed a release from Nathan to shoot this. All right. Very interesting match, 65-64.
I think Nathan just said you can have it. Keep the release.
Some shooting line hijinks there.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, look at Jake's playing to the crowd. I like it.
There we go.
Crowd's in it now. This has got to add a little something.
Yeah.
Because if someone shoots a 10 here, the crowd's going to go, ooh.
11.
That release didn't look like he was comfortable with it. But
Love it. The smoked middle.
All right. Well, this is better than likes on Instagram. Makes you feel better about yourself, doesn't it? If you were shooting.
Rob got him going there.
It's easy. It was actually way tougher than I did.
Well done, Chris. Well done.
Jacob's saying it's way harder than it looks.
Yeah. Jake Marlowe saying it's way harder than it looks, and he's right. So far for Marlowe, he's only dropped a single point, and that was in our first end. So he's cleaned it since. So he leads by 1 point over Hacker, who dropped 2 in that middle of the 3. As we advance to the final end. And again, this is the winner advances, and the loser will sit down with 4th place money. And a lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas.
Jacob going first, he's trying to keep the pressure on Chris. He can end it early. It might be that Chris's last arrow is irrelevant.
Might be.
No matter what, this way, Chris has to make the shot to tie. He's not, Jacob's not falling back to him. Chris has to make the shot to catch up. There's the 10.
Yeah, there's the ooh from the crowd. Oh, by the way, a reluctant ooh from the crowd.
Yeah.
I don't think many people really wanted to because they've all done it. And there's Jake Marlowe.
Yeah, Chris knows this one's a curtain call arrow, I guess you would say. But
Yeah.
he's going to shoot it anyway.
Good job. So
And
a
on
great
good
run.
arrow. Yep.
A great run from Hacker to work his way up to a good points bank position. Let's go to Rob.
Chris, congratulations. You take 4th place, $2,500. What did you say to Jacob just now?
Told him he's lucky I'm tired. We're really good buddies, and he sent me home a loser. He told me he was back there, so he followed through.
Well, you guys look like you're having a good time. You put on a heck of a show. Congratulations. $2,500, Chris Hacker. Chris Hacker shot 48 11s there during his show. Let's give Chris Hacker a hand. Awesome shooting, Chris. Next up, we have our 2nd seed, Dave Cousins. Dave Cousins, you want to shoot right or left, Dave? Take the left side and first or second? Shoot first.
24 years as a pro, Dave Cousins is still around this game and still performing well. He's worked himself into quite a spectacular shooting schedule with his primary sponsor, Prime. Gets to shoot minimum 10 events a year contractually, and he's really trying to take advantage of this one.
Just right.
I noticed Dave came in slightly low as well. Seems everybody has been just on the low side.
Could it be just the practice area being
Could be just a little bit different.
A click longer? Yeah.
Could be
Or
just
click
lighting
shorter,
or something.
This is the danger, though, of Jacob Marlowe, because we've seen him run the table here before from deeper in the field. He just likes to shoot, and he gets into a good rhythm, and he's hard to beat.
11.
So Dave Cousins comes in here, 41 years old, Steve Anderson, and going against the young Jacob Marlowe, who's getting ready to get out of college himself. And, you know, I asked Steve, what archery has brought to him over the years, and he just said it's just too long to explain. You know, it's been good to him, but, you know, his key to success has been coming up with a plan for longevity. He said over the years he's given up some money here or there, you know, to take big chunks to set himself up to survive in this industry for as long as he has. But Steve, you've been doing this a while. What do you think it takes to motivate yourself to continue to shoot arrows downrange year after year for 24 years?
Well, you know, I fight that a little bit every day. At this point, I haven't been doing it 24 years, not even close, but you do run out of some motivation here and there. And honestly, I think the sport is so tough now, it keeps you in check. So you'll have, you lose your motivation, and pretty soon you lose your ability to compete. And, you know, everybody in this game will have their ups and downs. And Dave has had his, you know, moments where he wasn't as competitive as he is today. You know, and he's on an upswing the last year or two for sure. So that's you know, the sport will either keep you competitive and you'll be self-motivated to remain competitive, or it'll spit you out.
Looking at that overhead shot of Dave's setup, Steve, it looks like he's got that stabilizer offset to the right a little bit. Is it just our lighting, or is it, you think it's actually, and look at the direction of the arrow.
Yeah, a lot of the guys do that. Not something I've ever done before, but guys tend to kick that off to the side. They say on hills and things like that it can help, and Dave's an old school field shooter, so you know, he's got purpose for what he's doing.
Oh yeah, he's a thinker.
Yeah,
definitely thinks about it. Ah, Jake is just in the zone.
Good. Just a little bit out. Dave's got a little shake in his arm there, but you know, he hasn't been on the stage, but 5-6 arrows.
Yeah. Still working through the nerves.
Yeah.
As opposed to Marlo, who is just like, whatever.
Yeah, that's the tough part. I mean, if I'm...
Ain't nothing to be scared of.
Nah, I feel pretty good up here now. After the first one, I was a little shaky against Chris, but Chris is one of my good buddies. So, like, either way, if he would have won, I would have been just as happy for him as I would have if I would have been.
Well, that's great. That's great sportsmanship.
Maybe not quite as happy, but I would have been pretty happy for Chris. Like, I much prefer to have beat Chris, but I got a lot of respect for him.
Very nicely said. Dave, we're looking at 66-64 at the halfway point. Jacob continues to lead. Will Jacob want to shoot first? Dave will shoot second.
All right, so the halfway point, Marlo with a 2-point lead. And by the way, coming up after this, they've got to go against the #1 qualifier, a guy by the name of Mr. Perfect, Mike Schlusser.
Yep. I think Dave will get back on track here. He's, you know, one bad end, but
I think Mike's only missed 4 X's all week.
Something like that.
Yeah.
He's just on that low side.
Interesting color combination. In certain lighting situations, I can't see, you know, that red bubble that Jake uses. So I use, you know, that, I guess, what is it?
Greenish,
green, yellow, green, Oof, he just got that off, by the way. That noise you heard was his clock.
I
Down
think
to 0.
there was something in the background. He had
Oh,
about
was that
12
right?
seconds, yeah. That one's close.
Ooh.
They're calling it out. It's close. We'll see. Dave needs this one here. There you go.
Looks like the match tightened just a little bit. Dave, I want to talk to you about
It's pretty unusual for Jake. He doesn't usually give away points late in a match like this, but and he said, oh, he settled down quite a bit. When you're getting this close, you know you're only a few arrows away from advancing to the finals. Nerves can creep back in.
Yeah, even if you do settle down, sometimes that's enough of a change. You've been shooting under one condition for a while, then you settle down, it can affect you adversely as well. So,
Steve, oftentimes we hear shooters at this level talking about my setup in qualifications or my setup in a finals match like under pressure, that it reacts differently. Have you come across a situation where you've done that, where you've had a bow, you shot, great, and then you get into a situation and it doesn't quite do what you want it to do?
Yeah. Sometimes you're in, we'll try to get through this last three here, but sometimes you're in practice and it's like you can do no wrong no matter how you set up the bow or the stabilizers. And lots of times for me it's stabilization. You feel something that works well in practice, you get under some pressure and it doesn't work so well. Or cam timing can be another thing. Your ability to maintain tension can be a lot tougher under pressure. So all those things factor in, and you've got to find a way to make them balance when you're not out there at your best.
So Marlowe continues to hold on to this lead.
So Dave's got to have this one. Yeah, so that's going to do it. I don't expect to see Jacob shooting out of the...
There it is.
Out of the 11 ring.
Yeah.
So Dave's going to fire his last arrow. And we're going to get the Marlowe-Mike Schlosser showdown.
Here we are. So, good effort by Dave Cousins. Our second place qualifier will come in third. Let's get to Rob.
Dave, that was a great battle. Well done. You'll take third place, $5,000. That'll buy some gas for the boat, right? Some entry fees. Prime archery contingency of $1,000 for that beautiful purple bow. $6,000. Congratulations, Dave. Well done. Okay, our first seed archer is Mike Schlosser, Mr. Perfect. Mike won the Classic and Las Vegas in 2017. Congratulations, Mike. Welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. Do you choose left or right? He chooses left. And do you want to shoot first or second? First. Very good. Take the stage. In the box for Mike Schlosser.
All right, so Steve Anderson, you mentioned it moments ago, that a rematch of the showdown from 2017. Jacob Marlowe and Mike Schlosser found themselves in this position, and the win back then went to Mike. Now, Jacob had qualified all the way down in the 30th position of 64 back then, but it's a much different story this year. But on the other hand, Mike, he just has a calm and a confidence right now for this tournament.
Yeah, Mike is, in terms of one of the most unreal shooters in the world, it's Mike. He does amazing things virtually every time out. One time I saw him qualify, I guess you would call it bad. It was a FIDA tournament, and he shot a 291, which is far below his standards, and then he still came back and shot a 300, perfect 300 the second half, for a 591 or something like that. So even his worst days are still pretty awesome for most people.
But to be fair, if Jacob can keep this match close, Mike has had a tendency in the past under extreme pressure situations to throw one in an 8-ring or a 7-ring.
Yeah, his final arrow sometimes has been a bit of a struggle, but he usually gets there with enough of a lead.
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't
he usually
matter.
gets there with enough of a lead, and it doesn't matter. But if Jacob can keep this thing close, whether it's going to be dead even, whether it's going to be even just a point behind, as long as he can keep it within a point or two, it's not over at this match with Mike until the last arrow shot.
Well, and the other thing we're kind of discounting is the way Jacob's shooting right now. It might be Mike who's hoping to keep within a point going into the final arrow.
You're right. Yep. So 33s is what we expect for the final two of this 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic, as it's getting close to the end of 3 outstanding days here. It's been good weather since we got here. It's been a larger tournament than we've seen, and It's been fantastic. Nearly 1,800 competitors in this venue here at Spooky Nook. I mean, how long do you think it's going to be, Steve, until we take over this 700,000 square foot complex?
It's tough to find a parking spot in the mornings on Saturday morning, and
you got to get up to get here.
That's at like 7 a.m.
Yeah.
So this is an amazing facility, and they seem to welcome the archery with open arms, and archery is growing. So
Target Archery is growing, and there's a vendor area here too, and you get to meet some of the people in the industry that make the products that you use. And so it's nice to be able to connect with those folks. 15 different divisions this year, so there's a division for everyone. Second end of this shoot up final for the Open Pro category.
Didn't love it.
Didn't love that either.
And a match, yeah. There's giving it the onion there coming up.
He was. It's like he was heading towards the target.
Mike's confident enough in a shot. He makes a good shot, immediately moves the sight. Didn't see it where he wanted. He knows what he's working with. Jacob back-to-back 10s.
That's really close. It's going to be a line call. 10 for now.
Yeah, when Mike's got the bow pushing straight away to follow through, it's almost always a 10.
All right, so Marlo back on track.
It was back and forth, and I saw Jacob lean down, take a look at the monitor here so he can try to get a sense of what his arrows are going to score. You're hoping for third time being the charm there, Jacob.
Yeah, well, 31s aren't how you do that.
It's not awful.
Yeah, well, I missed 2 against Mikey last time, and that did not go in my favor.
Put that out of your head, and maybe he'll miss one more.
2 more would be pretty dope, too, so
You were offering a G for something earlier. Do you want to offer him 1,000 to lay down?
Yeah, G-bar if you call that in, by the way, whoever's down there.
Mike, are you having a good time here at the Lancaster Archery Classic?
Oh yeah, I'm having a lot of fun here. It's great to be here.
Well, again, we're very thankful that you come the whole way from the Netherlands, you and Gabby both, and I hope you come for many years to come. All right, at the halfway point, 65-64 is the official call. So there's a 1-point difference. It was a lot of back and forth that end. It was very exciting. Maybe too exciting for these two, but it's a good time.
6 more arrows apiece for these archers. Mike with the lead. The title of champion on the line, and from the tournament, $20,000 plus contingency money on the line.
Yeah, it's a big weekend, $30,000 weekend probably.
Any idea what Easton pays for the win here?
No.
I see.
But Mike, I mean, I was talking with Paul Tevert about this last week in Nîmes. Mike gets on these final stages probably 10 times a year or more. This is almost a second home for him, It's an 11 for Jacob. He was a little unsure of it, but it's good. Yeah, for Mike, this is just another day's work. So long on the hold here.
That works for him. Yep.
Very strong combat there. That feel a little better, or is it still swimming out there?
Actually, that last one felt terrible.
The shoot landed good. Sometimes these give you a little gift.
I'll do a sponsor plug. This Elite Victory X is super forgiving, so everybody should go buy one.
Well, this has certainly been entertaining. 33 apiece. That second end, there was a lot of back and forth. Mike maintains a 1-point lead. What's at stake here? Not just to crank it up a little bit. There's a $20,000 first place prize from Lancaster Archery. That incredible belt buckle is at stake. By the way, the runner-up does not get one of those. And contingency money of $10,000 or $6,000 from your manufacturer. So it's either a $26,000 or $30,000 weekend for you two. And you got 3 arrows left. Mike enjoys a 1-point. Mike enjoys a 1-point lead.
Steve, looking at Mike's bow, what do you think that thing weighs? He runs so much weight. You think it's getting close
I think
to...
he's got something like 30 ounces on the front bar. So I don't know what his overall bow weight is.
9 pounds.
9-10 pounds
Yeah.
probably. It's hefty. What I'm really curious is if you were to measure with a load cell what he's pulling on the bow at full draw. You know, his holding weight's probably around 22 pounds. He's probably pulling about 40. I think he really pulls hard on the bow.
Really?
Yeah, like his actual draw weight is 58.
Yeah, right. But
holding weight probably around that 22 number. But he pulls hard. To have that much front weight, you've got to be yarding on the bow.
Marlowe giving himself a chance.
Yep. Jacob needs this one. We'll see what Mike can do with that last arrow.
11.
Okay, 11 wins.
All eyes on his thumb. Is
He got it on the barrel. If
Yep.
he gets on the barrel, he's golden.
Good.
The pinky's twitching a
Yep,
little bit.
he's twitching.
10,
Okay.
so he can't lose.
Yep. Only tie. Wow. I think he literally just ran towards the target to throw it in there. He shot that and went lunged forward like, get in there.
Little Bo Kwon-Do. But Mike, you saw Mike's pinky kind of twitching there, but he got his thumb around the barrel, made a good effort at it.
Yeah,
that's the struggle he's had previously on those final arrows. So now they're going to shoot it off and see what happens here.
I think we have a top. Mike had a close arrow that I think was in. Pretty sure. Tie score.
Tie score. Tie score. So we're going to our first and only shoot-off of the day. Now, once again, the format is going to be score, closest to the middle. What that means is they're going to shoot first arrow each. Let's actually listen to the explanation right here.
First, you'll be second. We will shoot 1 arrow each. We'll have the judge check the score. If the score is still tied, we'll shoot a second arrow. Do the same there. If it's still scored, we will shoot a third arrow, and that arrow will be measured closest to the center. And at that time, we'll have a winner. Good luck to both of you guys.
So there it is. We've had a couple of close calls on shoot-offs today. This is the one that matters.
It's a 10.
Doors open. This could be it. This could be it for the win. The title and $20,000. Can Jake Marlowe do it? And he does it. It's in the middle. That scores an 11. Redemption from 2017. Jacob Marlowe is your 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic champion in the Open Pro Division. And with it, $20,000 plus. Steve Anderson, what'd you think of that last arrow?
It was a great match. I mean, these guys the whole way kind of kept it neck and neck. We were almost nervous for Mike on that final arrow, and he opened the door, and Jake took advantage. So,
And it's like
you said, he takes advantage of mistakes.
He does. He's an opportunist when it comes to you throwing 1 point away, and he was able to do it. Let's get down to Rob.
Jacob, let me see your hand, buddy. How steady are you? Oh, it looks pretty good. How you feeling, buddy?
I feel like I got Parkinson's right now. Oh man, I'm pumped. That was a pretty meaningful win for me for making the shoot off the last couple of years and not being able to close it out. And especially now me and Mikey are tied up 1-for-1, so hopefully we get to go at it again.
Well, very good. Well, this bodes well for your 3D year and your year. Are you going to shoot Vegas? I know you enjoy that so much.
Yeah, I went last year. I come close there again, got fourth there last year, so I hope to come up a couple places.
Are you getting to love indoor archery or what?
Oh no, I hate it with a passion.
For something you hate, you're awfully good at it.
I get lucky.
Okay. Jacob Marlowe, I can't think of a more fitting person than this big old redneck belt buckle that's so beautiful and so shiny. Now, I understand from Montana Silversmiths that this also comes with a $500 check, okay, if you sign a contract to wear this on your quiver belt for the year. You best believe I will, he says. It is gorgeous. If you can get a shot of that, it's just simply gorgeous. And I hope you enjoy wearing that for the season. You also get the traveling trophy, and that's pretty awesome too. Your name will be forever on there, along with your best buddy there, Mike Slusher, 1-for-1, like you said, and then we'll have a crystal trophy for you as well. Congratulations, Jacob Marlowe. $20,000 plus $10,000 in elite contingency money. Jacob has won his first classic after 3 consecutive shoot-up appearances. Jacob Marlowe. Congratulations, Jacob.
Well, incredible for Jacob Marlowe. He does it, gets the belt buckle, the big checks, the sponsors, and we'll see him later on the podium. But Steve Anderson, what did you think about the entire day of shooting here at the Lancaster Archery Classic?
I just wanted to get a picture.
It's always fun to watch some of this. The format is interesting, and these guys, you know, Chris Hacker shot his way up, shot really well the whole time. So there wasn't a lot of, well, it doesn't seem that you're mixing up the matches a lot because you see that same guy over and over and over. But, you know, Jacob coming through after a couple years of being close, and he's really rounded into his own as an indoor shooter as well.
Yeah. Well, thank you everyone so much for joining us here at the 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic. From Spooky Nook Sports in Manheim, Pennsylvania. You saw some incredible shooting, and we hope to see you right here live in 2020. Come shoot with us. We want to see you. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
1,000 miles from nowhere, there's no place